There's something wrong with that guy. I wouldn't have signed up for this if I had known how many screws he has bouncing around in his skull.
Sure, but Isaby and I are in his debt.
He and Isaby had met Krahi during a hunt. A few turns of bad luck had left them surrounded by monsters and with little hope of survival. That was when Krahi, the solo hunter, gracefully came to their rescue. At first, Kool-Aid had genuinely thought he was the real Thousand Tricks, but that misunderstanding was quickly cleared up. The real Thousand Tricks of preterhuman artifice couldn't possibly be so naive. This was when Kool came up with the idea for bereaving souls. Krahi had powers on par with the real Thousand Tricks, whereas Kool was very short on strength. However, Krahi lacked basic knowledge regarding the world of treasure hunting, meaning Kool could be of use to him. He just hadn't imagined that Krahi was the sort to charge headlong into danger. Krahi was strong. He was courageous, able to fight, fairly intelligent, and most of all, he had an all-too-intense passion for heroism. By the time the other bereavers had realized this, it was too late to back down. So came about the strongest party. Bereaving souls, led by the thousand-fold Dirigics. Kool-Aid and the others did their best to plan their travels so as to reduce their chances of running into the real party. Krahi, however, wasn't easy to control. If people were suddenly attacked by monsters to the east, he would head there post-haste and start shooting bolts. If there were rumors of bandits to the west, he would head there and start shooting bolts. To top it all off, he refused to accept payment. Not only that, he frequently made charitable donations. It would be stranger if rumors didn't start circulating. This affected the others as well, bringing them excess attention and constricting their behavior. Only Kutri continued to get up to shenanigans on her own, but even she exercised restraint. The real grieving souls didn't have the best reputation, so some bad attention only made it all the harder to tell which party was the real one. All hunters had the right to be remunerated for their work, so turning down payment wasn't necessarily a benevolent thing to do. If Krahi flouted tradition, some people might expect other hunters to do the same. If they continued to work for nothing, it could lead to the association wanting to have a word with them, and it could even result in bereaving souls being exposed for the frauds they were.
I guess the line between morons and champions really is paper thin. But we gotta do something about this, or we're gonna be screwed. Well, if we run into the real ones, Krahi will probably be forgiven. He's not trying to fool anyone after all. Maybe we should just go ahead and disband?
But Cry is so thrilled to have comrades. I don't want to imagine what he might say if we tried to disband.
These three weren't nearly talented enough to fight alongside someone like Krahi. Their party existed only because Krahi wanted it to, which under more normal circumstances would be a stroke of good luck for them.
Exactly. If we tried to split up, he'd take it super hard. And that means we have to dumpster the idea? God damn, I walk among saints.
No, it's just that looking at him tugs at my conscience, like we're definitely going to hell if we betray him.
Sure, but where does that leave us? We can try to keep our distance from the real ones, but we're right to fear them. They're much bigger freaks than Krahi.
Yeah! We gotta find some way to rein Krahi in!
That was the issue. Krahi was fairly powerful, but the real one was far more accomplished than Kool-Aid had initially realized. He had never met the real Thousand Tricks in person, but he had heard the rumors. It wasn't just that the real one was formidable, he had a whole party of renowned hunters. Bereaving souls could never win against them, it would hardly even be a fight. Cooley's chest ached when he imagined what might happen if Krahi found out about their fraud. He stood up and sighed.
We've got no better options. We'll continue with Operation Sister Enlistment.
We're gonna find him an adoring little sister so we can cancel one evil with another. You were serious about that. It's better than doing nothing, right? Though I don't think it'll really work. How can you call yourself the protean sortie when nothing's gone according to plan? And what we gonna do for our dearest big brother?
Even among grieving souls, and some smart is quite famous and has a distinct appearance. He won't be easy to copy.
If we have to, maybe we can just find a small guy.
And get exposed immediately? Kutri, we're not doing this as a joke.
Excuse me if I forgot. Are you even trying to look like the other guy? The real one's a swordsman, so you could at least carry a blade around with you. You're screwing up as much as any of us.
Kool-Aid ignored her provocations and clenched his fist.
We might not find an answer, but I'm sure things will go fine on the Lucia front. I hear the real one is quite fond of his sister, and with Cry's good looks, we shouldn't have any trouble finding someone willing to play the part. I'm sure he'll start to take it easy if he has a top-tier sister.
Kutri and Isaby looked at each other and sighed.
Top-tier sister, we're just digging ourselves into a deeper hole. After we dyed our hair to match, I'm not sure we are in any position to talk.
Interests, upbringings, birthplaces, appearances, everything about them was different. But in this one moment, they looked like they might actually be siblings. Kool-Aid endured their looks of exasperation and adjusted his glasses.
Your petty villainy isn't going to work either. Vice won't work on Krahi. We're searching for a pure-hearted sister, one he can take anywhere and will keep him under control.
We're supposed to be the villains. Kulaisikul is trying to call me a scoundrel. Why can't you at least try and resemble the real swordsman?
Enough about me.
While the members of Bereaving Souls argued, an exceptionally powerful bolt struck nearby. Their adventures had only just begun. Relics, gifts from the past made from mana material. In that era of rich magical energy, relics were constantly being brought back from treasure vaults. Some hunters would enter vaults with the intention of training the minds and bodies, but it's relics that enabled the golden age of treasure hunting. These vestiges of past civilizations had powers unobtainable through modern technology, making them valued by many. There were countries that had been able to expand thanks to the power of a single relic. In fact, the Zabrudian Empire's prosperity was in part thanks to the national treasure known as Tears of Truth. Chance played a very large role in determining which relic you might obtain. The possibility of obtaining a powerful item made treasure hunting a profession for dreamers. But were all relics useful? The answer would be no. The vast majority of them had useless capabilities and were referred to as things like trash or junk. Some of these had powers without even the most situational utility. Some were just simple tools without any powers at all, and then there were those with negative effects. However, because relics were generally quite sturdy, swords and shields without any other distinguishing traits still fetched high prices. Similarly, items with negative traits, cursed items as they were called, were sometimes bought for eye-bulging sums. Don't ask what for. That a relic's value wasn't necessarily tied to its utility was just another point that made the trade an interesting one. Now, previously, I showed some sword-type relics. This time I'll show something of a different nature. They were certain to puzzle whoever discovered them and caused hunters more trouble than any other type out there. I'll be introducing entertainment variety relics. Though there was no concrete definition for entertainment variety, any relic that was fun but had no practical purpose could probably fall under this category. A treasure hunter's ideal. Relic was something that aided their adventures, but non-hunters were different, all the more so when it came to rich merchants and nobles. A good weapon-type relic could make a trip across town much safer, and something that enabled long-distance communication like a sounding stone was imperative for doing business or managing land. While it baffled many treasure hunters, entertainment variety, relics could sometimes sell for a higher price than something with more utility. For those that have everything, the only thing they can want for is entertainment. The wealthy were fascinated by any relics that were rare, all the more so if they offered a glance into the life of a previous civilization. They were always on the hunt for an item that caught their fancy, and used their vast pockets to buy up what they wanted. The first relic I'd like to introduce is a picture type that was known as moving image. I'm sure the name says it all. They appeared to be framed paintings, but its depictions moved about freely. That's it, and nothing more. There were some picture types that could do things like suck people inside them, but moving images didn't do anything that special. A little animation might sound trivial, but they were actually valuable cultural artifacts, making them one of the most popular entertainment types out there, loved by aficionados all over the world. Prices could fluctuate wildly depending on the size and contents, making it hard for hunters to estimate how much their find might be worth. Amazingly, there were tales of moving images going for billions of guild. Perhaps it would be better if hunters had thought of them as works of art and not as relics. I should mention that the moving part isn't limited to the boundaries of the painting. Most elements were content to stay within their frames, but there were times when things accidentally slipped out. These lost elements couldn't be touched, and even researchers were split on how exactly to classify them. You had to be careful, because if an element ran out of mana while beyond the confines of their painting, they'd never be able to return. There was a popular tale of one of the most famous moving images, Dance at Daybreak. It was a dreamlike depiction of a crowd of nobles dancing in faint darkness, and as the story went, every time its charge reached zero, the number of partygoers decreased a bit. Eventually, it became a sad event with very few attendees remaining. Should an element leave their frame, your best option was to make sure the relic's charge never fully depleted and wait patiently for the wanderer to return. Residents of the paintings didn't go far and usually went home at some point or another. If you wanted to avoid losing any of the people in your moving images, you would be best to refrain from charging them at all. Even if nobody left the frame, once you activated a moving image, the picture would never be the same again. I heard some fanatics would keep their moving images charged until they got a scene to their liking. The world of moving images was one of many possibilities. For instance, if you activated multiple images in close proximity, the residents would mix and mingle in very interesting manners. Similarly, there were the derivative moving puzzles. Though they might not have had any meaning, there was no denying the fun to be had with them. They were definitely worth taking the opportunity to experiment with. I, too, once owned a moving image. However, I tried turning it face down while active, and the contents all fell out, leaving me with a blank canvas. Now then, as I'm sure you've guessed, the trade of entertainment variety relics was largely supported by powerful devotees. However, what I've got next was a rare example of something adored not just by connoisseurs, but by hunters and common people alike. I'm talking about animal affinity. It was a headband-type relic, one with animal ears attached to it. There were many varieties of this relic, and wearing it gave you ears and a tail similar to the relevant animal. If it had cat ears, you would get cat ears and a cat tail. If it had dog ears, then you would get dog ears and a matching tail, and so on and so on. Unfortunately, the added appendages were purely cosmetic. You couldn't touch them, nor would you gain their abilities or be able to understand what a real animal was thinking. Hence the designation as an entertainment type. If I had to note one interesting thing about this relic, that would be its charm. The tails and ears couldn't be moved at will, but they would move on their own in accordance with their wearer's feelings. This adorable feature earned Animal Affinity many fans, even among hunters, and made the number of them on the market comparatively small relative to the number found. I once learned of a popular cafe in which all the staff wore an Animal Affinity. The Animal Affinity Cafe was a splendid example of this relic's potential, but I feel the need to add that it was opened by a hunter extremely fond of Animal Affinity, and the establishment was the fruit of their obsession. The price of this relic, by the way, could vary depending on the animal in question. The most popular forms were cats and dogs, but some varieties could be bought for very little. If you were just interested in it for the novelty, you were best off going with a cheaper variant. Personally, I was the owner of a black cat affinity. I tried to donate it to the aforementioned Animal Affinity Cafe, but they refused the offer. The world of entertainment variety relics really was a tricky one. By the way, out of personal interest, I once tried putting one of these headbands on a matching animal and… I'm digressing. Though there's still a mountain's worth of entertainment variety relics I could introduce, I'll make this the final one, so I don't risk boring anyone. This last one was my favorite of all. It was a doll-type relic called Archaic Dancer. It's an item that was known to anyone with an interest in this field. It's hard to give a concise explanation of what it did, but if I had to try, I'd describe it as a clay doll that could sing and dance. That might make it sound like something trite, and sure enough, my little sister whacked me when she learned how much I had shelled out for mine. However, from its endearing form to its humorous dances to its voice evocative of the chaos of the past, this doll was sure to offer a healing presence for anyone exhausted by our modern society. Like the previous two relics, Archaic Dancers came in myriad varieties. It was said that no two were completely alike. Some danced, some sang, some did both. And generally, the greater a doll's repertoire, the higher it would sell for. However, since voices and routines varied, it was hard to appraise value on the breadth of abilities alone. Archaic Dancers were generally found in treasure vaults level 6 or higher, which means they were among powerful phantoms and appeared alongside much more practical relics. Sadly, this meant these dolls were often left behind. Now, I've mentioned that they could sing and dance, but there was actually another feature, a hidden one. If you put multiple dolls together, they would sing in a chorus. Just watching one was already enjoyable, but when you activated multiple, they would synchronize and put on a splendid, unified performance. Once, in a sight too great for words, a collector of Archaic Dancers gathered about a few dozen together and made a little orchestra. That orchestra included dancers from my very own collection. The only downside of these relics was their price. As they often got left in vaults and came in a large variety, a truly fine doll could cost enough to make your eyes leap from their sockets. If you wanted to collect a large number, you had to be prepared to spend your life working towards that goal. Now that I've had the opportunity to introduce 3 of the best entertainment variety relics, what do you think? With entertainment variety having no solid definition, items of all powers and forms fit under this tent. Some relics just needed a little work before you could find a use for them. As we've seen, items with abilities like those of animal affinities weren't anything extraordinary, but people managed to sell them by marketing their fun value. At that point, it was hard to really write them off as useless. Currently, relics are mostly appraised on their practical value. Treasure hunters could only bring back so many items from a treasure vault, so anything that couldn't be considered useful was left behind. Meanwhile, the vast majority of parties prioritized even unknown relics over entertainment varieties. However, I found this to be a bit of a shame. It's true that these items weren't of any use during a hunt, but I didn't think that was necessarily such a bad thing, because they required mana, were expensive, and had powers on the extravagant side. Relics were something far removed from the lives of ordinary people. One survey organization found that 90% of people not involved in hunting or related businesses had never used a relic before. Their lack of practical uses made entertainment variety relics a good choice as a present, an asset which could turn them into a bridge connecting hunters and civilians. Even the most daring hunters had to retire eventually. Weapons and armor were often passed down to children or apprentices, but I felt that an entertaining relic was a perfect keepsake to remind one of their own career. Relaxation is another important part of life. As a collector, it brought me great joy anytime I could inspire someone out there to take an interest in entertainment variety relics, or at least become a little less likely to cast them aside. Droplets of sweat fell between the plethora of spikes. Her fingers trembled as they gripped one of the protrusions. Mana material enhanced people per their desires, but the road to strength was still a long one. Tino's shade had a small and nimble body, a must-have for thieves, but standing upside down while supporting her body with just her index fingers and thumbs was no easy task. If she faltered for even a moment, she would lose her balance and fall onto a floor of spikes. The thought of becoming full of holes was enough to make anyone nervous. The spike floor was a training implement thought up by her master. But while it was his idea, City had been the one to bring it to life. The metal spikes had already wounded many, and reeked with an unremovable scent of blood. As Tino moved from one spike to another, all while remaining upside down, she heard some grumbling voices nearby.
You seriously don't have a clue? We know some of them.
Fox is a very unique organization. Until a few years ago, nobody even knew that was what they called themselves.
Lizzie sat down and grumbled to herself.
How the hell does a group like that get so big? Fucking hell, this would be so much easier if Crybaby hadn't disposed of Town.
Well, what's done is done. If it weren't for Cry, we never would have learned that Town was a fox in the first place.
Tino, however, still noticed her rueful tone. They were in a gloomy training ground built underground beneath the clan house. In the center of the floor was a tube large enough for a person to easily fit inside. The top half was made of dense glass sealed at the top. The bottom was some sort of machine with a spiral-shaped blade. Near the base were shiny metal handles. She didn't know what it was used for, but apparently Ensi had brought it back from Night Palace. Grieving souls would do anything if it made them stronger. Lizzie, of course, underwent rigorous training, but the other members had also done things like making their own special tools or inventing spells from scratch. She had seen a plethora of things that all seemed like they would undoubtedly make someone stronger. And it was probably in the name of avoiding these insane methods that nobody else was in the training room at the moment. Different approaches worked for different people, and anyone with a nose for danger had a natural aversion to the regimens of grieving souls. And what purpose could traversing a floor of spikes serve? The same doubts had once crossed Tino's mind, but she quickly banished those thoughts from her mind. She had to, or else she wouldn't be able to concentrate on not falling onto the spikes.
Maybe we should ask him just to be sure. I don't like that they swung at us and still live to tell about it. We need to strike at their heart.
Remember, Cry doesn't concern himself with small matters. Even a massive secret organization is still a grade lower than a treasure vault that's home to gods. Though, I must say I find the organization the more interesting of the two.
Tino's master and his party had all returned to the Imperial capital a few days ago. She hadn't been part of the escort job, so she didn't know exactly what had happened, but it sounded like they had fought another big bad guy. Listening to them, Tino had heard about the Emperor, bad things about the knights that protected him, and various bits of information she probably wasn't supposed to know. The only quests Tino's master took were ones that a level 4 like her could never even attempt. As far as she knew, those quests almost never went as planned, which implied her master never took simple jobs. Thoughts like these made Tino wonder if the day she joined Grieving Souls would ever come. She wanted to put it out of her mind and dedicate herself to her training. But that wasn't easy when a thief was supposed to be constantly aware of their surroundings. No matter how much time passed, Tino never got used to Lizzie's training, and reprieves only made it harder to come back.
Agreed. It sounds like he snagged another fun quest. You think he'll let us handle it? T, catch!
A hastily made treasure box came her way. Still upside down, Tino reached out and caught it. The sudden movement caused her to wobble, but by clamping down with her fingers and moving her legs, she managed to keep her balance. I caught it. If she hadn't, severe punishments surely would have awaited her.
T, open that! While in that position, now that you've gotten used to the spiked floor, we'll call it there. If you succeed...
Like this. How?
Tino looked at the small treasure box in her hand. It weighed a bit and was most likely locked. Lock-picking was a necessary skill for a thief, and this would normally be easy after all Tino had undergone. But what was she supposed to do with both her hands occupied? She desperately tried to come up with something.
What do you mean, how cool? You've got your legs, don't you? What do you think they're there for?
Not for opening treasure boxes. Lizzie's frigid glare stopped any protest Tino wanted to make. She fought back, her tears got her breath under control, and, making sure to keep her balance, removed her shoes and stockings. Her lockpicks were at her waist, so she couldn't reach them without using her hands. Instead, she contorted her body and used her toes to retrieve the needle she kept hidden in her hair. Now she just had to somehow put the needle in her mouth and get it in the keyhole. She tried to keep herself as light as possible, but her fingers were beginning to hurt. She made efforts to stay flexible, but her body ached as she tried to shift it around. She ignored the pain and carefully attempted to change her center of gravity.
T sure has become durable.
What did you expect? Crybaby and I have been training her. She's not like those assholes who only rely on mana material.
Tino didn't see any problem with relying on mana material a bit more. Developing skills was important, but mana material was the most important thing in the world of treasure hunting. Regularly absorbing mana material within treasure vaults was what made hunters so powerful. It could make all the difference for someone's basic attributes. Though, technically, mana material couldn't get you anything you couldn't get through rigorous training.
Have you ever had to open a treasure box above a floor of spikes?
Well, no harm in learning, right? Besides, the spiked floor was Crybaby's idea.
Master is God. Master is God. Tino told herself as she somehow got the needle from her toes to her mouth. She heard a clunking noise. The weird glass thing was moving, and City was crouched down next to it. She walked over to Tino, and just as she was about to get the needle into the keyhole, City held out a vial containing a dark brown liquid.
Here, T, would you give this a try? It's an experimental experience potion.
City, T isn't your test subject. If you want to test your stuff, then go find some criminals or something. What if you break T?
Don't be like that. It should work. In theory, I believe. T, to put it simply, this is liquid mana material extracted from the corpses of phantoms from Night Palace. As a vapor, you lose some mana material to evaporation, but with this you can directly absorb high concentrations. Efficient, don't you think?
Tina was horrified. It was very possible City was committing experiments regarding the manipulation of mana material. One of Zebrudia's 10 capital crimes, Noctis Cochlear, the fallen sage who had conducted experiments in White Wolf's den, had supposedly been exiled for his thesis regarding this field. If just writing a paper could get you chased out, then making liquid mana surely warranted the death penalty. Of course, Lizzie's ideas always ran afoul of the law, but this was a different magnitude.
If you absorb more mana material, your sense of balance and dexterity will improve. You'll easily gain the power you need. How about it? Though I'll warn you, the concentration might be too high. That could prove deadly.
Tino rapidly shook her head. She could never tell when City was being serious and when she was joking, which always troubled her.
Is that a no? Well, Cry's taken quite a liking to you. With any luck, I'll be able to find more test subjects elsewhere.
The door swung open. Whether this was good timing or not was debatable. Huh? Just you three? Damn Ark. That fop is never around when I need him most. Tino, what are you doing? Tino's concentration was destroyed. She quickly turned her head in the direction of the voice, throwing off her center of gravity. The needle fell from her mouth. She dropped the treasure box and tried to press her hand against the floor.
Nice! You really threw T off there.
You never know what might happen in a battle, so adaptability is indispensable.
As the smart sisters beamed at me, Tino rolled around in pain after having fallen onto a floor of spikes. Her wounds immediately healed thanks to a potion Citri had sprinkled onto her. All I could do was stand there and smile. Ah, yeah, uh-huh. It wasn't my place since I didn't have talents like theirs, but I had been starting to find Tino's training a little dubious. Seeing her upside down over a floor of spikes might have given me a heart attack if it had happened at night. What's training like this even supposed to accomplish? After being pierced and now soaked with a healing potion, Tino looked at me spitefully. Right, do any of you know where Ark is? I've been asked to train the Imperial Princess, and once again I can't find him. This was just like when I'd been asked to escort the Emperor, and also like the investigation into White Wolf's den. Ark's unwanted absence rate was skyrocketing.
Huh? The Imperial Princess? Like of Zeebruda?
Cray, you going to be mentoring the Imperial Princess?
It occurred to me that while I had already talked to Lucia about it, this was news to these three. That's how it ended up. Not that it really matters. I don't plan to do any teaching. Vexingly, I couldn't find Ark or Sven or any notable parties. I might have been able to contact Starlight, but entrusting the Imperial Princess to noble spirits was way too risky. Not to mention Zeebrudia was a nation that respected the sword more than the spell. And I got this as thanks, so I couldn't exactly say no. I pulled out the ticket and Citri looked astounded. I'd never seen a ticket until this one was in my hands, but I guess things were different for people in the know.
Is that a ticket to the Supreme Warrior Festival? Are you gonna be part of it? No fair! I want to give it a go!
And no, I won't be participating. I'll just be watching.
You won't? But this is a participation ticket.
What?
Oh, I get it. Indeed, watching from inside the ring would be better than from the audience.
Hold on. That's some novel reasoning there. I looked at my ticket again. The glimmering platinum wasn't engraved with any information. It didn't even say anywhere that this was for the Supreme Warrior Festival. The only thing readily apparent was that it was something special. I closed my eyes and thought back to my conversation with the Emperor.
And what to do for payment? Not only are you training Marina, but I think your performance protecting me warrants more than just a carpet. I can't let you go without paying you sufficiently. Tell me what it is you desire.
No need, sire. There's very little I can do in regards to training the Imperial Princess, and I believe I've already been paid appropriately for protecting you. With payment comes responsibility. Getting paid better would increase the expectations placed on me. Not to mention Chris had done all the heavy lifting during the trip to Towie's-Ant.
You're as humble as Lord Gladys said you are, but I must give you something.
The Emperor looked perplexed, but Franz had an idea.
I'll put aside my doubts about his claims of being able to do little for Her Imperial Highness, Your Imperial Majesty. Why not give this man one of the tickets? For the Supreme Warrior Festival? Indeed, we have some left, but it doesn't feel like enough. However, that ticket provides a chance for great honors. And as Princess Marina's tutor, providing the 1,000 tricks with one of these tickets will also indirectly benefit her.
Franz gave me a meaningful look. I just smiled and nodded without thinking. I didn't know exactly what he was talking about, but it sounded fine enough. My friends all wanted to go to the Supreme Warrior Festival. But more importantly, a lighter payment gave me room to make excuses if anything went wrong. That would be wonderful. I've always wanted to go to the Supreme Warrior Festival. I couldn't ask for anything more than this.
Very well. I don't feel this is truly enough, but I'll respect your wishes. Now that you've made your choice, I assume feats of valor will be on display?
Feats of valor. Feats of valor? No way! I shook my head. Our time on the road should have made it clear to the Emperor how much I preferred to avoid combat. Besides, granting someone the right to participate in a vicious combat tournament featuring world-class fighters was a bizarre way to show gratitude. Sure, I should have taken the time to make sure I knew exactly what it was I was getting, but he hadn't said anything about, wait, is this what Franz meant when he mentioned this being to the princess's benefit?
I'd better hurry up and get my hands on my ticket. Later, crybaby.
Lizzie, get one for me too. She's already gone.
I told myself to calm down, deciding to assume that this wasn't a participation ticket. Even if I hadn't been thinking straight, there's no way I would do something like accidentally suggest I wanted to take part in the Supreme Warrior Festival. And giving a participation ticket to someone who avoided combat isn't a reward. It's harassment.
As I recall, there are seats for the friends and relatives of participants. However, those are separate from normal tickets. The Supreme Warrior Festival is known for prioritizing the wishes of its fighters.
Unfortunately, there was no way the omnipotent Sea-Tree would mistake a participation ticket for a spectator's. So then what was the meaning of this? We had an empire where strength was lauded, an imperial princess worried over luck that wasn't even that bad, and I had been tasked with training her. Then we had the words of Franz and the emperor. It seemed there was only one reasonable conclusion. So if I'm right, they want me to get the imperial princess to fight in the tournament? That emperor of ours comes up with some insane ideas.
What do you mean?
I knew the Empire was a place that valued results above all else, but now the Emperor was asking me to prepare his daughter for the Supreme Warrior Festival. Well, this was the same guy who had been unfazed after being attacked by a brood of frigid dragons. It seemed the rumors of his strength and mettle were true. Many nobles of the time excelled in martial arts because their bloodlines were made up of people with natural talents for absorbing mana material. But in an event as large as the Supreme Warrior Festival, it took more than just raw talent to win, so most nobles stayed out of it. But there were still some who gave it a shot. Could I have been wrong? Is this going to be a lot more trouble than I imagined? When's the tournament?
It's not for another month.
Having recovered, Tino pulled herself up and said,
Master, is something wrong?
Now wasn't the time for worrying. That might be enough, just barely.
What might, Master? What might, Master?
Training the Imperial Princess would have been simple. All I had to do was hand her off to a hunter I could rely on. But getting her to a level where she could compete in the Supreme Warrior Festival would be much more challenging. That is to say, I was fairly certain it would be impossible. This was a tournament that decided who was the strongest in the world. Sure, the Imperial Princess came from a long line of warriors, but she was still, well, the Imperial Princess. Meanwhile, her opponents would be killing machines who lived to fight because that was the one thing they found meaning in. Some training might make her better equipped to handle her bad luck, but facing down a killing machine was out of the question. Fighting just wasn't the role of the Imperial Princess. This was about 5 magnitudes greater than the sort of training I had originally imagined. This seemed like too much even for Ark. Did the Emperor have nothing but muscles in his skull? Still, I figured the Emperor didn't expect his daughter to actually win the tournament. He was a smart man. If he wanted Princess Marina to place first, then using his influence to manipulate the tournament was a better method than trying to make her win fairly. Whatever the case, I was now in a battle against time. I didn't know if I could live up to the Emperor's expectations, but I had to do my best. It was a real shame that Ark wasn't anywhere to be found, but the strongest warriors aren't always the best trainers.
Mentoring the Imperial Princess? To what level?
A high enough level that she can win the Supreme Warrior Festival, I suppose.
Is there a deadline?
Probably about a month.
That quickly. That sounds impossible for you, and you're called a preter-human artificer.
I agreed with her. Even if I were capable of preter-human artifice, this would be a difficult job.
Even after training under Lizzie for multiple years, the Supreme Warrior Festival might be, too much for me. Though that could change if I use that mask.
That's it. We can have the Imperial Princess wear Evolve Greed. Brilliant idea, Tino.
Huh? Master is God. Master is God. Master is God.
But this raised new issues. That mask had no effect on me, and the same might be true for the Imperial Princess. There was also the distant possibility that she might run rampant like Eclair had. Citri took a glance at the potion in her hand, then at Tino muttering on the floor, then at me.
Very well. Might you leave this to me? I have an idea.
Are you certain it'll work?
No, but there's something I'd like to try, and I'd like to help as I wasn't able to do much during the Fox incident.
Something you'd like to try? Well, I don't see what choice I have. I didn't have any brilliant ideas, and relying on Citri was 100 times better than just finding some hunter.
Master? It might not be my place, but cities.
Citri gave Tino a cold glare.
E.
I was sure it would all work out. Citri would let me know if something wasn't feasible for her, and I was sure the Emperor understood the unreasonable nature of his request. And since my party members were the reason I had become a level 8, it was only natural that I rely on grieving souls. If that did lead to reputational damage for me, that was a good thing as far as I was concerned. Justifications established. I was, once again, on fire. Then, I'll leave it to you. Oh, not that you need me to remind you, but just make sure she doesn't die.
Everything will be fine. Working with T has made me an expert in that regard. Oh, the chance to study the blood of the Imperial family. How wonderful.
Will everything really be fine? I'm trusting you, Citri. Well then, I'm a bit busy, so I'll be going. Start getting ready. I'll call you once the Imperial Princess arrives.
Certainly. Leave everything to me, your dear Citri. Oh, T, why don't you join us? You two can compete and encourage each other. It'll be 2 birds with 1 stone. And while we're at it, we can drag Lucy along as well. Master.
Everything will be fine. Just fine. I believe in Citri, the prodigy. While Citri muttered to herself as though in a trance and Tino looked at me like a puppy left out in the rain, I left the training room. I was in my office, polishing my relics when the door swung open, and in came our resident sword maniac.
Cry, is it true you're going to be in the Supreme Warrior Festival?
Huh, where'd you hear that?
From Citri. She asked me to help with some training or something. But how could you do this? Why didn't you tell me?
Luke liked swordsmen more than anything else in the world. He liked them so much that if he saw one who looked strong, he would suddenly start swinging at them. But that didn't mean his tastes were limited to swordsmen. Luke Sickle was a man who appreciated anyone who could offer a good fight. As a swordsman, he had a special affinity for other wielders of the blade, but he would try to cut any mighty person whether they were a thief, magus, or something else. In other words, he was a bloodthirsty maniac. Of course he was interested in a Supreme Warrior Festival. It sounded like Citri was serious about training the Imperial Princess, if she had offered to let Luke help. He didn't seem like the type to hold back even for the daughter of the highest authority in the land, increasing my anxiety all the more. And I thought I had said I wasn't participating, so why did he think otherwise? No, I'm not going to be fighting. I'm just going to watch. I got a ticket from the Emperor. You wanted to see it, didn't you? Are you free? I saw no harm in taking a break from fighting and just sitting on the sidelines once in a while. Luke screwed up his face in contemplation before eventually reaching his decision.
I appreciate the thought, Cry, but I'd rather join the fighting than spectate it.
You would?
I've still got a long way to go. I can't even cut through dimensions. But I'm sure there's something to be gained by fighting strong opponents to the death. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, that sure sounds like something you'd say. He and Liz were both driven by homicidal urges, though I was pretty sure the tournament fights weren't actually death matches. But I don't know how you might get in. Tickets for spectators were for sale to the public, but the right to participate wasn't on the market. Did this mean Liz wasn't going to find her way in either? I wasn't finding myself very motivated, but Luke apparently was.
I know how. Invitations are sent to famous warriors and those who place well at regional tournaments.
So there's nothing you can do. The Supreme Warrior Festival wasn't far off, so I was fairly certain about this. Luke nodded to himself.
So basically, I just need to cut down someone who does have a ticket, then they'll drop theirs.
What? Does that work? No? No, I can't see how that could possibly work. I wasn't quite sure if this kill and take what you want mindset was a part of Hunter Brain or not. How had he ended up this insane when we had both been raised in the same place? I wanted to complain to Luke's master, but that guy had far more right to complain to me than I did to him. He could tell me that I needed to do something about my childhood friend, and he would be completely right. I was wondering how to calm Luke down when he shouted,
I gotta get moving. I've got an idea of where I can start cutting.
By the time I said, he was already gone. Being a bad listener was one of Luke's faults. He was even more powerful than Liz in that regard, since she was good at using her head, even if she couldn't use it in any sensible way. I told myself it would be fine. Luke's sword was wooden, and he was well known among the right people. I just had to believe that whoever he attacked would be able to defend themselves. It then occurred to me that with the way things were going, I might be the only person not to join the tournament. Lucia could be surprisingly competitive, and if everyone else was going, then Nsem would follow. It looks like this is already out of my control. No, don't think negatively. Look at it the other way. Did I really need to take control? Their behavior left room for improvement, but their strength was genuine. While I wasn't fit for my level, their levels weren't fit for them. I didn't necessarily think any of them could win first place in something like the Supreme Warrior Festival, but I believed they could do well. I had planned to watch the tournament with them, but cheering them on sounded just fine. If they actually won something, that would be great for their future, and nothing could make me happier as their friend. It wasn't what I had expected, but I was still too giddy to stay seated. I'll bring the whole clan to cheer them on. Pardon me, Cry. The mounted Crimson Dragon is complete. Eva looked at me.
Is something the matter?
And no, it's nothing. I quickly returned to my seat, embarrassed that Eva had seen me like that. Just as Princess Marina had heard, the First Steps clan house was a very modern building that didn't exhibit any of the vulgarity associated with hunters. Rumor had it that their clan master, the Thousand Tricks, had it built to withstand any possible calamity. And sure enough, this clan house had been attacked by bandits multiple times but showed no signs of collapsing. Having already overcome numerous attacks and being regularly occupied by upcoming young hunters like the Argent Thunderstorm Arc, Rodon, meant this was probably among the safest places in the imperial capital. And on the top floor was the Thousand Tricks, a man who had gotten the better of agents of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox. It was possible this building was safer than the imperial castle. Dressed inconspicuously, Princess Marina looked up at the building from beneath her hood.
Your Imperial Highness, it's not too late to withdraw. I'm sure His Imperial Majesty will respect your wishes. We'll do everything we can to protect you, but we're still dealing with barbaric hunters. Anything could happen.
Marina thought it over. Her lessons from the Thousand Tricks were top secret. She couldn't bring many guards, and Franz couldn't be there to protect her like he usually did. The guards with her were capable, but there were still only 2 of them. The clan had been named First Steps in the hope that it would be the start of something great for its members. Even after becoming a first-rate clan, the allure offered by that name continued to draw in lines of new hunters hoping to join. Surely, this plan was the first step towards something better for Princess Marina. The 1,000 trials were said to be conducted with the subject's improvement in mind, and made so they were still possible, albeit just barely. Perhaps overcoming one of these trials would give her the power to conquer her bad luck. Karen carefully opened the door, and Princess Marina came face to face with something that caused her to yell in spite of herself. Her guards moved to shield her, as though it was perfectly natural for it to be there. A dragon head with bulging eyes decorated the entrance. Marina stood frozen in place for a few seconds before she realized there was no body attached to the head.
It's taxidermied. They decorated a place like this with a dragon head. That's, ostentatious. You never see things like this for sale. Something as rare as a dragon is usually taken apart for materials.
The mounted head looked like it might start moving at any moment. Definitely not a fake. Not even the imperial castle was furnished with a taxidermied dragon, nor had anyone considered it in all likelihood. Perhaps this was proof that these people really were among the strongest treasure hunters in the imperial capital.
Tomorrow, I was supposed to have my qualification exam for an advanced composite spirit staff.
The respect that came with being a high-level hunter allowed our carriage to pass inspections and get out on the road quickly. Only a few hours had elapsed since I had met with the Abyssal Inferno, and I didn't think even she would expect me to act this quickly. Outside, I could hear the thunderous stomping of Nsem running alongside the carriage. He was good at reducing the sound of his footfalls, but there was only so much you could do when you were that heavy. With him at our side, most monsters would steer clear of us. Even supposedly fearless phantoms would run at the sight of us. I finally let myself relax a bit. It felt like every recent trip I had taken had flown by so quickly. Eva's coordination skills weren't to be underestimated. It seemed like things worked out whenever I asked her to do something. But was it really okay for us to just take the Imperial Princess with us? She had only come to the clan house to talk. Sure, I had already talked to the Emperor about further training, but we hadn't settled on a date. The Imperial Princess and her 2 companions had been oddly willing to endure running alongside the carriage. It seemed the Emperor had been telling the truth when he said that Marina had become more enthusiastic about training. Why were you arranging things like that right before the tournament?
You're the one who suddenly brought up the tournament. Oh.
Maybe because it was just the two of us in the carriage, she acted without her usual restraint.
And I have also missed the lecture I was supposed to attend in exchange for being allowed to participate. Oh, what's my mentor going to say? You really need to give me more advance notice. Like now, you just suddenly said we're now
Yeah,
For heaven's sake, listen to me.
So, my brushing off methods don't work? I knew you wouldn't be that easy.
Everyone has plans. Luke was supposed to kill a dragon tomorrow to pay for his entry ticket. City and Liz also.
Wait, should he really be here then? Luke and the other members of his school were regularly asked to exterminate dangerous creatures. The reason he got away with cutting so many people was that he had cut slightly more monsters than humans. If he had such an important commitment, he could have just met up with us later. That's what Eva and the other clan members planned to do. You guys give me too much priority. I'll be fine as long as you're with me.
There, heavens say.
Don't gripe. I need you. Someone has to charge my relics.
Likewise, I was forced to shove off. I mean, entrust a scheduled experiment to Talia, though I suppose that's fine. My work there isn't the center of my focus right now. I'd hate it if my current project were to be interrupted, but I suppose I can continue it in Crate.
It sounded like everyone was busy. They sure had their priorities mixed up. They should have been aware that my invitation was a spur-of-the-moment thing. So why had they been so willing to accept it? But I wasn't going to apologize, because I didn't think they wanted that. It was gratitude they were hoping for. Come to think of it, where's Eliza?
Liz said she spotted her earlier today.
Eliza went where she pleased. At least it sounded like she was doing fine. I yawned and enjoyed the tranquility. I was in the clear until I returned to the Imperial capital after the Supreme Warrior Festival. Maybe I would just stay in another town until everything subsided. But then something occurred to me. They might follow me. They would, wouldn't they? Arnold did it. Why wouldn't Gark and the Abyssal Inferno try the same thing? I had been assuming I'd be safe once I got away from the Imperial capital. Not only that, I had forgotten to make sure Eva kept her lips sealed. This was bad. And to make matters worse, I didn't like what I was hearing outside.
Run faster. Don't drag your feet, Princess.
While we're at it, why not do some combat training?
The Imperial Princess didn't even cry out. After a few hours of travel, right when I was starting to get used to the clamor outside, a familiar repugnant smell was carried in by the breeze. Lucia closed her book and stuck her head out the window. I looked outside and saw it immediately. Far off in the direction we were heading, a town was burning. Pillars of black smoke rose from the ground.
A jab! Give me a jab!
What nice scenery.
I gave up on a chance to fight a dragon to be here.
You didn't give it up. You're shirking it.
More than a dragon. Give something better than a dragon. Smon! Give me a dragon that can use a sword.
Smon, Princess. It's time for a real battle.
It's over. Please forgive me, God. The footfalls began to fade. It seemed they were going on ahead. Without saying anything, Lucia grabbed her staff and exited the carriage. Very reliable, my little sister. So why's this place burning?
You're just always picking places that are on fire.
Preposterous,
But now, let's start with putting that out.
Lucia said as the bracelets on her wrists began to glow. Clouds gathered in the sky, and rain soon pounded against the land. The tempest, however, avoided her.
These are incredible. With Hydrogod's grace, maybe I have a shot at victory?
I looked out at the town gates and saw the fire had been taken care of. Lucia had evidently improved. She returned to the carriage and put on our party's symbol, the smiling skull mask. Seatree poked her head, and I saw that she had also put on her mask at some point.
Cry, we're entering the town. Your mask.
Right. They might have been used to wearing their masks regularly, but I wasn't, so it had slipped my mind. I didn't like being blinded, but if someone saw my face, the results could be even more troublesome. Looking back on it, making our symbol something that hid our faces had been a great decision. It would have been downright brilliant if I hadn't forgotten about the eye holes. With a sigh, I fished around in my luggage. My eyes flew open. I had forgotten my mask. Well, this is no good. I'm only our party's leader. For some reason, all I had was the mask that had been dropped by the Phantom in Peregrine Lodge. Without any other options, I put it on. How's it look?
Why are you wearing that mask? It's incredibly odd.
But it looks nicer than the other mask.
Aren't you the one who designed it?
She was quite right about that.
Can you see out of that?
Of course not. There are no eye holes. Lucia let out a deep sigh. However, I had a special solution prepared. I removed my mask and searched through my relics. I found what I was looking for, a pendant. It was designed like an eye and attached to a silver chain. This was third vision, the latest in my collection. With this I could see even if both my eyes were closed. Now I no longer needed to hold Citri or Lucia's hand while walking with the mask on. It had cost 150 million gild. I put the pendant around my neck, then the mask over my face. Despite my eyes being blocked off, I could somehow still see. It was a strange sensation, but it was better than not being able to see at all. I hope nobody thinks I was incapable of improvement. I turned around towards Lucia and saw her quickly retract her outstretched hand. While filling out the paperwork to enter the town, Citri also managed to gather some information.
After asking around, it appears people were the cause.
People. Huh. Maybe this was the influence of all my recent bad experiences. But I thought that was a lot better than phantoms or dragons.
They said some bandits had hidden themselves among a group of travelers, then simultaneously sprang into action. Apparently, it was a coordinated operation and had been carried out by a fair number of people, but it seems their plans weren't entirely thought through.
I couldn't tell how Citri felt about it, but this town was a lot bigger than that hot spring town we had been to. If these guys had been able to carry an attack, maybe they were bigger than the bandit squad that had attacked Souls. I just hoped the rest of my friends would come back soon. Except I had no idea where they had gone off to.
With so many treasure hunters around, they were certain to fail. If they had enough people to set the town afire, surely they could have put them to better use.
What a waste.
The way they set those fires suggests that harming people wasn't the main purpose.
Indeed, it seemed to be an organized effort, but their methods were so unrefined.
Yeah, Those two seemed quite used to exchanging opinions like this. Rain was still falling, but Lucia's magic prevented us from getting wet. While keeping a low profile, I kept an eye out for my friends. Then I heard a loud crash from the street ahead of us. I shivered. Citri stopped.
Scram! Rats, no! Coward's gonna stop Hanneman the Iron Arm!
Goodness. With an ear-splitting rumble, the ground shook. The paved stones broke apart and flipped over. At the center of it was a man about 60% of Ansem's size. He grasped a metal pole about 2 meters long and thicker than my arm. Pillar would probably be a more appropriate word to describe it. He was swinging it around like a stick, but it had to be too heavy for me to even lift it. The large man was immediately surrounded by guards and hunters, but he blew them away with a single swing. Ah, that must be one of the bandits.
Iron Arm? That must be self-proclaimed. Nobody has that title.
Like how Luke used to call himself the Testament Blade.
I believe he still calls himself that.
I wondered what the self-proclaimed Iron Arm's problem was as he stopped a few meters in front of us and began demolishing a building with his pillar. It seemed like he had been running from something, but now he had come to a stop for no apparent reason. He hadn't seen us, but it was only a matter of time before we would be spotted. And experience had taught me that nothing good would come from that. It was only natural. Who wouldn't attack people in suspicious masks like ours? The smiling skull design had invited a number of assailants over the years. Who even came up with that creepy design?
Smon! Smon! Face me! You pipsqueaks! Nobody can stand up to Hanneman!
So is it fair to blame the town guards for mistaking this guy for a traveler? And why's he announcing his name while going on a rampage? Good grief. If Lucia and Citri hadn't been with me, I would have just run away. The guards decided that taking the Iron Arm head-on was a bad idea, so they began to slowly encircle him. Why were they so obvious about it? Why did Luke still call himself the Testament Blade? As these thoughts crossed my mind, a blinding light enveloped the man. With his pillar still in his hands, the Iron Arm flew through the air and landed not far from where we were hiding. The guards' expressions were still. Lucia stepped out in front of me. I heard light footsteps amid the rain and turned in their direction. I saw a tall young man with a black mantle and an awe-inspiring staff. Unaffected by the rain, he stood with the calm bearing of a monarch. I couldn't help but gasp. But what stood out the most was on his face. That mask! It was a skull mask. It looked like the ones used by grieving souls, but its tasteful design lent it a far different impression. Not to mention it actually had eye holes. Honestly, I was pretty jealous when I saw it. The man hit the ground with the bottom of his staff and announced in a voice that carried even through the rain.
Is that all you've got, Iron Arm? I doubt you can still hear me, but I'll say it anyway. My name is Krahi, the thousandfold Theurgix and leader of bereaving souls.
Everyone was stunned. He had the might to strike down that large man with a single blow. He had unshakable charisma born of his regal demeanor. The guards began to whisper to each other. Is that really him? The lead soul that all those rumors are about? They say he's the strongest man in the imperial capital, and that he almost never leaves the shadows. What's he doing here? Is that really him? They say the Protean something or other appeared earlier as well. I held my breath, unable to stop myself from being swept up in their fervor. That's the real thousandfold Theurgix. That's a sweet mask. I heard an adorable scream from Lucia. That didn't happen very often.
He's real? Oh, give me a break.
Thousandfold Theurgix. That title doesn't exist. Must be self-proclaimed.
Despite his violent rage, Hanneman the Iron Arm was now out cold. As though to show he had lost interest, the thousandfold Theurgix turned with a billow of his mantle and walked away. He comported himself with pride and austerity, unconcerned with the many sets of eyes on him. He was no ordinary fellow. Even his most minute movements were refined. He was cool, he was hard-boiled. And then it finally occurred to me, was this the Krahi from Eva's list? There couldn't have been more than one real me, so there was no mistaking it. How exciting! The thousandfold Theurgix. Krahi. Is he going to be in the Supreme Warrior Festival?
So it seems.
Suddenly, Krahi turned our way. Lucia began to tremble. Eyes the color of onyx peeked out from beneath his mask. His hair was the same color. He was dampened by the rain, but that only enhanced his presence. I noticed Citri and Lucia had both removed their masks without me noticing it. I began to feel nervous.
That's a nice mask, young man.
The more I looked at him, the more certain I became that he was the real one. We shared many elements, but every bit of him was 100 times cooler than me. I recalled hearing a saying about how everyone has 3 doppelgangers. It was much more likely that I was the copy. But even saying that I resembled him felt presumptuous.
My apologies, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Are you 3 by any chance fans of mine?
That's right. Can I get your autograph?
Whoo!
But of course!
I wasn't exactly a fan of his, but I had no choice but to become one. He looked just like me and was super strong. In this situation, I would have smiled uncomfortably, but Krahi was simply nodding. That's the difference between a real one and a copy. He removed a pen and slip of paper from his pocket and wrote with a fluid motion. I was deeply impressed. At this point, I considered him so great that I could never hope to imitate him.
Here you are. This is my first time coming to this town, which makes you my first fan from here.
Thank you so much. You see, my name is Cry. Both Citri's and Lucia's eyes threatened to bulge from their sockets. Cry and Cryy. What a funny coincidence. Krahi gulped, then said,
Oh my, what a twist of fate that is.
He seemed incredibly happy. So how would he react to find that our last names were also similar? And I couldn't help but be interested.
Incredible! What a lovely twist of fate. Now, I'd love to introduce you to the rest of Bereaving Souls, but I'm afraid I've yet to meet up with them. They arrived before me, you see.
That's a shame. What sort of party are they?
Indeed. Their names aren't well known yet, but I see no reason to hide them from you. First, a swordsman of exceptional intelligence who calmly corners his foes, Kula Sekul, the Protean sortie. He's the designer of this mask and the brains of our party.
I was caught off guard. Not only did Kule sound like an upgraded Luke, but he also sounded really cool. Citri's shoulders were shaking. I hadn't seen her like this in a good long while. She always wore a cool exterior, but she actually had a really good but odd sense of humor. Meanwhile, Lucia's expression was stiff as stone. The last time I had seen her like this hadn't been that long ago, actually.
Next, a quick-witted thief. She sometimes uses her cleverness for evil, but she saved our party on a number of occasions. Elizabeth Smyatt, the Eiffel Shadow, or Isaby, as we like to call her.
Smyatt. Cute in a way. And Isaby. It seemed I wasn't the only one who had a doppelganger. It was an incredible coincidence, but it wasn't much compared to running into a treasure vault in the sky. And how could a shadow be an Eiffel? I looked at the Smyatt next to me, her head down and shoulders heaving, and asked Krahi, "Do you perhaps have an alchemist?"
That we do. Kutri Smyatt, the Ignorable?
This was something else. It didn't make a whole lot of sense, but Krahi sounded proud, so I was sure she was a good girl, just like our Citri. Isn't that incredible? I bet she's not as smart as you, though.
Ignorable. Please, try a bit harder.
Then she hit me. The very handsome Krahi approached Lucia, who was as loud and bombastic as a statue, and bent down a tad so he could look her in the eye.
There's no need to be so tense, young lady. You three are my first fans. How about an autograph?
Without saying a word, Lucia made a fist and in one smooth motion drove it right into Krahi's face. When we met up with the rest of the group, they were all bewildered when we told them about our little experience.
He's not our fan.
Damn, I was bored, so I thought I might cut him down, but Liz said they might be a subsidiary of ours.
And some grunted, and our not-so-easily-ignored Smyatt signaled her agreement with a groan. Why the hell would we have subsidiaries? After talking to them, it seemed that the bandits' objective had been a relic placed under tight security at a local museum. The fires had been set to throw the town into chaos, but thanks to the help of people like my friends and Krahi, the issue had been resolved without any casualties, and the relic remained secure. I wanted to see what sort of relic would warrant the cooperation of so many criminals, but I didn't have the time to spare. Being forced to run all that way, only to then be shoved into an assault team, had left the Imperial Princess and her guard beyond exhausted. Liz was completely unbothered by this. She was far more interested in her sister's complexion.
By the way, City, what's up with your face? You're all...
Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Our Tale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at ourtale.ai. Now enjoy the story. It seemed something tickled her funny bone.
Well, of course. Ignorable. It makes no sense. What a stupid name. How in the world do you end up with a title like that?
Yeah, Anyway, it seems like we might have some trouble getting along with them. I've never seen Lucia deck a stranger like that before. The way Krahi took down Hanneman with ease, but then got sent flying by a punch from Lucia, had been positively absurd. But Krahi had forgiven her, a sign of his deep magnanimity.
See, can you blame me? That was just too much.
Ah, I forgot to ask if they had a Lucia look-alike.
Cry. Lucy loves her brother far too much to allow something like...
Before Citri could finish her joke, Lucia's full-power fist slammed into her. It was an excellent feat of pugilism. It seemed like she was improving with every swing. Soon she'd be able to take on the world. I ignored my friends clamoring and, attempting to initiate Krahi, said in a hard-boiled voice, "I look forward to seeing him at the Supreme Warrior Festival." A man of average build, clad in a black coat and wearing a fox mask, stood opposite a fearsome hunter. The moment Galfshenfelder, the Bandit King and Fox of the Seventh Tail, saw that, he thought his heart might stop. The plan had been proceeding smoothly. They had a diversion team and a team to steal the relic. They even had people on the inside. Failure was all but impossible, and sure enough, they had succeeded in making off with the relic. Hanneman's diversion had been a success, and nobody had noticed that the item on display had been replaced with a fake. So why had there been a man in a fox mask back there? Foxes were the symbol of nine-tailed shadow fox. Most of their members owned a vulpine mask and wore them during operations. But not many members were aware that a white fox mask was proof that someone belonged to the upper echelons. Galfshenfelder was fairly high-ranked himself, and only once before had he ever seen one such mask. Nine-tailed shadow fox had been formed after its founder had acquired a mask from a treasure vault inhabited by a god. The mask was beautiful. Just glancing at it sent a shiver down one's spine. And the mask worn by that young man was unmistakably the real thing. Galf could hardly believe it. Fox's top members rarely strayed from the shadows, yet this man had been standing out in broad daylight. It was inconceivable. Normal members wore Fox masks during missions in order to make their organization known. But this was entirely different. Even while carrying out the plan, Galf had been without fear, but seeing that white mask sent a shiver down his spine. It was a novel sensation to him. The closest he had come to feeling like this was when Hanneman had been captured, but even that was a minor issue. Galf stopped himself. He had realized something. The man in the white mask had been talking to that hunter. He had been talking to the 1,000 Tricks. That was the man believed to be responsible for stopping the counter cascade and the dragon collar. Was the boss attempting to gauge the opposition with his own eyes? The bosses of Fox were no stranger to combat. Some rumors suggested that those at the top were comparable to a level 10 hunter. It was an extraordinary rumor, but not altogether unbelievable. To Galf, that man in the Fox mask had seemed completely defenseless, but that could have just been a sign of his confidence. Nothing seemed to have been settled during their conversation. The boss talked with the 1,000 Tricks, and the 1,000 Tricks didn't seem to realize who was in front of him. Fortunately, Galf and his cohorts were about to begin a major operation. He had a way to welcome the boss, and to verify that he was who he appeared to be. Galf closed his eyes, adjusting his focus. He had to make sure, with that in mind, he ran off. I really did feel safer with the rest of my party around. While batting away monsters and the other usual troublemakers, we made our way to our destination. I had already had one nice meeting, so maybe that luck would continue. Maybe my negative luck and Marina's negative luck are combining to make positive luck. Wait, didn't I say something like this once before?
It really is different when you're around, Cry.
How's it different?
These guys aren't much trouble, but they're good practice for the tournament.
Sem grunted, signaling his agreement with our not-so-cool Luke. Hey, tell me, what's different? I always wondered what my friends did when I wasn't around, but they always offered to take me with them, so they didn't seem to think I was much of a burden.
Don't think. You don't need to use your worthless brain, just move forward. If you don't kill them, the others will beat you to it. Don't think, just kill any enemies that get in your way.
Princess Marina let out a cry, much louder than before.
Your Imperial Highness, be careful.
It sure is peaceful, in a way. I was willing to bet our party was the only one that competed for kills. But maybe Bereaving Souls did. This festival was known far and wide. We lived in an era dominated by the resources retrieved from treasure vaults. Anyone who could slay powerful monsters and phantoms was bound to draw attention. The excitement surrounding the Supreme Warrior Festival easily exceeded that of the Zebrudia auction. We were traveling along a road that spanned multiple nations, and as we approached our destination, we encountered more and more carriages headed in the same direction. It wasn't just hunters gathering for the Supreme Warrior Festival. There were the obvious candidates like merchants and nobles, but there were also groups of people that made hunters look gentle, and carriages that clearly belonged to civilians yet were brazenly traveling without protection. It was a little glimpse into the varied chaos of the world. That's right. Are you going to be participating? Our stalwart, armor-clad paladin nodded in response. Even though we were one of many carriages, he wasn't drawing many gazes. That was because he was using his relic Fluctuating Fortress to make himself about 2 meters tall, less than half his natural size. Though it required every inch of him to be covered in armor to be activated, it was an invaluable tool now that Sem was all but unaffected by Lucia's magic. The armor seemed awfully uncomfortable, but I didn't want people harassing our sanest member. But 2 meters was still pretty big.
Even if they're not all participating, there's going to be plenty of talent everywhere you look.
And if you make a good showing in the tournament, you might arouse their interest.
Were we headed into a period of decline? I know I was the one who had suggested going to the tournament, but it was only just dawning on me that I might be in danger. Ark was proof that not all high-level hunters had a thirst for blood, but this was a place where people were gathering to fight for supremacy. I decided I better hide my face as much as I could. There would probably be other people wearing masks, albeit not many. I didn't like standing out, but having my face seen was even less appealing. And so we finally reached Crete, the host of the Supreme Warrior Festival, the town of blades and battles. There was still some time before the event, but a strange atmosphere already pervaded the town. We had already felt it in small amounts in the towns we had stopped at on the way, but it hadn't been anywhere near as intense as in Crete itself. The streets were packed with seasoned hunters, mercenaries, and other sorts who made their living through violence. You could occasionally spot treasure hunters in the imperial capital, but not like this. However, the number of tournament participants was fairly limited, so most of these people were probably here for the same reason that I was. They had come to witness clashes between people who had absolute confidence in their strength, and to see the birth of a new supreme warrior. There weren't many opportunities to see so many famous names gathered in one spot. Any man would get excited to see combatants fight to be the best. I'm so glad I came. Surrounded by my friends, I wore my mask as I walked through the streets. Anyone could be hidden among the flood of people, so the imperial princess kept her hood up. She seemed frantic as though this was her first time being in a crowd, but she didn't have to worry, and Sem was leading the way, which meant even misfortune would turn and run from us.
Hey, who do you think the strongest challenger is?
There's gotta be a dragon with a sword. There just has to. If Cry's here, then I just know there's gonna be one. Come, blade-wielding dragon.
Wear and tear has decided winners in the past, and not every participant has been the honorable sorts. There's been some underhanded methods, but I imagine all the champions have been beyond reproach.
She appeared to be calm, but I had to remind myself that she would be joining the fray despite the fact that she was an alchemist. Underhanded methods? Huh? I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Arrows, cannons, dragons, bring it all on.
Leader, what are you on about?
Well, everyone's so excited I thought I'd join in. The town felt like it was in the middle of a festival. There were vendors with stalls, and delicious aromas floated about. I looked this way and that, until I found one that interested me. It was lined with dragons made of chocolate and ice cream. I had never seen anything like this before, but you can't go wrong with chocolate and ice cream.
What's the matter?
Yeah, I know, my debt and everything. I'll be right back. Wait right here.
Oh!
I figured they'd forgive me, so off I went. I was making my way to the stall while trying to avoid the mobs of people, when I felt a tug on my sleeve. I turned around and saw I had been stopped by a nice-looking young woman dressed in a robe like what a priest might wear. She had long silver hair and appeared to be a few years younger than me, but the way she comported herself and her wavering gaze gave her an aloof impression. Needless to say, I didn't recognize her. Can I help you?
Right this way.
Huh? Without saying anything more, the girl pulled my hand. It wasn't a strong pull, but it was still enough to drag me along. To my bewilderment, she took me through the crowds, past the stalls, and down a narrow alley. I managed to turn around just once and saw Lucia looking at me agape. Usually, when I got abducted, she would gripe and groan but still come to my aid. Except, it looked like she didn't think I was being abducted this time around. Abduction. It's not exactly violent, but this is an abduction, right? Okay, even if it's not an abduction per se. I think you have the wrong...
No, I'm quite certain I have the right person. Right this way.
She definitely had the wrong person. My memory wasn't the best, but I absolutely would have remembered a weirdo like this. But my kidnapper didn't seem at all interested in my thoughts on the matter. I really wanted to try one of those dragons.
I'll have it arranged.
You do that for me? She dragged me along through the narrow gaps between the buildings. Unlike the bustling streets, there wasn't a single person in these back alleys. I never would have gone somewhere like this alone, but the mysterious priestess moved without hesitation. Then, halfway down an alley, a door opened beside us. I hadn't even noticed the battered thing. The girl entered the door without the slightest pause. And because she was still gripping my hand, I came in behind her. I was beyond confused.
Right this way.
That didn't make me any less confused. We proceeded through what appeared to be an abandoned building, then down a staircase that appeared out of nowhere. There wasn't much illumination, causing me to stumble a bit. It seemed someone had been keeping the place clean, as it didn't smell bad at all. Underground was a sturdy metal door that was entirely at odds with the dilapidated scenery. The girl whispered something through the door, and the next moment there was a loud clunk as it unlocked.
Right this way.
I followed along and was thrown for a loop by what I saw. The room was wide, with countless candles along the wall fending off the darkness. But what brought me to a halt were the figures in the center. I couldn't discern anyone's age or gender. Despite their numbers, I couldn't hear so much as a breath from them. But what unnerved me the most was that they all wore fox masks. They appeared to have been purchased from a store, and their designs were different from mine. There were plump foxes, red foxes, smiling foxes. Honestly, it was impressive. I was delighted and dazzled. Just, who were these people? I wasn't sure, but we were in an underground room and everyone had a fox mask on. I thought it over for a moment, then went with my best guess. It seems you really do have the wrong person. I might have a fox mask, but I'm not part of the Fox Mask fan club.
What the hell is this guy talking about?
Beneath his mask, Gal furrowed his brow. The other members seemed equally confused by the boss's mysterious remark. Wearing these masks was part of their organization. The masks they wore weren't authentic, but nobody had ever mocked them with a term like Fox Mask Fan Club. The boss shrugged. He looked entirely unremarkable, but his mask commanded a strong presence. Within Fox, higher-ranked members had to be obeyed no matter the circumstance. If this man said they were the Fox Mask Fan Club, then Galf had no choice but to dedicate himself to such a club. Can I take your photo? Galf had heard rumors of these relics. They were called smartphones. This man seemed too flippant to be a leader of Fox, but it wasn't Galf's place to decide things like that. He looked at the Holy Fox Maiden he had called out for this plan. The Holy Fox Maidens held a special place in the organization. They worshipped the gods that had inspired Fox's foundation. One of their roles was to verify the identities of bosses, something otherwise shrouded in layers of mystery. The maiden closed her eyes. Galf didn't know how she had done it, but he was glad she had brought the boss to them. He had met a number of maidens before, but this one was on the younger side. Still, that didn't make her any less deserving of the respect and discretion offered to others of her kind. The maiden opened her eyes halfway, as though in a trance. Silently, she looked at the man. Gal felt a pang of uncertainty.
There is no doubt of his divinity. Kneel, for you are before the white fox.
Galf was immediately on one knee, as were his cohorts. Derived from the masks they wore, the white fox was a name given to bosses. If the maiden deemed him to be genuine, then there was no doubt about it. Galf was fairly high in Fox's hierarchy, but this was the first time he had ever gotten so close to a boss. It didn't seem like anyone he had met before, but it was an open secret that there was more than one white fox. The boss seemed taken aback by everyone's sudden display of fealty. What? Why? Why are you kneeling?
Please forgive my previous discourtesy, O White Fox.
Are you referring to this mask? Is it really rare enough to warrant the kneeling? The air was tense. Though he sounded oddly genuine, he couldn't possibly be serious. He must have been angry. Galf couldn't think of any alternative. He probably had been upset by how long they had taken to catch on. They shouldn't have doubted the authenticity of his mask. But that man's attitude was bold enough to invite Galf's suspicions, and he knew what an authentic mask looked like. Maidens were usually composed, but this one looked just slightly nervous. I mean, yeah, I guess you don't see one every day. But still, I just don't understand. I'm not part of the Fox Mask fan club. I just came here to watch the Supreme Warrior Festival.
What he was really saying was that he had no use for people who couldn't even recognize their boss. Nobody dared so much as breathe after hearing his biting sarcasm.
As the highest-ranking member, it fell to Galf to speak up. He forced his tongue into motion and said,
Boss, we of the Fox Mask fan club have already begun preparing for the Supreme Warrior Festival. Please allow us to show you what we've done.
Boss? Oh, I get it. I appreciate the sentiment, but I came here with my friends.
Galf hadn't been informed of this, but it sounded like there was another team. Perhaps some elites were on standby in case his team failed, or maybe there was another plan also underway. Worst case, the boss was suggesting another team could be taking over, but if he were to be denied the opportunity to run his own plan, not even someone of the seventh tail would be able to quietly sit by and accept it. We wait in anticipation. If you need anything, please call upon us.
The boss seemed slightly troubled, but then shrugged with resignation.
Sorazolo, the Holy Fox Maiden, battled fiercely to hide just how nervous she was on her first job. Born to a respected line of clerics, it was all but inevitable for her to begin training to be a maiden at a very young age. The history of the Holy Fox Maidens predated the very organization they belonged to. They underwent special training and were blessed with the ability to see who was and wasn't connected to the divine foxes. However, the fact of the matter was that they had few actual opportunities to judge whether a fox mask was authentic or not. The fox gods refrained from stepping into the material world, and the bosses kept their whereabouts a secret. It was said that some maidens had gone their entire careers without ever laying eyes on a boss. It was a tremendous honor to stand before a boss of nine-tailed shadow fox, for they were blessed and bore masks granted by the gods themselves. But it was also a tremendous burden for Sora Zolo, as she was still new to her position. The weight of her judgment had caused momentary hesitation. A fox would never doubt the words of a maiden, therefore erroneous judgments were unforgivable. The mask of the young man beside her was undoubtedly authentic. She had been certain of it before she had even brought him to the foxhole. Sora's eyes were blessed, making it inconceivable that she might mistake a fake white fox mask for the real thing. However, even if she didn't use her unique vision, she knew that no fabrication could replicate the overwhelming presence that a genuine white fox mask could. Though the man wearing the mask looked unimposing, that had no bearing on her judgment. No matter how she looked at him, he struck her as one far weaker than what she'd come to expect from other foxes. The organization's first boss was said to have received their mask after overcoming a trial imposed by the fox god. After that, everyone who inherited the position had been chosen for their strength. If this man was merely hiding his might, then he was extraordinarily good at it. But what purpose could deceiving a maiden possibly serve? Their role was one of subservience. The white fox demands a sacrificial dragon.
A dragon?
Dragons were the strongest of all mythical beasts, but he and his subordinates could take one down if they worked together. That is, if any dragons were in the vicinity. Still, Galf raised no objections to this absurd demand.
Are there any dragons nearby?
Everyone shook their heads.
Sora felt her heart freeze and her poker face dissolve. This was bad. While dragging the white fox to the lair, she had said she would have a dragon arranged. At the time, she had been in a rush and hadn't even considered that she might be making a promise she couldn't keep. No matter what her exact crime was, she could very well be killed for this.
If you can't get a dragon, then one of those ones made of ice cream and chocolate will do.
Go buy some. As many as you can.
Some of his subordinates dashed off.
Was it safe to assume they were being toyed with? Sora was struggling to recover from her failure. Galf, meanwhile, removed a bag and handed its contents to the white fox.
That's right, boss. This is the relic in question. Please accept it.
I'm back. I had made my way out of that underground room and found my friends waiting for me, just like I had told them to. Thanks to third vision, the sudden change in lighting hadn't been at all disorientating. I didn't wear masks very much, so I hadn't had many opportunities to use this relic, but it seemed worth the price it fetched.
Where did you go?
I don't really know.
Excuse me.
She looked incredulous. Even if I told her about what had happened back there, I didn't think she'd believe me. There really were all sorts of fan clubs out there, and owning a rare fox mask apparently made me their boss. I still felt halfway like a spirit was tricking me. I had walked into another interesting experience. Foxes sure had become a staple in my life, and I had somehow ended up with a relic. I was no stranger to strange things, but a stranger giving me a free relic was a first. Still, I was more than happy to be the boss of the Fox Mask fan club if this was how they wanted to pay me. What discerning eyes they had, impressed as they were by a mask from Peregrine Lodge. Since I was going to be in Crete for the time being, I figured this wouldn't be the last time I ran into them. The lodge Citri had secured for us appeared to prioritize security over luxury. The building itself was simple, but you could tell this wasn't an ordinary place due to the presence of multiple knights patrolling outside. The windows were made of thick glass and the walls had an unusual luster. When I took my first timid steps inside, it seemed normal enough at first, but when I looked around, I saw guards positioned in inconspicuous places. The other guests were people like rich merchants and nobles traveling with a legion of servants. I didn't see any other hunters besides us. We were shown to the top floor, where there was a room big enough to host a group of our size. Liz let out a cheer before she began to dart around, checking under the beds and behind the picture frames. Lucia looked out through the large window. It reminded me of the steps we took when camping out in the wild.
I secured the safest lodge I could. Crete can get hectic during the Supreme Warrior Festival.
I didn't know what to say. I didn't see the need since we were only here as tourists. Sure, I understood we had Princess Marina with us and all, but still.
After all, you just recently antagonized Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox. It won't hurt to tread carefully.
I can't wait to see how many they send. I'm ready for 'em.
Ansem nodded.
An inn employed even by nobles. A smart precaution. This was a good choice. I should hardly need to say it, but we'll have to divvy up the rooms. We cannot allow men to sleep in the same space as Her Imperial Highness.
It seemed I was the only one who didn't understand what was going on. I would have felt bad about this if I wasn't already used to it, so I just put on a hard-boiled smile.
Leader, we've ticked some people off and aren't short of enemies. Please be careful, okay? Word has already gotten out that we'll be in the tournament, and remnants of a number of organizations are gathering here.
That was all news to me, except for the part about ticking people off. Having finished her inspection of the room, Liz brazenly sat down on a table and folded her legs.
To hell with that! We can just crush 'em, right, Auntie?
She was as confident as ever.
Hardly.
Ansem had a soft spot for his sisters, but even he couldn't abide by that. Luke nodded solemnly, an uncharacteristic gesture for him.
Liz, we have more important things to focus on.
He's right. We have more important things. And why is she assuming we'll be attacked? There's no guarantee. Then Luke continued, still entirely serious.
What we should be worrying about is that we can't divide them up evenly unless their numbers are divisible by 9. Right, Cry?
Huh. Yeah. Uh-huh.
It is!
I could never go against Luke's enthusiasm. That's why I was still a hunter. And he sure was casual about including Marina and her guards. While organizing the luggage from the carriage, Citri put the matter to rest by saying,
Well, if they decide to attack us, they'll probably come in large numbers. As to whether or not there will be any swordsmen, I can't say.
Did we do something that bad?
Making a bloody mess of a Supreme Warrior Festival challenger is a good way to get your name out there.
It still seemed terribly immoral to me.
So driving them off will be good practice and improve our image. 2 birds with 1 stone. Right, Cry?
You sure are smart, Luke. I told myself I probably didn't have anything to worry about. After all, my friends were strong enough to handle it.
Ah, don't make me wait any longer. Come on, 8-armed dragon swordsman.
You still think that's gonna happen? There's no way something like that exists, right?
Yeah, uh-huh. There was something magical about Luke's ability to make even Liz the Extinction event look slightly well-adjusted. An 8-armed dragon swordsman. Huh, well, there are those troglodytes. They had loads of arms. Weary of talking about bloodshed, I pulled out the relic I had received from Galf. Luke's crimson eyes lit up when he saw what I had.
Oh, it's a sword. Cry, give it here.
In a bit. The relic from the Foxmast fan club was indeed a sword type. The hilt was covered in a strange geometric pattern. It was kept in a wooden scabbard, which was fairly bland by comparison.
Interesting. It's too short to be a long sword, but too long to be a short sword.
It's definitely a relic, though. It's awfully light. Maybe it's a ceremonial piece? I was ultimately just a collector, so I didn't mind having a sword that I couldn't swing. And since I got it for free, I wasn't expecting much. I carefully removed the blade from its sheath. It was about half the width of a typical straight sword, and didn't strike me as a very reliable weapon. It was double-edged, and had a copper-like sheen. Tiny channels were engraved into its surface, forming a strange pattern. Relics were manifestations of memories of the past, so their functions didn't always match their forms. But since they were based on things that had once existed, form was still a good indicator of what a relic did. Lucia's eyebrows shot up as she stared at the sword.
Wasn't that stolen from that town we passed through?
That's absurd. That's absurd. Lucia removed a newspaper from her luggage.
Here, there's a picture of it in this paper I bought before we left.
I took a look. The front page proudly explained how the bandits had been fended off and how there miraculously hadn't been any casualties. In the center of the page was a black and white photo of a sword that looked just like the relic that I was holding. No! Wait! The scabbards are different.
You're right.
The 2 swords were identical, but the sheath in the photo also had the same engravings as the blade. The 2 were total lookalikes, but they couldn't have been the same item. After all, the theft had been prevented, and most of the criminals had been apprehended. Then my eyes flew open, and I snapped my fingers. I've got it. The relic at the museum manifested with a scabbard, but this one didn't. Relics generally appeared as a set. Swords came with scabbards, shoes came with laces, and smartphones came with boxes and instruction manuals. but sometimes only part of a set would appear. It was rare for swords to form without a sheath, but it had happened before. Sadly, the inverse sometimes happened where a scabbard appeared without a sword.
Isn't that a little too much of a coincidence?
But I'm certain that's what happened. It wasn't uncommon for the same relic to manifest more than once. It was widely believed that a relic's drop rate correlated to how commonly found it once was. However, there had been instances of multiple relics appearing even though only one of their baseline was believed to have ever existed. It was much more feasible than the idea that the Fox Mask fan club would set a town ablaze and steal a relic. What I held was the same as the item in the photo, but it wasn't the item in the photo. But Lucia still looked doubtful. Besides, I think it's premature to say these are the same just by looking at... Wait a moment.
What is it?
My eyes went wide as saucers as I read the paper. According to the article, the relic was known as Key of the Land, and it was a national treasure. Even if the one I had wasn't necessarily the same relic, and even if it lacked a scabbard, finding an identical item was nonetheless a huge discovery, wasn't it? Maybe if I brought it to the museum, they'd let me see their relic up close. Maybe they'd let me touch it. The article didn't mention what powers the relic had, but the people at the museum would tell me. We would definitely have to stop there on the way home. With that settled, I handed the sword to Luke, who had been looking at me like a pitiful dog for the past few minutes. Here, don't go cutting people.
Ooh, so I can cut them if they're not people?
Luke's love of swords extended to relics as well. Most of the time, we forced him to use a wooden sword to make him less of a threat, but I had let him test out most of my sword-type relics. He examined the length of the blade, then gulped.
This blade, its length, weight, pattern. Cry, this thing is incredibly hard to use. It's like a toy.
Uh-huh.
And no matter how much meta I put into it, it doesn't fill up. It just has this odd feeling about it. I can't charge it. Is this really a sword?
Uh-huh. While he was a swordsman, his mana still dwarfed mine and was enough to charge most sword-type relics. If Luke couldn't fully charge it, this thing must have been a massive mana hog. Looking the way she did when I asked her to charge something, Lucia watched Luke's enthusiastic attempts.
So if I can learn to successfully charge this, it'll mean I've become a better swordsman. That's how it works, right, Cry?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Someone could learn from my example.
Now he was making Lucia look bad. Through wide eyes, Princess Marina watched her mentor's childish behavior.
Cry, can I use this?
Sure, this sheath isn't a relic, so you can just use your own. Luke's scabbard was of a special design that could hold multiple swords. I had accidentally dropped a sword in the middle of a treasure vault before, so it was much safer in Luke's hands. We may have been on a trip, but that didn't affect my daily routine much. All the more so, since it was dangerous outside. I sat out on the terrace, using my smartphone to send little sister Fox a picture of the Fox Mask fan club and brag about my experience.
Right, Crybaby. What are we gonna do about training the princess?
So she's just calling her the princess. Wasn't that sort of disrespectful? The timid gaze from the princess sitting between her guards on the couch seemed to suggest that she found it rude. But what was Liz getting at?
We're gonna train her, aren't we? We'll do it if you tell us to, but, I know you get this, but she won't get any stronger. There's no mana material out here, and making her stronger will take time. I don't know what you plan for her.
That's so. I'm planning, course, to send her to the Supreme Warrior Festival.
I beg your pardon?
What do you mean?
Brother, I seriously don't think...
You're serious about that? I think it's a bit much for her. She's a total amateur, and I don't think there's a spot for her.
What a strong reaction. I thought I had made my plans clear a long time ago.
In that case, why not put her up against bandits? That'll also give her real combat experience.
City, it's because you're always indulging my brother that... But Lizzie's right. Making Her Imperial Highness any stronger in such a short period will be difficult. So I thought we might approach this from another angle. This town currently abounds with scofflaws, so I believe this will be our best bet, given our deadline. As to how she'll get in the tournament, that's a separate matter.
In a way, I respect how you try to suck up to Crybaby at every little chance you get.
But it wasn't a bad idea. Fighting phantoms was certainly different from fighting people. But could we really pit the Imperial Princess against bandits? The Emperor had proven capable of fending off frigid dragons, but I didn't think even he had ever fought a criminal before. There was honor in being a dragon slayer, but not so much in bringing down brigands.
I thought it might come in handy, so I consulted an information broker about which organizations are present.
So that's where you were.
Nice going. Here, let me take a look.
No, I made this so I could give it to Cry.
Well, as long as they're having fun. Really, I mean it. Inside the file was a neat list of bandits and criminal organizations. It was more than I had anticipated. They weren't all famous, but you could make an army if you had a single fighter from each group.
Many of them have the talents to be in the Supreme Warrior Festival, and whether it be big or small, many have a bounty on their head. There are also groups angry to see their rivals in the tournaments and groups forming alliances to strike at common enemies. All of that, and so much more.
Am I in hell?
They say every year there's a few participants who don't make it to the tournament, and sometimes people make an underhanded attempt at getting revenge on whoever they lost to. Those attempts, however, rarely succeed.
I had been given a glance of the glamorous tournament's dark side. I despise violence, but I'll say it if I have to. This wouldn't happen if someone took care of these outlaws.
There's also attempts at avenging fallen comrades. Sabrudia is protected by its excellent knights, but nothing of the sort is in this nation.
My own constant nightmares had made me blind to it, but Zabrudia was actually a special place.
You're talking like it's all up to you, but do you understand you're talking about a member of the Imperial family? Her Imperial Highness cannot be fighting bandits.
A very reasonable objection. If you asked 100 people, they would all say she was right. The Imperial Guards sure were loyal if she was still willing to oppose my friends after enduring their brutal training.
That's for Cry to decide.
There's a lot of them. Hell, do we...
That's our biggest obstacle. I think we should be able to figure that out if we take the time to look.
If fighting was the only thing on their agenda, I could probably trust the Imperial Princess with them, but it was still just not a risk worth taking. The list was a long one, and things could get messy if they accidentally pissed off the wrong people. I wormed my way out of making a decision and walked up to the large window. Being on the top floor of a fancy inn, I had an expansive view of the streets of Crete. As I looked around, I spotted rising trails of smoke every here and there. A number of those were probably the remnants of fights. What an insane place I had come to. Bandits. Bandits. What can we do? The next moment, a man in a black fox mask was clinging to the other side of the window. A feral glow shone from the eye holes. I was too surprised to even show it on my face.
Boss, if you need us, we, the Fox Mask Fan Club, await your orders.
Is this supposed to be impressive? I'm just scared. What the hell sort of organization have I joined? In a room deep underground, Galf of the Seventh Tail looked at a list and groaned.
This is what the boss wants. This will be a big operation.
Fox controlled a number of subsidiaries and even had members in top places of more than a few governments. No other secret organization matched them in scale, but the number of actual foxes was limited to only the very best. This was the exact opposite of their defunct rival Serpent, who had owned vast legions of soldiers. During major operations, Fox would draw personnel from subsidiaries and cooperators. The key roles would be handled by foxes, while the ranks at their command would be supplemented with recruits from other organizations. By keeping them in the dark, very little information could be leaked. This operation would be unlike anything in the past. Recruiting fighters had been left to Galf. He looked at the subordinate who had acquired the list. They were quite capable where stealth was concerned.
He wants this many people?
Yeah, he wants us to figure out where they are, though he told us not to work too hard.
Galf looked again at the list. This seemed like an operation too important for failure to be an option. But more personnel wasn't necessarily better. The length of the list struck him as absurdly long. It was almost as though they were supposed to search for every criminal organization currently in Crete.
I don't believe this is the sort of task that would normally be entrusted to us. Given that this was concocted by the boss, there's likely more to it than he's letting on. But he has his expectations.
That seemed very possible. Galf was of one of the higher tails, but this man was at the very top. The boss was keeping the most important parts a secret. There could very well be another, top-secret team at work. This was a good opportunity. Fox was always looking for capable individuals. If Galf could make a good impression on the boss, a promotion was certain to come his way. Nobody was stupid enough to not work hard just because they had been told it was okay. I know we're not like the Counter Cascade. He was a brilliant magus, but he lacked leadership. Galf may have lacked Telm's combat prowess, but Galf had a legion of trustworthy underlings. We're to invite everyone on that list and deploy every one of us to help make that happen.
But they're currently making preparations.
Galf's plan was perfectly laid out. He never neglected to prepare far in advance if it could ensure his success. He had allotted time to securing escape routes and managing security forces, but now it looked like he wouldn't have room for that.
There's nothing we can do. Even if we're not fully ready, the plan is moving forward. Don't miss the forest for the trees.
With a big smile, Galf began issuing his orders.
We're off in search of strong foes.
Woo!
Luke and Liz's fervor was on par with the rest of Crate. The rest of us grievers went with them. Someone needed to stop those two from starting fights, and after coming all this way to Crate, I want to do some sightseeing. Princess Marina had her own official matters to attend to, so for the first time in a while, it was just us grievers together. The Supreme Warrior Festival was still a few days off, but the town was already so packed we could barely walk through the streets.
You're not wearing that fox mask?
Nah. I wanted to hide my face as much as I could, which meant I was tempted to wear the mask, but it seemed to attract the Fox Mask fan club. One of them had even come to my room, so there was no telling how many of them might appear if I wore the mask in the open. Banking on the protection of my friends, I kept my ears open for gossip as I walked around. Unsurprisingly, everyone was interested in who might win the tournament. The contestants hadn't been announced, but rumors must have been going around as I heard Luke's and Sem's names come up. As their friend, it was a funny feeling. But there was one name in particular that caught my interest. The Thousandfold Theurgix. It sounds like he's famous. I'll have to show my full support for him. According to Citri, his title was self-proclaimed, but if these rumors were going around, then it might be official soon enough.
No, he said the 1,000 tricks. They're talking about you.
No, that's ridiculous. Why would they talk about someone who wasn't taking part? In the past, people would frequently try to start stuff with us if we entered a crowd, but not this time. Liz seemed to find this boring, but when an important showdown was coming up, nobody was going to pick a fight with someone who could clearly hold their own, especially if that person was in Sem. After a bit of wandering, Luke clicked his tongue.
Hell with it. Let's go to a pub.
Agreed.
Lucia and Citri were both exasperated, but I thought it was fine. Luke and Liz were impulsive. With a little drink in them, they'd forget all about fighting. And if they did start a melee, we could just intervene. Together, we all entered a random pub. The town was already burning with passion, but when you added alcohol into the mix, it was enough to make my head spin. In the dark, cramped interior, a number of gruff faces were gathered, quietly sipping drinks. Perhaps the danger that came with starting a fight in a place like this was why it was so much more quiet than any pub in the imperial capital. The moment we stepped in, Luke's eyes began to glimmer as he scanned the room.
Now, where to start?
So he was bent on getting the festivities started. I was about to try to calm him down, but he stopped on his own.
Hang on. Isn't that Tuka?
Settled in a corner of the pub was a group of people wearing distinctive reddish-brown armor. It was common for parties to wear uniform colors. For instance, in Sven's party Obsidian Cross, everyone's gear was black. But this party was far larger than average. When you had upwards of 10 rugged faces, all in matching colors, party stopped feeling like the right word. Mercenary Corps, sellswords, they were the militants of First Steps, making most of their income from combat rather than searching treasure vaults. They were Knights of the Torch. Eva had told me that Tuka would be in the tournament, but I hadn't expected to run into her in a place like this. I spied her sitting in the center of the group. Even as the clan master, I hadn't seen her in a while. The black-haired captain's gaze instantly turned our way. Without a moment's hesitation, she slammed her glass on the table and stood up.
On your feet, everyone.
The way they quit socializing and got up in unison was an odd sight. Their gazes all rested on me. The other customers looked our way, curious as to what was up.
Salute our master client.
The knights all saluted in unison and held the position. There were two main factors that determine a party's efficacy: individual strength and member coordination. Taking down powerful phantoms and exceptional monsters required a group of battle-forged individuals to multiply their capabilities by working together. Any first-rate party could claim to have both these things. But grieving souls leaned more towards individual strength, whereas Knights of the Torch was the inverse. I don't think I'll ever forget the shock I felt when I first met them. Their refined movements were like those of a proper Knight Order. Even as the other guests stared, the Knights didn't flinch. Hey, did they get new members? H here, everyone's watching. You can relax.
At ease.
I didn't know why I was being called their master client when it was Citri who was hiring them. She was providing them with funds and equipment. The only values Knights of the Torch had were the type that could be deposited in a bank account. They occupied an odd place and first steps, and they took an odd attitude towards me. They obeyed me because they knew I was Citri's longtime friend, which made them in some ways easier to handle than the people who had strange levels of faith in me.
Don't tell me you'll be in the tournament, Tuka.
I'll be there. I received an offer. Will you be there as well, Protean Sword?
The Supreme Warrior Festival attracted all sorts of people. There were knight captains who maintained the security of the land, while there were also famous mercenaries. Tuka must have received her offer thanks to her fame among merchant companies and nobles. Luke made a strange expression that words fail to describe. The reason Luke the Man Cutter never tried to cut Tuka down was that she didn't engage in profitless fights. I mean that literally. She didn't fight if there wasn't money to be gained. So these two were incompatible, but in a good way. Luke didn't just want to swing at people, he wanted them to swing back.
Not what I was expecting. The princess might be fine with it, but what good is a criminal if I can't cut him?
I'm looking forward to it, but I don't think it's gonna put us to the test or anything. What do you plan to make me do?
Luke was bored. Liz was dyspeptic, and Princess Marina was her usual self. They were all showing unique reactions, but none of them seemed particularly happy. Oh, yeah, Looking at the newspaper, it seemed that crime in Crate had started to decline. I believed that all's well that ends well, but I still wondered why there were fewer incidents if my friends hadn't done anything. My plan had been for this to be both stress relief and a preemptive attack to discourage any outlaws. Was there some strange force at work? Those thoughts were cut off by Citri, entering with a tray loaded with a tea set.
Cray, I got some lovely cake.
Unlike the other three, Citri was unusually cheerful. It was normal for her to be grinning, but the light in her eyes was different. As her childhood friend, I could tell that she was feeling something too strong for her to contain. Something good happen?
Oh, hardly at. Here, let me pour you some tea.
My dear friend eagerly poured me a cup. I was sure something was going on. She was always doing kind things for me, but it wasn't often that she brought me cake. In fact, this was a measure she only resorted to when there was something up. It was like a signal she gave off. She swiftly set out the tea set, forgot to open the cake box, and circled around behind me. Her cold hands brushed against the base of my neck, and I realized she wasn't wearing her usual robe.
Let me rub your shoulders.
Then, instead of doing that, she wrapped her arms around me and leaned against me. Pressed against my back, I could feel the beat of her heart.
Cray, shall I lend you some money?
I froze.
Instead, I'd like that. You'll give it to me, won't you? I'm trusting you.
I was willing to give her whatever she wanted, but I was scared. Scared because I didn't have a clue what she was getting at. Citri gently caressed my body and pressed her lips to the back of my ear. I felt a shiver of pleasure and terror.
When did you get it? How did you get it? You got it for me, right?
What are you talking about?
That. I'll be sure to take good care of it. So, if you would, someone cry.
Deep down, Citri was a bashful person, so I was taken aback by her willingness to go this far. And I was horrified because I had no clue what she was referring to. What had I recently obtained? What could I have that Citri couldn't get even with her deep pockets?
Pause off! Yutri, time out!
Liz then hurled a flower vase, hitting her sister square in the head. As she recoiled, Ansem, who had walked up behind her, lifted her by the scruff of her neck. By the way, who's Yutri? Any relation to the Psy tree and Ku tree?
No.
I'm gonna marry Cry.
She's regressing to a child. I'll give it to you. Whatever you want, just calm down.
We could turn her into stone if only Lucy were here.
Ansem grunted in agreement.
Ansi, toss her, like you're throwing something away. She'll go insane if she doesn't cool off.
Grunting, Ansem opened the window and flung his younger sister out, her screams growing distant as she fell. Do they realize we're on the 4th floor? I guess that's not much for a hunter. But what's gotten into Citri?
It's no good. I keep trying, but I can't charge it.
The sun had set long ago. Citri had regained a degree of sanity, though she still gave me longing glances. I had finally gotten a moment of peace, but I couldn't help but dwell on how rowdy my friends were. Luke was holding before me Key of the Land, the relic I had lent to him. Luke was a pure swordsman, but that didn't mean he was entirely without mana. He had tested out just about every sword-type relic in my collection. Unlike me, he didn't rely on Lucia to do his charging, so he had enough mana to at least fill up most swords. And if he didn't have enough, he would train until he did. That's the sort of man Luke Sokol was. It wasn't often this sword fanatic gave up like this. The relic must have required a fair bit if it still hadn't shown any signs of reaching max. I took the sword from him and pulled it partway out of its scabbard. Key of the Land? Key of the Land? The enigmatic blade's edge was straight as a ruler and covered in patterns. What powers could it have if it required enough mana to cause even Luke to throw in the towel? The newspaper hadn't mentioned anything about its abilities, but names could say a lot. With a grunt, Luke clenched his fist and loudly proclaimed,
If I can't use the sword properly, then I need more training. But I don't have anyone to cut.
There he goes, saying more nonsense. You can't use it because it's not a sword. It's a key. I straightened my posture and looked Luke in the eye. I made myself look serious and made up some bullshit. Luke, do you know what every key requires? The answer is simpler than you might think. As a super first-rate swordsman, Luke surpassed me in nearly every aspect except common sense. But one area I did have the upper hand in was knowledge of relics. Luke thought it over for a moment, then said uncertainly,
So we need a keyhole?
I was hoping he would let me say it. Trying not to let it show, I sighed and said, Indeed. In other words, this is a key to the future. Bad things will happen if the claws of evil get it.
What? What? Claws of evil? What are the claws of evil?
That's, right? They're the enemies of the world.
The enemies of the world? Where are they? Can I cut them?
Why are you so excited? I'm just making stuff up. Stuff I think you'd enjoy. Lucia turned from her book and looked absolutely fed up. I had gone too far with the stories, and Luke was buying it all. I didn't know how to answer his question. It's like, natural disasters and stuff.
Natural disasters?
But even those can be cut by the best swordsmen. Fluctuating between shock and disappointment kept Luke awfully busy. I had obtained the relic due to a misunderstanding, so it would only be right to give it back before going home. But since I had gotten it, it would be a waste to not test it out once before returning it. I didn't have anything else to do until the Supreme Warrior Festival began. I let out a yawn and set Key of the Land down in front of Lucia.
The White Foxes, the bosses. As far back as Sora could remember, she had been taught all about these hellacious personages. During her lessons, her daily prayers, even in the lullabies sung to her when she was a child, she had been taught of the White Fox's wisdom, luck, charisma, and prudence. Aside from these noble traits, it was also impressed upon her that the White Foxes had a capacity for cruelty that rivaled that of the gods. After being born from the intelligence agency of a bygone nation, the organization had grown with each generation thanks to the boss's diverse skill sets. They fought, conquered, forged alliances, and slowly but surely sunk their fangs into every nation they could. The fox masks were mere symbols. The maidens who worshipped the fox gods were in awe of that first mask claimed by the boss. A unifying symbol was needed to cement the organization's foundations, and now that they had one, nine-tailed shadow fox was fully formed. A white mask was proof of a boss's stature. The inheritor of the mask was determined through strength, not lineage, ensuring fierce and constant competition. Thus, whoever stood at the top was undoubtedly the organization's strongest.
That selfsame fiend was now ordering Sora to make fried tofu.
Hurry, make more.
Why, yes, boss. Sora didn't understand why she was doing this. Words like bafflement were no longer sufficient to describe her state of mind. It was one surprise after another. If she had been surprised to learn that the real and fake boss were acquainted, she had also been surprised to learn that they wanted the same thing from her. Who was a friend? Who was a foe? What was right? What was Sora supposed to do? The boss took the form of a young girl. By what must have been providence, she exuded a warm aura as she watched Sora work the frying pan. Sora focused on her work, adding a new slice of tofu to the oil. Her heart was beating so rapidly that she thought it might explode. She was certain that if she stopped moving her hands, she would be killed. It didn't make any sense, but that was what the intense gaze of the boss told her. In retrospect, the false fox was fairly soft. He had given her orders but hadn't forced her or threatened her. The true fox was quite different. One after another, the finished blocks of fried tofu disappeared into the maw of the true boss. Sora couldn't bear it.
The white fox politely licked her plate before glaring at Sora and saying,
We won't be able to take over the world like this again!
Oh, false fox, please come back.
The two foxes were giving her the exact same order, but this white fox was undeniably the true one.
Pardon me, but how will fried tofu allow us to…
Mr. Caution should have told you we'll make an sushi bento!
Why, you two are joking, correct?
Hurry, more tofu, eh? You could be fried.
Her voice made it clear that she was serious.
This was impossible. Sora couldn't keep going like this. She didn't know who to blame. Besides, taking over the world with boxed lunches was impossible, and those lunches were never going to be completed if this girl kept eating every finished piece.
From seemingly nowhere, the white fox conjured a sofa and sat down, swinging her legs as she fiddled with her smartphone. She didn't look motivated in the slightest.
Hurry, don't watch! Work!
Boss, did you not come to Crate in order to aid the operation? Sora didn't know much about the current operation, but there must have been something exceptional about it if someone so busy was taking the time to visit. She shouldn't have time for selling, or rather, making fried tofu.
That doesn't matter. Now cook!
The outcome of this operation could change the very direction of our organization.
That block. 83 points.
Sora was done for. This one was more obtuse than the false fox. Sora was willing to admit that the white fox was an awe-inspiring person, but how had she led Fox to such great heights? What was the purpose behind the fried tofu? Why was a priestess being forced to do the cooking? Was this a form of punishment? Was she going to spend the rest of her life at the frying pan because she had been tricked into making fried tofu? Hell was a real place, and Sora was in it. If they planned to execute her, she wished they would just hurry up and get it over with. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the door flung open, and in came the source of her troubles. He wasn't wearing his mask, so he couldn't even be called a fox, but that no longer mattered.
Oh, false fox, I've awaited your return.
You have? What's up? What's up?
She no longer cared. She was just fine with the false fox. She wanted nothing to do with this fried tofu fiend. What maiden could be proud of herself if she smelled of oil? She dashed up to the false fox and he watched her doltishly.
For the first time, Sora felt a shred of respect for the false fox. In a verbal duel between the soul-chilling true fox and the empty-headed false fox, the true fox was defeated with a single riposte.
Mr. Caution, you must have no sense of caution if you dare oppose me.
Don't you feel bad for working Sora so hard? If you want fried tofu so badly, make it yourself.
You're the one who had me making fried tofu in the first place.
The white fox recoiled. She then clapped her hands and shoved Sora out of the way so she could reach the ingredients. She grabbed a cut of tofu and began frying. Sora hadn't noticed it before, but there was a slender tail sprouting from the white fox's lower back. She didn't recall it being there earlier. Could it be further proof that this was the real white fox? As she watched that tail wag back and forth, she felt incredibly tired. The false fox entered the kitchen, wiped his brow, and said with that hapless smile of his, "Well, that solves one problem. Very good."
Just who are you?
You see, she just kept sending me her thoughts on the tofu like she's some sort of food critic.
So when the white fox kept pulling out her smartphone, it was because she was contacting the false fox? So they really are friends? How did that happen?
So, when are you gonna go home?
When I get bored,
Not when the operation is finished?
Sora had no idea how she was going to explain this to Galf. The next moment, the sounding stone in her pocket began to vibrate. These were an emergency hotline for the Holy Fox Maidens, and their usage was one of the things she had learned at the main temple. Someone must have become worried about Sora. She had entirely forgotten that she even had a sounding stone. Nothing in her training had prepared her for a mess like this. But she wasn't going to fail again. She would put her skills to use. She glanced at the white fox. The real and the false were standing shoulder to shoulder, making fried tofu. So, when did you become their boss?
This doesn't taste good. This doesn't taste good.
Sora faded into a corner and activated her sounding stone. She was going to report the situation to the main temple. Normally, sharing information like this would be a breach of protocol, but maidens were allowed to speak freely to each other.
Once more, again, the false boss, who I was certain was a real boss because their mask is genuine, appears to be friends with the real boss, who I had thought might be a false boss, and to make things worse, they plan to sell an Arazushi bento across the land? Does something about that not make sense? Well, don't ask me, ask the boss. Goodness.
Sora sounded like she was about to cry, so her former instructors tried calming her.
Sora, get a hold of yourself. The white fox should currently be en route to your position.
I told you, they're already here. They showed up and suddenly started telling me to make fried.
The will of the white fox might at times prove beyond comprehension to the minds of ordinary people, but I can't imagine they would ever say anything so stupid. The white fox's objective is destruction, to destroy the world so it can be reborn anew. That hasn't changed since our founding.
Sora agreed. No, she would have agreed, but not anymore. Things had changed. She turned around and looked at the white fox, who was staring intently at her frying pan. "O white fox, which holds greater importance to you, fried tofu or the rebirth of the world?"
Her answer was brief. She looked at the young priestess and said,
Did you hear that? As I expected, fried tofu takes precedence. Because of you, the white fox's mood has been fouled.
Calm down, Sora. Take deep breaths. The white fox would never act like that.
I can't do that. This is the will of the gods. The white fox has ordained that we unify the world through fried tofu.
Sora's voice was breaking. Why couldn't her former instructor understand?
Calm yourself, Sora. Here, let me speak with the white fox. I'm acquainted with them.
I can't. Sora couldn't ask that terrifying figure to speak on her sounding stone. The white fox looked at the maiden as though she were looking at garbage. Sora truly believed that if she let her guard down, she would end up being fried.
What's wrong?
It seemed the fake one was more amicable than the real one. Sora reaffirmed her commitment to the false fox. The real one was too much for her. My superior wishes to speak with the boss.
Oh, that's a sounding stone. Those are nifty things. But I've got something better, a smartphone. The false fox was all too happy to accept the sounding stone from Sora. And then he walked up to the white fox and tugged on her ear. Sora thought her heart was going to stop when she saw the white fox being treated so roughly.
What?
For a moment, she was surrounded by a murderous aura so overwhelming it nearly caused Sora to black out. But the false fox just kept grinning at her. Sora had been somewhat aware of it, but now she was certain this man was just about incapable of feeling fear. One of your people wants to talk to you. She didn't respond. Simone, I'll watch the frying pan for you. Looking not at all happy about it, the white fox accepted the sounding stone. The instructor got straight to the point.
Oh, white fox, I haven't had the privilege to speak with you in some time. I understand my foolish pupil has been less than cordial. She's also been saying some strange things, something about redeeming the world with fried tofu.
The white fox sat down on the counter and folded her legs. Her tail glimmered faintly. She cleared her throat and said,
How long has it been, you old fox? You heard correctly. Through fried tofu, we intend to bring about the death and rebirth of the world. This is the will of the fox gods.
Her voice wasn't anything like the complacent one she had previously spoken in. This voice sounded like that of a young man. It was quiet but powerful, and strangely charismatic. The false fox looked at her, wide-eyed. His gaze wasn't anywhere near the frying pan.
I beg your pardon? Oh, white fox, this is quite unlike the course we've made.
Not another word. We're going to realign our organization into one optimal for producing fried tofu. Anyone who objects will be erased.
But the other white foxes, Oh, never mind. So, what would you have us do?
The white fox looked at the frying pan, then hopped off the counter.
Fried tofu?
The white fox tossed the sounding stone back to Sora, then sorrowfully removed an overdone slab of fried tofu from the frying pan.
This was it. The organization was done for. Perhaps at least now her instructor understood that Sora wasn't to blame.
In the end, the white fox didn't stop making fried tofu until the ingredients prepared by the false fox ran out. It should be mentioned that the white fox ate every morsel the moment it was cooked, so nothing remained. While Sora hoped to never smell oil again for as long as she lived, the white fox seemed disappointed. She had eaten enough for a dozen or more adults, but she still wasn't satisfied. She had gone on about conquering the world through fried tofu, but she clearly just wanted to eat some. Unable to endure the silence, Sora commented.
Oh, white fox, you seem quite fond of fried tofu.
Yet she had gorged on all that fried tofu. That must have had more mass than her entire body, but her stomach was flat as it had been earlier. The white fox didn't say anything more. Sora wasn't sure what to say, but then she didn't have to.
If you don't make me more fried tofu in 10 seconds, I'll,
If I may, how do you and the false fox, the Thousand Tricks, know each other?
The white fox didn't immediately answer.
Sora felt like she had just dodged a bullet. She had heard the bosses were people you had to be careful around, but this one considered restraint a foreign concept. As Sora calmed her beating heart, the white fox slowly opened her mouth, a faint glow emitting from her tail.
Mr. Caution is a consultant. We hired him so our organization can transition into a producer of fried tofu.
That was preposterous. For one thing, there was no reason a secret organization would need to produce fried tofu. Did the other white foxes know about this? And who was Mr. Caution?
Of course, the other masked bears are aware of this. Mr. Caution is a nickname for the Thousand Tricks. It's how we refer to him.
Sora was taken aback. It was almost as though the white fox had been reading her mind. The thought that the other bosses knew of this plan was terrifying to her. What in the world was going on in this organization? What had happened to it? The boss kept talking about taking over the world with fried tofu, but that wasn't something groups like theirs did. Even in a command structure that demanded absolute loyalty to one's superiors, Sora couldn't imagine the other members would show any enthusiasm for this. Those at the top decided the rules, but maybe the boss was trying to say Fox would never take off if it remained an underground society? Sora didn't necessarily have the right to know, but what was the death and rebirth of the world via fried tofu even supposed to be? These and more questions without answers circled through her head.
I decide the rules. Nowadays, underground societies don't really take off. You aren't permitted to know about the death and rebirth.
I see. Sora didn't feel like she could argue with that. Was this apparent ability to read her mind another sign of the boss's greatness? Sora began to tremble, which made the white fox seem oddly pleased. But, I must say, oh white fox, we might be planning to remake the world with fried tofu, but headquarters is yet to put out any official orders. Won't this cause confusion among our ranks? It was one thing that Sora hadn't known, but even someone as high in the ranks as Galv hadn't been aware of this change of course. Even with their dedication to secrecy, this must have been unprecedented.
Then, for the first time, the white fox asked Sora a question.
What do you think, Sora?
Well, she thought they should first use their communication networks to make sure everyone was aware of this plan. While the change may have been a sudden one, the current state of affairs was far outside the norm for Fox. Coordination was one of their strengths. If orders to make fried tofu were to come down through the normal chain of command, the other members would find them odd, but still be willing to go along with it. But there was no way the white fox could be ignorant of that.
The white fox's tail came to a halt, she said in a quiet voice.
Might I ask, just to be sure, Sora, are you familiar with this chain of command?
And no, I'm not. That's not something a mere priestess would know. What was the white fox getting at? There was no reason Sora would know about the boss's chain of command.
I see.
The white fox sank into a contemplative silence. Then came a knock at the door.
Boss, are you present?
Just a moment, if you would. This would be Galf's first meeting with this white fox, not to mention he hadn't yet realized the false fox was an imposter. The matter of Sora's misidentification had been resolved, except that Galf hadn't learned of it yet. Oh, white fox, that's the man in charge of the current operation. What shall I do?
With that, Sora had no choice but to unlock the door. Then she turned around and gasped. Standing there was someone who had left earlier, the false fox. There wasn't a trace of the white fox, who had been conversing with Sora just moments ago. The false fox's height and visage were unchanged, but his demeanor was more dignified, his bearing more imposing. Galv paled when he saw this new figure.
Oh, I've returned.
With a regal nod, the false fox sat on the counter and crossed his legs.
Welcome back, Elf. You don't need to tell me anything. I can see it on your face. You've done what I ordered you to.
Ah, you honor me.
You think I've changed, don't you? That was all nothing more than an act. By portraying myself as such a disgrace, I was testing you. You've done a fine job proving your loyalty.
Galf was in awe of the complete change, and that was when Sora noticed it. Sprouting from the false fox's backside was a tail. She had a very bad feeling about this.
Now there's no need to grovel. I keep my promises. I'll entrust this mask and our current objective to you.
Objective?
Then the false fox that was actually the white fox spoke with a confidence that the real false fox could never manage.
The currently underway Plan A, the Annihilation Plan intended to be carried out at the Supreme Warrior Festival, is cancelled. Dedicate all available resources to the production of fried tofu. With your command structure, convey this to your subordinates. Phantoms were the recreations of past memories. They weren't living creatures and therefore were driven by different instincts. Their behavior was derived from the histories that created them. The unimaginably powerful spectral foxes of Peregrine Lodge were no exception. Little Sister Fox couldn't ignore the drive. She had no need to eat, nor did she consider herself an ally of Mr. Caution, but the impulses carved into her spirit gave her a burning desire for that thing known as fried tofu. And for Little Sister Fox, engaging in tests of wits with and playing pranks on humans was her reason for being.
Oh, White Fox, are you sure about this?
It's fine. It's all been laid out in precise calculations. It's all figured out.
You understood. I'm following your orders. Your orders.
Little Sister Fox had no interest in the affairs of humans. She was a phantom born from a god. In other words, she herself was a god. The divine could be wrathful. Mere mortals meant nothing to them. She only obeyed Mr. Caution because they had made a deal. Thousands of people could die. Organizations could be brought to ruin, but Little Sister Fox was still just a fox. If anyone was at fault, it was those who let the wool get pulled over their eyes after being subjected to a few tricks or a little mind reading. Those people should have followed Mr. Caution's example. That human was so bereft of productive thoughts it was almost baffling. It was as though he was intentionally letting the foxes influence him. She understood how her mother had lost. It sounded strange, but people like him were the trickiest opponents of all when it came to battles of wits. Not even Little Sister Fox knew what to do. Still, back when she had been secluded in the treasure vault, opportunities to deceive humans had been all too rare. Her tail began to wag rapidly.
Then the sounding stone the priestess had given her began to vibrate. She received the call, but didn't hear anything. She tilted her head and studied it for a moment when a voice suddenly emerged.
Identify yourself!
She didn't say anything. She had been prepared to potentially accept failure. Even her powers had limits. She couldn't do everything, and she did some things better than others. Fooling people far away was something she had difficulties with. This person would be especially tricky as they seemed to have a well-fortified mind. She could get glimpses of their thoughts. Their voice was powerful, enough to even unsettle a grand phantom, Decider Ann say. Now whose form would she take? Sora's Sora's former instructor? Little Sister Fox was unconcerned with their affairs, but she wasn't ignorant of them. She rubbed her tail and thought. Then she had a great idea. I'm on fire today.
She changed her voice to match that of Mr. Caution and said,
It's nice to meet you, boss. So maybe that's a strange thing to say. After all, I've been watching you for a long time. Some people call me the Thousand Tricks. I know nothing of caution, and I'd say I'm your adversary.
I spent the day taking it easy in the inn. I didn't really know why, but everything was going my way this time. After being attacked by troglodytes during my vacation and running into Peregrine Lodge during the escort job, things were finally looking up. While I plucked another piece of chocolate, Citri quietly approached me and whispered,
So, Cry, how much longer?
Until what? She had cooled off a bit after being tossed out the window, but she was still in fine spirits. What was going on with her? Cheeks flushed, she took my hand and said,
Oh, you and your jokes, Cry. I'm talking about Fox. Fox, you see, if you give them to me, there's quite a lot I'd like to do.
Oh yeah, that. That wasn't ringing any bells, but I nodded along anyway. Foxes had been popping up all over lately, but it sounded like she was talking about the mask enthusiasts. Come to think of it, I don't know their official name. I guess it doesn't matter. I popped a chocolate into my mouth and said, I won't give them to you.
You're joking, right?
They're not mine to give in the first place.
That was a lie? Cray, you lied to me?
I didn't recall ever saying I would give her Fox.
Well, I've already done so much of that.
I counted on my fingers. I had shoved the Imperial Princess onto the other grievers, Galf and Tuka onto the other grievers, Little Sister Fox onto Sora, and made Sora cook fried tofu. I was just going with the flow, but maybe I should have put a bit more thought into it. I was hoping giving away the mask would be enough for them to forgive me. But how did I even get here? Strange.
Yes, and I too wanted to do that.
Citri pressed herself against me and shook my shoulders. I brought a piece of chocolate to her lips, but she shook her head. More aggressive behavior from her. I, too, wanted to do that. But I didn't plan on doing that. And what is that?
I can't believe you, Cry. Even after all the money I've lent you, after I bought you a kitchen for making fried tofu.
You're very kind, Citri.
What's so amusing about making me cry?
You've always had a knack for crocodile tears. I was serious. Ever since we were kids, she had repeatedly given me fake tears. Maybe because she was the youngest of 3 siblings. Citri was good at getting her way and letting people indulge her. She was leaning up against me, but she didn't weigh much, had a nice figure, and wasn't pressing too hard, so I wasn't bothered. If anything, I thought she could charge for this. As we goofed around, a shadow fell over us. Before I could even wonder why, a short sword was thrust in front of my eyes. The shadow was Lucia's. Something must have happened. Her pallor was white as a ghost's.
Brother, I did it in spite of what it cost me.
What's the matter? You look terrible.
Lucy, I'm in the middle of negotiations with Cry, so go away.
I had no idea we were negotiating. Lucia ignored her and said in a weary voice,
I somehow managed to successfully charge Key of the Land. This is the most mana I've ever put into a relic. Even 10 years wouldn't be enough time for Luke to charge it. What sort of relic is this?
Oh, thanks. This is great. I finally realized the sword thrust in front of me was a relic. Honestly, I had thought I was about to be killed. I broke free from Citri's embrace and took the relic. Years of charging relics had given her a mana pool that exceeded even noble spirits. I hadn't expected this sword to be such a tribulation for someone who could top off all of my safety rings with ease. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Chukikaj, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
Well, if its power is proportional to the charge it requires, it's probably comparable to the floating fortress.
You must be kidding. This is a sword-type relic. The relic, mentioned by Lucia, required more mana than any other in the world. She must have really pushed herself to charge this sword. I had trouble recalling the last time I had seen her so pale. The Supreme Warrior Festival was around the corner, yet she forced herself to do something so excessive. For the time being, I slid the sword into my belt and said, "You should get some rest. Here, I'll take you." I reached out and wrapped her arms around my shoulder. I wasn't any stronger than the average person, but that didn't matter when Lucia's tiny frame was so lightweight.
Yeah! There's no need. I can get there by myself.
She stopped yelping at me when she realized I wasn't going to bend on this. Half-cocked moves were my default approach to life, but even I wasn't okay with overworking my little sister. She didn't say anything when I put her into bed, probably because she was ashamed to be aided by her useless older brother. You can borrow a page from Lucia's book and depend on your brother. Unlike those two, we're actually siblings.
Are you asking to get hit?
Okay, I'm not asking for that much contact.
Don't you have better things to be doing than telling me nonsense? I'm fine. If anything, mana depletion helps me grow. Thank you. Now, don't you have stuff to take care of?
No, I'm pretty free right now. There was a moment of protracted silence before she said,
need to change, so get out.
I thought I had finally gotten a chance to act like a good brother, but I guess it wasn't that simple. So, how do I get Citri to change her mind? Unfortunately, Liz and Ansem were both out. Actually, that lack of natural predators was probably exactly why Citri had chosen that moment to strike. She knew how to work things to her advantage. I returned to the living room to find Citri no longer fake crying, but instead wearing a suspicious smile.
Is Lucy all right?
Yeah, it was that, as usual. She'll be fine after a bit of rest. It was just mana depletion after all. I had my reservations about it, but if I had to, I could always ask Citri for a mana potion.
Oh, wonderful. No, I just remembered I have something very special I'd like to show you.
Hmm?
I'd say it's comparable to Key of the Land. If this doesn't convince you to hand Fox over to me, nothing will.
Covering her mouth with her hand and giggling, Citri seemed awfully confident. Only, it didn't matter what she showed me. The Fox Mask fan club wasn't mine to give. I kept my expectations low as I watched Citri clap her hands twice. The door swung open, and Citri's partner Killiam came jogging in. He was emaciated after being starved during the escort quest and wore his usual banana hammock and paper bag. But on his back, he was carrying a bag large enough to fit a child. The gray macho was short of breath, something I didn't think I had ever seen before. I guess he is a living creature after all.
I told him to come as quickly as he could, but it wasn't exactly a short distance he had to cover.
Don't force him. So wait, you brought him? He wasn't with the carriage, so I thought he had been left behind to hold down the fort.
I had to bring drink and Akasha as I planned to use them in the Supreme Warrior Festival, so I had to make sacrifices. I had asked Halia for help, but it turned out to be too much for her.
She's gonna bring drink and that golem with her. What the hell is this tournament?
Now behold! This is the result of my latest research and will perfectly meet your demands. After seeing this, will you still insist you can't cede Fox to me?
Killiam turned the bag upside down, and its contents were dumped onto the carpet. My brain froze when I saw what had been in the bag. It was a child. She had sky blue hair and was completely naked. She didn't make a single noise, despite being carelessly tossed to the ground. She slowly looked up at me. When I saw her face, my heart nearly stopped. It was Princess Marina's face. There was no mistaking it. She had neat silken hair, intelligent eyes, and a general air of frailty. This wasn't a look-alike, this could very well be the Imperial Princess herself. My first thought was that this might somehow be part of her training, but then I stopped myself. There was no reason to let the Imperial Princess go around disrobed. We could on some insane level justify putting her through hellish training and even letting her be carried around in a bag by an emaciated macho in a banana hammock, but letting her be naked was not going to fly. Franz was going to kill me. And why wasn't she saying anything? Was she okay with this? Was she supposed to be a present? What would I do if someone saw this? I hope I'm a stone in my next life.
So what do you think of my tour de force, Killiam and Kay? Too?
Did you make this so I could get Killiamed?
Do you like it? She looks just like her Imperial Highness.
And no, that is Princess Marina, isn't it?
Indeed. I made her from the blood I collected. Though I was in the middle of research, I gave it my all. With my lack of time and duties training the real one, I even sacrificed sleep. I even invested some of my funds into this project. But you said that Her Imperial Highness needed to be at a level where she could compete in the Supreme Warrior Festival, so I didn't see what else.
You made this? I accidentally spit out my chocolate. My heart was pounding with fear. The more I looked, the more I could see just how deep the resemblance between Killiam MK2 and Princess Marina was. However, the former was a bit taller, and, more importantly, I didn't think the real Imperial Princess would remain so docile under these circumstances. But what bothered me the most was Citri was acting like this was my fault. Maybe the Psy Tree isn't actually the smartest in the forest. Was this really better than if it was the real Imperial Princess before me? I couldn't tell.
Preparing Her Highness for the Supreme Warrior Festival proved beyond our capabilities, but I anticipated that possibility. There should be no problems if we use Killiam and Kay. 2. What do you think? Your dear Citri has created a new magical creature in order to perfectly meet the inordinate requests of her beloved Cry. And yet will you still insist on keeping Fox from me?
Citri, are you threatening me?
Huh?
Huh? Killiam McKay. 2 blinked a few times and looked at me. She opened her delicate lips and said, in a voice, gentle as a bell.
Kill, kill.
There was no way sending an impersonator into the tournament could possibly end well. Besides, there were definitely at least a few people who would object to Imperial blood being used to produce a clone. Did Citri live off curiosity or something? When I first saw that blood vial, I just groaned and looked the other way. How could I have imagined she'd do something like this? Where did she get the technology? While one objection after another popped up in my head, the Imperial Princess walked up to me and stood as though awaiting orders. Just like Killiam NK. 1. She had a strong sense of loyalty. The room fell silent. Neither Killiam nor Princess Killian moved. Think. Cry Andre, the preter-human artificer. You can do it. How are you going to get out of this? This might be too much for. No, even if I was capable of preter-human artifice, there wouldn't be any solving this. Not even Krahi could handle this. My brain wasn't working. I forced my mouth open and said, Did you decide to get another after winning the lottery or something?
Cry. My experiment was a success. Please compliment me.
You're incredible, Citri. She put her head in front of me and I praised her as though I was automated to do so. She had a nice head. I ran my hand through her soft hair, then realized now wasn't the time for this, and instead bopped her on the head. Citri let out a small shriek of delight. I'm the one who should be shrieking, you stupid tree.
By the way, there were 3 failed attempts before I had a successful one.
I pretended I hadn't heard anything and kept thinking. Wait, a body double. Can we use her as a body double? But Killiam NK. 2? No, Killiam Ina. Only says kill. Kill. Can we say this is part of her training? No.
I made it in time for the tournament. Oh, I can't wait to show her off.
No, you can't show her off. Is your heart made of steel? I couldn't rely on the usually reliable Citri. I had to think on my own. I had to come up with a way out of this. After reading the newspaper and learning the latest from her friends in the mercantile business, Eva let out a very deep sigh.
It seems they're up to something.
All was peaceful in Krat, which was unusual for this time of the year. However, the cause of this calm eluded her. Attacks on participants were practically a given when the Supreme Warrior Festival drew near. The local authorities had tried to stop the pot of aggression from boiling over, but hadn't yet figured out an effective measure. And yet this year, peace seemed to have arrived of its own accord. Some people were just grateful for the tranquility, while others were convinced this was the calm before the storm. Ava didn't know for sure if this was Kry's work, and if it was, how he could have possibly held back the attacks when their perpetrators and underlying motives were so diverse. Nonetheless, she had the impression that once again, there wouldn't be much she could do to help. Given Kry's complete disinterest in glory, she had been suspicious when he said he would partake in the Supreme Warrior Festival. Could it be that he really had just taken an interest in the tournament? Even after consulting her past experiences, she really couldn't be sure one way or another. No matter how many years she had been around him, he was still the thousand tricks. She told herself to calm down and stop worrying. If he needed her help, he would come to her. She set the newspaper down and took a deep breath when there was a sudden knock on the door. Eva, help me!
Well, I did tell myself this might happen. Though not this quickly.
She thought something might happen, but she hadn't had nearly enough time to mentally prepare herself. She unlocked the door, and in came the clanmaster, wearing his usual languid expression. Shouldering a large bag, Citri followed him in. Kry looked around to make sure nobody else was in the room, then heaved a sigh.
So what's the matter? I can't do anything with information.
This wasn't the first time Kry had gone to Ava for assistance. Most of the time, he just needed her to negotiate or take care of some mess, which wasn't difficult, but it was tiresome. This man could resolve all sorts of crises, but there were some things even he struggled with. Eva braced herself for more of the same. You'll help me? Contrary to his vast capabilities, he always looked uncertain of himself.
Sure, if there's something I can
Once more, he sighed, this time with relief. He pointed at the bag, then said in a low voice, First, I want you to see this. Citri opened the bag and emptied its contents onto the floor. Eva's brain came to a halt. On the floor was the Imperial Princess Marina Atollum Zebrudia, wearing a coat a few sizes too big for her. She had a stoic expression, but it was unmistakably her. Last Eva had heard, Cray was supposed to be mentoring her.
Why? Why was she in that bag? And why is she dressed like that?
You see, this is actually a fake. The real Imperial Princess is currently at her lessons. Earlier she wasn't wearing anything, so I lent her some of my clothes. Eva was baffled. The Imperial Princess, however, just looked at her unfalteringly, not making any movements beyond some slow blinking. Eva's brain slowly began to move again. In every way, this girl before her looked like the Imperial Princess. Her ability to formulate a response to this absurd situation was informed by her previous experience with absurd situations. Fearing hyperpepnia, she calmed herself and spoke in an equally hushed voice.
Could you elaborate?
She's a fabricated being. It's messed up.
Fabricated being.
Eva slowly let those words sink in. That was messed up. The clan master often panicked over trivial things, but this really was bad. She took another look at the fake Imperial Princess. Her hair and eye color, her build, it was identical to Princess Marina. The only discrepancy was in her facial expression. The Imperial Princess that Eva knew always looked uneasy, or like she might be about to cry. But this one was so placid it was impossible to tell what she might be thinking. This couldn't be a body double or someone in disguise. This couldn't even be a twin sister. Eva took pride in her ability to remember faces and see through facades, but even she couldn't tell this one apart from the real Imperial Princess. Slowly, her brain began to move again. Think, she told herself. What purpose could this serve? Why was this done? Could it be a body double? No, this was too inhumane. And if it was, Cry wouldn't be panicking. And who had even made this being? The Empire, much less the Emperor himself, would never have given permission to do something like this. Technologically and ethically speaking, this couldn't be the work of an outside laboratory. Eva felt a chill and caught the scent of a conspiracy afoot. If anyone could produce a copy of the Imperial Princess, it would have to be some major criminal organization. Could it be Akashic Tower, who had caused so much havoc not long ago? Or could it be the people Cry fought while protecting the Emperor? That did it. The dots connected. Cry was a level 8 known for his constant composure. There couldn't be many entities capable of causing him to fret.
Could it be Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox? Is this the work of Fox?
Cry's eyes bulged. Was he surprised that Eva had made a correct guess with so little to go off? Eva's years of experience as his right hand hadn't been for nothing. But now wasn't the time for self-congratulations.
I believe I understand now. You rescued her from Fox, didn't you?
There was a long silence between them. Yeah. So Eva was right. She had heard that Fox had plotted and failed to assassinate the Emperor, but they were a large organization with a reputation to maintain. After failing to kill the Emperor, it wasn't odd that they might try again, but instead go after this daughter. Cry must have figured out that Fox had made a fake Imperial Princess and rescued her. Could it be that this was why he had accepted the request to mentor Princess Marina? There was sweat running down his cheeks. Clearly, even he was having trouble staying calm under these circumstances. Eva wanted to cover her ears, but a vice clan master had to stay calm when the clan master was in danger.
Stay calm. Is there just one copy?
There were 3 failures. Cry wavered. He must have witnessed a true travesty. She was the only success. Right, Seatree?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Curse you, Fox.
Eva found her determination renewed by the sight of her faltering boss. She looked him in the eye and said,
His Imperial Majesty is to be among the spectators at the Supreme Warrior Festival. We should contact him.
Huh? Ich pucks about.
I knew he'd try to solve this all on his own. Cry, this isn't something we can resolve without help, and even if we can, the existence of this fake suggests that Her Imperial Highness is in danger. I understand your capabilities, but I still think we should contact them.
You're right. This is all Fox's fault. I can always count on you, Eva. There was no time to lose. A fake Imperial Princess was an asset with tremendous potential. Every second counted, as Fox would no doubt come to take back what they had made. Having the fake princess so close to one of Fox's greatest adversaries was too risky. However, this lodge was filled with the hunters of first steps, making it relatively secure.
I'll contact the Empire. For now, leave her with me. Sven is here, so I can ask him for protection. Cry, your fight with Fox.
Right. Eva didn't know how this fight was being played out, but she had to do everything she could to help. I have to fight Fox, the bad fox.
Oh, is there a good Fox? Were there collaborators within Fox of all organizations?
Cry gave her that uncertain look he always wore. Just a few. By consulting with Eva, Citri's work had somehow ended up being blamed on an underworld organization. This was messed up. Eva took the fake imperial princess and made a swift departure from our room. The grave look on her face wasn't something a mere clan master like me could dare to defy. The door clicked shut, and Citri pouted at me.
All that work, my big reveal, all gone to waste. I plan to use her to bargain with the Empire.
God, she isn't sorry in the slightest. And what was she hoping to bargain for? I recalled something Liz had once told me. Citri could do everything, but every now and again, she had to screw something up. She used Citri's suspected involvement in the mass prison break as an example. At the time, this struck me as an exaggeration, but now I was thinking Liz might have been right. So what do I do now? Citri had been looking at me reproachfully, but then she seemed to have a change of heart.
Well, this might not be such a bad development. Fox is in no position to protest overtly.
I appreciated her positive attitude, but I also thought she was a bit too quick to change her position. Sure, a bunch of criminals weren't likely to protest the accusations, but if the truth got out, it'd be all over for us. All this made me ask what happened to the clever, cute, and reliable Citri I had once known. My usual savior had a twinkle in her eyes as she clapped her hands like she always did.
Right. Let's make a few more demands of them. And if they fail to meet them, they can die.
Hey! Do I have to remind you whose fault this is? I grabbed Citri by the shoulders, which must have caught her off guard, as she wobbled and fell. By coincidence, she landed beneath me. A vial of brightly colored liquid rolled across my peripheral vision.
Ah!
The next moment, everything was thrown out of order, like we had been tossed into a storm. From behind me, there was a boom, accompanied by a sweltering impact, all of which were deflected by my safety rings. I fell to the ground and wrapped my arms around her, my world turning upside down the next moment. We fell, another ring activating as we hit the ground. Whether we hit our heads or feet, it was all the same to a safety ring. We quickly got back on our feet and saw a large hole in the ceiling. Had we been attacked? Or had it been some natural disaster? The sensation had suggested some sort of explosive, but I didn't see any scorch marks. Citri let out a small groan. What? What in the world was that? Huh?
Calm down, Cry. An enhanced explosive potion slipped out. That's all.
That was a potion? Oh. Fortunately, the room below us was unoccupied, but the room above had been partly destroyed. That wasn't good. If not for my safety rings, I definitely would have been killed in that explosion. What a dangerous thing to just carry around with you. Are you all right?
Of course. I had you to protect me. I'm unharmed.
If I hadn't been here, the room wouldn't have been blown to smithereens in the first place. My heart was still threatening to burst from my chest. The safety rings had kept me safe, but it was still hard to not be shaken by something like that. I was ready to vomit. I guess I can't be mad at her for making princesses when I'm causing explosions. I heard footsteps upstairs, then the sound of a door opening. Eva looked down at us through the hole in the ceiling.
Oh, what in the world happened?
Having just pushed a big responsibility off onto Ava, I didn't really know what to say to her. I felt Citri's lips brush the back of my neck before she stood up and said,
Don't worry, we're quite fine, Ava. We were simply attacked by Fox.
Could it be? Am I Fox? Eva gulped, the blood draining from her face. Citri grabbed my hand and helped me up. I wobbled a bit but quickly regained my strength. For better or for worse, I was used to accidents.
There's no further problems. They struck from a distance. The lackey behind the attack has already fled out of fear of Cry. This calls for a plan of operations. Contact His Imperial Majesty immediately.
What insane mental fortitude she had. It was like she was used to this. Sven poked his head through the hole. He must have heard the noise as well.
Ooh, they really got you.
I pulled my fraying heart back together and did my best to appear hard-boiled. We're unharmed, but I can't say the same for the flooring and furniture. In a mansion situated near the center of Kret, I met with Franz for the first time in a while. The opportunity to talk with the Emperor and his people came surprisingly easily, all thanks to Ava's exceptional talents. She had even explained the situation to them, so I didn't have to. It would have been even better if that report hadn't been filled to the brim with our false intel.
This is the last thing I wanted to see. I figured there was more than our investigations had brought to light, but I hadn't imagined Fox might be capable of something like this. When you suddenly said you were bringing Her Imperial Highness away from the Imperial capital, I wanted to rip you limb from limb.
I hadn't expected this either. It took me by surprise. Why is Franz using such aggressive words? He doesn't sound at all like one of Zeebridia's storied nobles. Why did Citri have to keep doing dangerous experiments? She had already done so much. I thought she could slow down a bit. Unless she was first-rate precisely because she didn't slow down? Standing before Franz, the fake Marina didn't move a muscle. Something about the way she stood there reminded me of Killiam. However, that was the only similarity between the MK1 and the MK2. Citri crossed her arms.
Goodness, what a horrifying organization Fox is.
She said like this wasn't her work. I wasn't sure I'd ever trust her again. Dealing with the crafty alchemists and merchants of the imperial capital had made her tough, but had she also lost her conscience?
This couldn't be a mere disguise. We need to report to His Imperial Majesty.
It's not just this. They're conducting experiments that involve placing phantoms in blenders and extracting their mana material. I saw it with my own eyes. The phantoms howled with rage as they were viciously chopped up and their liquid mana material withdrawn.
What did she say?
For some reason, it wasn't just her and Franz. Citri was also looking my way. But if anyone was thrown for a loop, it was me. Tears in her eyes. Citri clenched her fists and continued. Her voice shriller than before.
Not only that, they tried to make a magic creature by stitching together the best parts of different criminals. Curse you, Fox.
Quit it. You're scaring me, and I don't even know what you're talking about. I put my hand on Citri's head, stopping her there. Well, that's not worth worrying about.
Not worth worrying about? Extracting mana material and creating dangerous magical creatures are both strictly forbidden. You're awfully calm for someone who just survived an attempt at revenge. Someone weaker would have died.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That potion was concocted to kill high-level phantoms. This would have been so much easier if I hadn't known more than I did. Yeah, but I'm used to being assaulted. Needless to say, I was also used to screwing up. My urges to start groveling were kicking up. Franz crossed his arms and scrutinized the fake imperial princess. After a few moments of that, he stepped in front of me, his eyes looking down into mine. His face was grave, wrinkles etched into his forehead.
The laboratory was destroyed. I don't believe we'll see them produce any further imposters.
So you're telling me we've avoided the worst-case scenario? Even if they manage to make another one, we can come up with a counter method, now that we're aware of their plot. Now tell me, can this imposter not speak?
I imagine they were afraid she might say the wrong thing.
No faith in their own creation. Bah, those wretched scum.
Citri just grinned. Stop, Franz. You're insulting Citri. She's a little odd, but she's not a bad girl.
She probably hasn't been programmed yet. In her current state, I'd say she's harmless.
You're very well informed.
I'm an alchemist. I have a passing familiarity with magical creatures like this.
I was astounded by her ability to lie with such ease.
Oh, very well. We'll take the fake Imperial Princess. Later, I expect you to tell me about this laboratory you destroyed. I want to investigate it as soon as I can, but we don't have the hands to spare right now. Though, I don't like to admit it, we don't have the resources for anything more than our current operation in Crete. We can't bring too many knights into a foreign land without risking an incident.
It sounded like Franz had his hands full. I could see how tired he was just by looking at his face. He already was in charge of the Emperor's safety, now he had to deal with this. Couldn't have been easy. Oh, an operation in Crete? Is something going on?
Didn't the association talk to you about it? It's the matter regarding Key of the Land.
They had said Fox was planning something, but I hadn't heard any details. Wait. Key of the Land?
Come to think of it, you're a relic collector, aren't you? Do you know anything?
In response, I drew Key of the Land from its scabbard. I let the light reflect off the patterned blade. It might not have been meant for combat, but I found it very pleasing to the eye. Not even I know much about it. There's one in a museum, so maybe you could ask them? Franz looked at me in stunned silence. I was glad he acknowledged that I was a collector, but the world of relics was a deep one. Even with it in my hands, I couldn't tell much more than that it was something special. It was then that I realized Franz's eyes were close to bursting from their sockets. I moved the relic, and his gaze followed it. I put the sword away and smiled at him. I thought I'd mention the museum again. This one is beyond even my knowledge. There's one at a museum.
But do you have that?
An organization that had slowly grown in the shadows was, for the first time since its founding, thrown into disarray. Their dedication to secrecy meant their members were largely kept in the dark. Fox operated on a system in which agents from all around would report to headquarters. Headquarters would investigate thoroughly, then disperse information as necessary. Most communication was done over sounding stones, and agents weren't made aware of where headquarters was located. This thorough confidentiality was one of the reasons Fox had managed to remain so elusive. But now, that same trait was working against them. Fox's task forces were allowed a level of autonomy because contacting headquarters was a complicated process, and the organization liked to keep chatter to a minimum unless there was an emergency.
Producing fried tofu? What operation is that? We received a report from Galf that it's proceeding apace. We've learned that they're in contact with other organizations, even previous adversaries. That must be part of his plan. Batman is a cautious one, though I think he's taking it a step too far.
At the operational headquarters that managed the Imperial capital and the surrounding areas, specialists were struggling to organize the information flowing in from their collaborators.
We've received word that there was a bombing at the lodge housing First Steps. Which team did this?
A fake Imperial princess appeared.
Any significant degree of information required some time to process, but this was too much. As long as no reports were coming from the team on the ground, it was fair to assume they weren't running into any problems. But this was Fox's grandest plot yet. If it were to end in failure, their other operations would all be affected. The lodge bombing was one thing, but the false Imperial princess? Fried tofu? That couldn't be overlooked.
Send a team. There might be something happening, and figure out which idiot researcher made a copy of the Imperial Princess. We were already blindsided by the leaks during the Counter Cascade's failure. We can't have any more.
Someone stood up and said,
Emergency communication from the boss. The Crate team is believed to have been infiltrated.
Everyone paled when they heard these dreaded words. For a second, nobody wanted to believe it.
What was that?
Fox was extraordinarily particular about its members. Galf was experienced, strong, charismatic, and a good leader. It was hard to ask for more. Though he was a bit too ambitious, he was meticulous and known for rarely having to deviate from his plans, which was why he had been chosen to lead such an important mission. He had even been permitted to have a Holy Fox Maiden on his team.
He's not the backstabbing type. Is it possible someone deceived him and wormed their way to his side?
That was impossible. Galf never trusted outsiders. He only trusted other organization members. However, thinking back on it, there was something off about the case with the Counter Cascade. That man had been far too skilled of an assassin to be stopped by anyone not already aware of his plans, not to mention he had hidden his true powers even from his fellow clan members. This left just one conclusion.
Could it be? Could someone from inside our organization have betrayed us?
The room instantly fell silent. One result of Fox's secrecy was that very few members were aware that there wasn't just one boss. There were multiple commanders bearing those special masks. Each one of them oversaw a large turf, and they regularly communicated with each other to determine the direction of the organization. Galf was prudent as could be, and Telm had been a level 7 hunter, but they had both been outmaneuvered. Just one instance could be written off, but there had to be a reason if this had happened twice. Those two were wary of outsiders. If they had been defeated, it could only have been at the hands of a traitor. What's more, there were very few members of Fox who could have issued commands to high-ranking members without raising suspicions. This operation could decide the fate of the organization and could greatly expand the influence of the boss in the Imperial region. Internal conflicts came with all organizations, no matter when or where they were from. So far, Fox had managed to avoid them.
What do we do? This is beyond our capabilities. The boss should have figured it out.
If the operator was right, this wasn't Galf's fault. The identities of the bosses were kept secret and their authority was absolute and unquestionable. It was how they had gotten as far as they had.
The boss says we need to retake key of the land at all costs. Damn it! Contact Galf immediately! But don't let him know the truth. We can't risk letting the traitor realize we're onto them. This can still be salvaged.
Without key of the land, this operation couldn't possibly go forward. If it couldn't be regained, the operation was doomed. If an internal conflict broke out, the organization would be paralyzed, and the casualties would be numerous. But it was too late to stop it. The operators recovered from their stupor and got to work. The air in the room had changed. A savage conflict was before them, and closing in. For the first time in a while, I had a date with the great potentate.
Key of the land has been secured, has it? The rumors don't do you justice, but with this and the copy of Marina, I fail to see how it all fits together.
I noticed his eyebrows twitching when he turned to me. I'd consider it a coincidence, Your Imperial Majesty. Franz gave me a glare that told me to keep those thoughts to myself, but I was being honest.
You have my thanks for this and for mentoring my daughter. I'll be sure to prepare another token of my gratitude, though it'll have to wait until the situation has subsided.
I've done nothing of note. I really hadn't. The only thing of note here was Citri's evil doing. Citri, you're amazing. Nobody else has ever been thanked for wringing out the Imperial Princess's blood and making a copy of her. While I was battling my guilt, Citri stepped forward and said with complete confidence,
It was in Zibrudia where we became hunters. It's only natural that we do what we can for the Empire that helped make us.
I wanted to rip out her tongue. This Citri was a Citri I couldn't trust to do anything. After listening to her platitudes, the Emperor said,
I see. You're Citri smart, are you not? I hear you're quite the alchemist.
You honor me greatly, Your Imperial Majesty. But when placed next to Cries, my abilities come off as meager and diminutive.
Stop that. She might have been doing it for my sake, but I was fed up with the meaningless exaltations.
By the way, may I ask what your relationship to the Thousand Tricks is?
I'm his wife.
Without even thinking, I whacked her on the back of the head. Franz and the Emperor both looked stunned. Ah, now I've done it. But hold on. Everything she said has been a lie. I made myself look as impressive as I possibly could, then tried to push it all under the rug. That's enough for jokes for now. Now, let's get to our true business.
Ah, indeed. Franz
stepped forward. Citri looked serious, like I hadn't just bopped her on the head.
Let's start from the beginning. Among certain circles, Key of the Land is designated a Class 1 weapon. When it was first discovered, its capabilities were uncertain, and it was donated to a museum. However, the true nature of the relic became known when literature regarding it was discovered.
A Class 1 weapon. I was pretty sure that was really bad. An immense number of relics existed, but Class 1 weapons were almost non-existent. This meant Key of the Land was in the same bracket as Floating Fortress. Things like this were why I found relics so fascinating. Because of their dangerous nature, information regarding relics like this was kept confidential. Except Floating Fortress was so big, you couldn't really hide it anywhere. What the hell is that relic doing in a museum?
The reason Key of the Land was allowed to remain in the museum was because of the immense mana it requires. Nobody is capable of charging it. In case another instance appears, it's common practice to treat relics like this as if they were something benign. which invites the question of where those bastards got their information.
Huh? Nobody can charge it?
Correct. According to the discovered literature, in the era of the original Key of the Land, there was a tool meant specifically for storing power, and it stored more power than a human being could muster.
This was starting to sound like one of those cases where a relic required multiple parts to attain its true potential, but only one had manifested. It happened from time to time, but honestly, I wasn't sure what purpose storing so much power could serve. Relics weren't necessarily identical to the historic tools that they were based on. I had heard many of these original tools didn't require mana. And if the charging tool required as much power as Key of the Land, that would be the cart before the horse. These considerations were probably why the relic was allowed to remain in the museum. I see. Now I understood why Luke had been unable to charge the sword. Oh, no. Lucia charged it.
Lucy used the tail in my potions. She was determined to charge it.
Now wasn't the time to tell me that.
Don't tell me!
In a voice that could have emerged from the deepest pits of hell, he must have caught on. 25.
Did you charge it?
I never said that.
You're sweating like a goddamn river. Do you think I was born yesterday? Do you?
His booming voice rattled my eardrums, but I just didn't know what to tell him. In his rage, he tried to grab me, but was stopped by a small, pale hand. Franz's eyes bulged. The hand was that of the fake Imperial Princess. Citri's creations were always imbued with loyalty, but now was a bad time to show it. Calm down. Sure, I charged it, but what's done is done.
So you did charge it? How?
If you have a relic, it's perfectly normal to charge it. Arnold, Ark, the Abyssal Inferno, everyone would do the same thing. Yeah, any treasure hunter would do the same.
Don't try and pivot.
I didn't do anything wrong. If anything is wrong, it's, the nature of treasure hunters. There's nothing illegal about charging a relic.
Are you trying to get us all killed?
I didn't know it was that dangerous.
Don't lie to me. The thousand tricks, preter-human artificer, foresight that borders on precognition and an information network that spans the entire empire. There's no way you couldn't know. You should have noticed when you saw how much mana it required. If you don't quit this act, I'll put you behind bars.
I couldn't help but say what was on my mind. Wow, you have a high opinion of me.
Ah!
Nothing good could come from Imperial nobles believing those absurd rumors. I was a man with worse luck than the Imperial Princess. Unsure what to do with Franz in his current state, the Emperor instead looked at me dubiously.
You say you charged it, but it's to my understanding that not even 100 noble spirit magi could manage that? How did? Oh, did you perhaps obtain the relic used to charge it?
Seeing my look of surprise, he pinched the bridge of his nose.
Ooh, are you telling me a human charged it? Is that possible? Heavens above!
This man is special, your Imperial Majesty.
I see. The Emperor was a renowned warrior, but even he was at a loss. It seemed this relic was no joke. Honestly, how did the Fox Mask fan club, Temp name, even get something this dangerous? I'd have to ask Galth the next time I saw him. I loved relics, I liked using them, I liked collecting them, and I was even willing to be indebted to Citri if it was in the name of relics. But I like to think even I was capable of caution. Keeping it in its generic scabbard, I removed the sword from my belt and offered it to Franz. I understand now. Take it, I'll leave it in your care. The moment they saw Key of the Land, the Emperor recoiled and Franz stepped in front of him. Citri looked at it aghast, and I'm fairly certain I heard the fake Imperial Princess say, "Kill, kill." I was the odd one out.
You're standing before His Imperial Majesty. Don't just...
I told you, I'm giving it to you.
Don't point it at me, you cretin. Please, Your Imperial Majesty, leave the room just to be safe.
Did you call me a cretin? During this brief exchange, knights came pouring into the room.
Don't touch the key. If it activates, this land will be decimated. Apprehend him.
What the hell was I supposed to do? Truly, there was nothing better than the human world. She had never before left the treasure vault, but she knew her instincts were right. To Little Sister Fox and the other phantoms of Peregrine Lodge, humans were inferior beings, but also lovable fools. Naturally, that view only extended to the humans they could deceive, but individuals formidable or stupid enough to not fall for the ploys of Little Sister Fox were few and far between. Back in Towie's-Aunt and now in this kitchen, she was surrounded by opportunities. Ordered by Galf, another one of the Phantom's victims, a number of burly adults all worked at frying pans, their eyes devoid of life. The girl in the white robe looked at Little Sister Fox uncertainly. This girl was apparently a human who worshipped Mother Fox as a god. The small phantom hadn't previously known of these worshippers, but what these fools did was of no concern to her. These humans were supposedly members of some secret organization, and had some big job to do, but none of that mattered to Little Sister Fox. Eating fried tofu she obtained through deception satisfied her taste buds and instincts. It was supreme bliss. There was a knock, and the door opened. Little Sister Fox was currently donning the form of Mr. Caution, the man worshipped by Galf. The spectral foxes had more than a few skills, but taking the form of someone else was her specialty. And she didn't become just any ordinary Mr. Caution. She became the all-powerful man Galf believed him to be. She twiddled with a cut of fried tofu that she had morphed into a fox mask and looked down at Galf with total complacency.
Is something the matter?
Our work is proceeding smoothly, boss, but we received a strange message from headquarters.
As an offspring of a god, Little Sister Fox had an IQ far beyond that of any human. She had no trouble understanding these lower beings and could use their languages with ease. With intelligence like this, tricking humans was a simple matter.
It doesn't matter. Your boss is Mr. Caution. Your orders don't come from headquarters. They come from me.
Mr. Caution?
But I know what they want, and if they want it, they can have it. You see, this thing was just a spare.
Little Sister Fox reached behind her and grabbed a cut of piping hot fried tofu off a plate. In the blink of an eye, she turned the tofu into what Galf wanted, a piping hot key of the land. He took it and fumbled with it a bit while letting out a small cry.
It's hot. What happened? What happened?
It was heated up a bit too much, that's all. Now take it. That should satisfy headquarters.
Galf looked doubtful for a moment, but he said his thanks and left the room. Humans were indeed fools. Galf seemed to be pretty capable as far as humans went, but he couldn't tell fried tofu from a relic. Little Sister Fox's disguises were enough to fool the world if used right, but at the same time, they could be seen through by anyone with a bit of skill. With time, they would notice that something was unusual, but a deception wasn't complete until the target noticed they were being fooled. Satisfied by the folly of the lower races and the level of her own disguise, Little Sister Fox laughed to herself. Floating on her back, she pulled out her smartphone when something occurred to her. Mr. Caution had been using a bit of fried tofu masquerading as a smartphone normally, as though it actually were a smartphone. How much longer would it be until he noticed the ruse? What the hell did these people want from me? I dragged my weary body down the streets of Crete. I wasn't at all happy with the results of my audience with the Emperor. They had forced Key of the Land onto me. I couldn't see what purpose there could be in making me hold on to something so deadly. Nothing good came from having a high level. Though I might have been scowling, Citri was in high spirits.
I think giving the relic to you was a very astute decision. I'm so glad they were willing to take experiments number 1, 2, and 3 off my hands. I just hope my research helps you.
Which thoughtless moron told her to become an alchemist? There wasn't a hint of malice in her eyes, and something about her expression made her look a few years younger than usual. It was a face that could fool just about anyone. I wanted to hit her, but her cheery mood made that hard. Yeah.
If there's something worrying you, I can lend an ear.
I had so many worries I could have a worry bargain sale, and one of those worries was right in front of me. But my biggest worry was Key of the Land, which some secret organization was after. Apparently, the attack on the museum had something to do with that. Fortunately, the museum was fine. Few people knew I had a second key. But even if it was just for while I was in Crate, I wasn't sure I could keep this thing safe. Citri put a contemplative finger to her lips and said,
You know, a sword that invites calamity sounds like it could have many applications.
The newspaper hadn't listed what Key of the Land was capable of, but Franz and his people had found out. To put it in concise terms, it was an energy-discharging relic. While Arc Sword Historia could gather energy and release it with terrifying force, Key of the Land was more about area of effect. This wasn't a rare ability for sword-type relics, but according to old writings, Key of the Land could rip through the ground, rend the sky, and submerge islands. It almost beggared belief.
Would you like me to take it?
Citry's stewardship was out of the question, as were the rest of my comrades. If I gave it to Liz or someone, they'd swing it around and say something like, "Oh, it's that dangerous." How do I use it? Like this. I let out a sigh. Then amid the crowd, I spotted a familiar man. It was Galf. He must not have been in a mask mood as he wasn't wearing one this time. I was certain we made eye contact. But he quickly looked away. Galf! Over here! Galf twitched, but I kept waving. Eventually, he walked over to us, a pained look on his face.
Boss, we shouldn't.
Just the man I wanted to see. I've got this key, you see?
Why do you have that? I thought you returned it.
How does he know I had tried to return it? Oh well. I don't quite get it, but it ended up back in my hands. I was told to keep it safe, but can I leave it with you? Galf was thrown for a loop, then looked at me dubiously.
It ended up back with you. Well, I guess, of course I can take it.
Then, I pressed my fist into my palm. I pulled out the fox mask. That's right. This is great timing. Here, just like I promised. Galf's face froze. Clearly he hadn't expected this. The mask was ultimately just a drop from a dungeon. It was probably something special, but whatever value it had was lost on me. I was sure it would be happier in Galf's possession. However, the man was pale as a sheet. He looked like a tough guy, but maybe he was a bit soft on the inside.
That mask. But I still haven't finished the job. I'm not yet worthy.
His speech was disjointed, as though he was confused. No, you're more than worthy. You've shown me you have what it takes to own this mask. Galf stood, mouth agape. It occurred to me that this mask was the whole reason I had met these guys. I should have never gotten involved with the Fox Mask fan club. If I hadn't, I never would have obtained Key of the Land, and Citry wouldn't have made a fake Imperial princess. And Luke wouldn't have developed a penchant for cutting random people. I wouldn't have become a hunter, in spite of my lack of talent, and Tino wouldn't have suffered at the hands of Liz. I'm sure of it. I want you to continue doing what you do for the Fox Mask fan club. It's better if that mask belongs to someone who can appreciate it. I might have just gotten it through a coincidence, but as your predecessor, I hope you'll put it to good use.
But our goals and the initiation.
Goals? Initiation? From now on, you're setting the goals. Galf's eyes opened as wide as they could go. I was ready to be done with this. I wanted one less nuisance, even if it was a small one. What did I even do? Huh? My mistake was not doing anything? Now, if you run into trouble, why not talk with Sora about it? I felt she should take some responsibility for saying I was the real boss when she knew I wasn't. While I wasn't totally sure about this, I was pretty sure Galf deserved the position more than a guy who had only a feeble understanding of the group. In the end, I never did learn what the Fox Mask fan club really does. Galf looked at me silently, but eventually nodded.
It would be an honor, boss.
So it was settled. Now I just had to ask my friends to help protect Key of the Land, then return it once the Empire was ready for it. I was sure the pyromaniac lady would incinerate the bad foxes.
What are you going to do now, boss?
I still have one job left, but I guess I'll take it easy and watch the battles. I didn't know how strong the Imperial Princess had ultimately become, but we had done everything we could for her. I was looking forward to seeing how Luke, Krahi, Toka, and everyone else would fare in the tournament. I could sit back with some popcorn and enjoy the fights with Tino. Galf nodded, then looked at Citry, who was next to me.
By the way, if you don't mind my asking, what's your relationship with the lady next to you?
I realized that while she had helped him look for the bandits, these two hadn't been properly introduced. I wasn't sure what to say, but Citry did. Grinning, she clapped her hands and said,
I'm his wife.
At this point, she was just asking to get whacked. A voice both exasperated and scornful filled the faintly lit room.
I didn't take Gal for a fool. First the counter cascade, now this. I never accounted for possibilities like this.
Somewhere in Kret was a safe house known only by a select few members of Fox. Gathered within it were a handful of shadowy figures, all of them wearing fox masks. Sitting in the center was a young man in a white fox mask and a robe that blended into the darkness. His bearing was relaxed but without openings. His physique wasn't exceptional, but he had a natural charisma that could stop fights before they began. As his spot in the center suggested, he was one of Fox's top members.
Boss, that man might be capable, but he was still nothing more than a bandit leader. He could have a weakness that someone is exploiting. I don't think he's foolish enough to betray you without good reason. What a disgrace. This operation will decide the fate of our organization, and now it might fail. Or could it be that the enemy outplayed us?
The other fox had no response to these icy words. Tricking someone as cautious as Galf and interfering with reports required information kept from outsiders, and a rarefied silver tongue. Something was clearly wrong. Someone of Galf's rank wouldn't trust a stranger without being given a very convincing sign. They didn't yet know what that was, but they would have to thoroughly question him once this was all over.
They've deviated from the plan at multiple points, and Galf's subordinates are all making fried tofu on what appear to be someone's orders. Headquarters is in disarray, and some people are even suspecting interference from one of the other white foxes. What an utter mess.
The boss's words suggested he trusted his allies, but his tone was frigid.
The only silver lining I see is that key of the land has been returned to Galf. Huh. It's the least they could do, I suppose. I guess we can't expect backup from Galf's team. We're changing the plan. We can't simply withdraw now that we've been played like fools.
Making fried tofu. Who came up with such a thing? There was mockery, and then there was this. The boss didn't know how Galf had been convinced to accept those orders, but that didn't matter. He was no longer necessary.
Our foe has grown complacent. We're going on the offensive. Gather all teams in the area and apprehend Galf and his team. If they resist, kill them. I have no need for imbeciles in my ranks.
Fox limited its membership to the very best. To get rid of an entire team was akin to casting off a limb. This was an order without precedent, but none of the other foxes so much as blinked at it. The boss's orders were absolute. The others were entitled to their opinions, but they would never defy orders. Staring at the box containing key of the land, the boss said in a quiet voice,
I'll handle the Supreme Warrior Festival. I won't need any support. Everyone else can be dedicated to our revenge on Zebrudia. I don't know what the 1,000 Tricks is after, but we'll teach him what it means to stand in our way.
How had he tricked Galf? Was that irreverent man on the sounding stone really the infamous hunter he claimed to be? Both questions were yet to be answered, but they were confident that the 1,000 Tricks was the reason the counter cascade and the dragon collar had failed. The 1,000 Tricks, level 8. If he wasn't stopped now, he would most likely continue to hinder the organization. The boss would crush him with his own hands where there would be plenty of witnesses. Once he had his revenge, the reputation of the Empire would be damaged and their influence reduced.
At long last, our dreams will be realized. The name Fox will be engraved into the souls of everyone who has resisted us and everyone who's yet to know of us. Go, my trusted accomplices. Our mark will be left on the Supreme Warrior Festival.
The first thing I noticed when I entered the room was an atmosphere sticky and oily, yet also fragrant. The kitchen Citri had acquired was now fully converted into a fried tofu factory. To think it had come to this. I know I had asked for a kitchen, but this was still not quite what I had expected. I disexpelled not quite what I had expected. Wooden boxes were piled up throughout the room. Citri had prepared the initial ingredients, but they had clearly procured more. I glanced at her, and she shook her head. In this short time, Sora and her gang must have found a supplier. Noticing our arrival, Sora looked up from her frying pan. There wasn't a hint of life in her eyes.
Per Galf's instructions, we've expanded our operation. His subordinates are in the second and third kitchens.
We've passed the point of no return. This all started on a whim. What happened? Don't you people have brakes? There was also a person who looked exactly like me, but wearing a mask and floating off the ground. I wasn't sure what to say about that. A smile was affixed to Citri's face. Sora followed my gaze and her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The other me noticed me and took off his mask, revealing a nihilistic smile far cooler than any the actual me could ever manage.
Oh my, I won't ask who you are, fake me. You've been having some fun wearing my face.
What? My eyes fell to my open palms. I'm the fake?
This one's the real one.
She squealed while wrapping her arms around me. The cool me briefly watched us with mild bemusement, then hugged his knees petulantly. I didn't understand it. It all seemed like more trouble than it was worth, so I turned to Sora and cut to the chase. Sora, I gave the mask to Galf.
Huh? What? Hey, why?
Sora was befuddled. The way she looked back and forth between me and the me clutching his knees suggested she couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. That was fine. I couldn't either. He looked like he wanted it, and I didn't need it. I just thought you should know that. I hope you can take over from here.
Huh?
I figured they'd continue to get along with Tuka and her party, so I didn't worry about that. So I was done here. I'm just kidding. I'll keep an eye on Luke and Liz, so stop looking at me through those teary eyes,
I'm going home.
said the real me, still hugging his knees. In the blink of an eye, the real me changed into Little Sister Fox.
Huh?
Oh, I get it. Being aberrant foxes, I wasn't surprised to see they were capable of taking other forms, though why she took my form was a complete mystery.
What, Jade? Just one moment. What? Why?
I'm bored.
Bored? You're bored? You're bored? What am I supposed to do going forward?
Little Sister Fox just sighed, unaffected by Sora's pleading. Then priss about disimpressing mediate.
Don't be so obtuse. This no longer excites me. I'm done. I'm going sightseeing then home. Thanks for the fried tofu.
What an irresponsible girl. But while it was easy to forget, she was just a phantom. While Sora stood vacantly, Little Sister Fox vanished. I made a mental note to have a word with her brother.
What in the world just happened?
She's a selfish one, but she is a phantom, so what can you do?
Why me?
Sora was at her wit's end. It just didn't add up. She needed more time to grasp the situation. So if he's right, that was a phantom? Does that mean that White Fox was also a fake? A bad feeling kicked her heart into overdrive and goosebumps formed on the back of her neck. How many authentic white masks were there? Nobody had told her this might happen. Where had it all gone wrong? When the Thousand Tricks had obtained a mask? When she had identified him as a boss just by looking at said mask? Or was it because she hadn't admitted to her mistake? There was one answer. In a now empty room, she shouted it aloud in a trembling voice, all for nobody's benefit but her own.
I made no mistake. I can say it with confidence. Our boss, the White Fox, issued a command to make fried tofu, so I did. If the boss says we'll conquer the world with boxed lunches, then it's the priestess's duty to follow suit. The boss is not to be defied. Second guessing is prohibited. I did what I was able to, therefore I did nothing wrong.
The false fox had said that girl was a phantom. That could only mean one thing. That girl hadn't merely obtained a mask, she was a spawn of the Holy Fox. If she was the real deal, that would explain the tail and the inhuman aura. Normally, meeting the offspring of the divine would be a joyful occasion, but not in this case. Now what was Sora to do? Having inherited a mask from an imposter, was Galf now one of the bosses? Or was he not? Conventional thinking said he wasn't. If that girl had been one of the organization's bosses, there would be a case for Galf to now hold that title, but she was just a phantom. Trying not to overreact, Sora came to the conclusion that things could hardly get any worse. She was especially angry that the Phantom Fox had contacted the organization over the Sounding Stone. This was far beyond the point of being salvageable. She could feel that the organization was going through a major change, and she was nothing more than another victim caught up in the current. But the die was cast, and she had a duty to be a figure both mystical and unerring. There was no need for a maiden that made misidentifications, so Sora would own no mistakes and make no apologies. Running wasn't an option. She had no money, knew nothing of the world, and there was no escaping the organization. All she could do now was do as the god wished. With earnest dedication, she continued to make fried tofu. The god had said to conquer the world this way. What came after didn't matter to her. She was a loyal priestess, not a leader. She heard footsteps outside the door. They sounded like those of someone walking with confidence. Sora snorted. It was probably Galf. How pitiful that he had received an authentic mask from a fake boss. In some ways, he was an even bigger victim than Sora was, as he didn't know that young man was an imposter. As far as she was aware, Galf was as ignorant as she was, if not more. But now that he had an authentic mask, he was one of the bosses and had all the responsibilities that came with the station. That was the way this organization worked. There was no room for doubt. The door opened and Galf came in wearing his mask. Sora took a deep breath and did her original duty, something she hadn't done much recently.
Oh, White Fox, as ordered, we're transitioning into a producer of fried tofu. Do you wish us to maintain this course?
Sora kept her head lowered. Before the object of her worship, she couldn't raise her head without permission. The white fox who had once been a king among bandits stayed silent for a few seconds.
Well done. Are you aware of plans for the future?
It's carved into my essence. We are to make an Arazushi bento, then conquer the world.
What? Oh, never mind. Do you understand the intentions of this plan?
A mere maiden could never dare to gauge the thoughts of a white fox.
Gotta be kidding me.
It seemed this white fox was being strung along, just like Sora was. But she pretended not to notice. Now that Galf had a mask, he was a boss.
Let me ask this. A plan can't be stopped once it's started, can it?
Everything is done in accordance with your will.
I'm the White Fox. Everything is mine to command.
You speak the truth.
Sora was hesitant to say this, but Galf sounded as bewildered as she was. They were likely in the same boat.
There is no ambiguity. That mask proves you act on behalf of the Holy Fox. Previously, the White Fox ordered the creation of a new organization, 10-tailed fried tofu.
The Holy Fox Maiden knelt before Galf, but her words had taken him entirely by surprise.
Oh, yes.
He had finally ascended to a grand position in the organization, but he had never felt so uncertain of what was going on. The boss had told him to ask Sora for the details, but she didn't seem to be any better informed than him. It was an open secret among the higher ranks that there were multiple White Foxes. This meant that even after attaining the title of boss, one couldn't rest on their laurels. If Gelf didn't quickly secure territory for himself, the other White Foxes might start meddling in his affairs. He had been surprised to be handed the mask without any sort of initiation. But maybe if he couldn't handle that, then he wasn't worthy of his new title. Sora's gaze was fixed on him. Galf assumed that as a maiden, she had grown up cloistered, but in her own way, she was resolved to do her duty, in which case, Galf should do the same.
Let's start by evaluating the...
Before he could finish that thought, the emergency-sounding stone in his pocket began to vibrate. Could this be the initiation? Clinging to that last thread of hope, he put the stone to his ear.
Galf Schenfelder of the Seven Tail, you are suspected of falling for an enemy plot and putting the organization at a disadvantage. Starting now, you and your subordinates are relieved of your duties. A messenger is headed your way. You would do well to obey them.
This was a bolt from the blue. Before Galf could even reply, the connection was severed. He looked at Sora. Visibly tense, she avoided making eye contact.
That mask is undeniably authentic. A maiden's eyes cannot be fooled. You are a White Fox.
What's she talking about? This can't be happening. Enemy plot, they said?
Galf was a loyal member of Fox, which was exactly what had compelled him to obey orders, no matter how strange. He didn't have the same sense of reverence that the maidens did, but being a fox was far more profitable than leading a bandit squad, and he knew well just how terrifying the bosses could be. Not once had he ever made a significant mistake during an assignment. He broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to explain what had happened, but he didn't think that would work. If he was to believe what that person on the sounding stone had said, what he had done went beyond a simple mistake. Fox wasn't a forgiving organization. Even if Galf hadn't had treasonous intentions or made any mistakes, he could be silenced for this. This made Telm's failure look trivial by comparison, and was made all the worse because it came on the heels of the botched assassination. Gal forced his mind to work through the intense confusion to find the best path forward. He considered the position of the boss, the organization, Sora, and himself. He looked over the cards he had been dealt to see how they could give him a way out. Galf wasn't going to go down without a fight. There was only one option, and he committed himself to it. The organization could get moving at any moment, so he needed to act.
Headquarters must be confused if they're harboring suspicions towards someone who owns a mask.
I believe that is correct.
It seems one of our own has turned against us. I don't know who it is, but we'll have to cut them out at the source.
I believe that is correct.
So she was already more or less aware of it. Damn it. Galf's intuition told him that the contact from headquarters was genuine and that it was the boss who was fake. This explained why something had seemed off. He should have had Sora replaced with a more experienced maiden, but it was too late for regrets. One thing Galf had going for him was that the mask was genuine. If word of the situation hadn't yet gotten out, Galf should still have some sway in the town in which he had spent so long establishing himself. He would make sure everyone was aboard his ship before they could realize it was a sinking one. His chances of victory were slim, but this was the only option he had left.
I determine our course. Gather as many nearby members as you can and prepare for combat.
Sora looked at him open-eyed. Sora looked at him open-eyed.
As you wish.
Galf wanted to hit her, but knew he couldn't do that. As long as she retained her status as a maiden, Galf and Sara were destined for the same fate, for better or for worse. They had a number of criminal organizations on their side, among many other advantages. He would get what he could out of them before they caught on to what had happened.
Anyone who protests, joins the other side, or disobeys orders will be silenced. Bring all operations to a stop and prepare for combat. This battle will be of immense importance. Failure will mean our end. I determine our course, and I won't accept any interference. There will be no retreating. We will fight onward. Worry not, for we have the Fox God's blessing.
Headquarters had been thrown into chaos, which was to Galf's advantage. He would use his righteousness and loyalty to draw a compromise out of them. If they used Marina, he might be able to get Zeebrudia on his side. Nothing said his defeat was for certain. To move forward, or to die. Those were his only options now. It was the last day before the Supreme Warrior Festival, and the town was more fervent than ever. I stifled a yawn and continued my daily routine of checking the newspaper, then suddenly my drowsiness was blown away in an instant. Room? Huh. Today might be a hectic one. The article briefly described an incident in Crete last night. Much to my relief, the town had been perfectly tranquil since my arrival, but now I was starting to see that it really could get wild during this time of the year. I didn't think there was any need to make up for the lost chaos, but it almost felt like they had been waiting for the start of the festival.
Princess Marina was part of that, or so I believe. Luke and the others were thrilled.
What? Why? The article said the incident was likely a conflict between two criminal organizations. Luke loved a good battle and had been starved for violence lately, so I could see him sticking his neck into a conflict in which he had no stake. But Princess Marina, could my friends have been a bad influence on her? Maybe she had a thirst for blood that exceeded even Princess Kilina's. They're really keeping busy, even though the tournament is tomorrow. I wonder if they're all ready. It sounded awfully intense for a warm-up exercise. Lucia let out an exasperated sigh and handed me an ornately decorated pamphlet.
That's what I'd like to say to you. You're aware you're going to be up first, right?
I looked down at the pamphlet and saw a tournament bracket. Blinking, I read aloud the part Lucia was pointing at. Krahi Andrihi versus Cry Andri? How many guys are running around with the same name as me? Krahi, you really should be careful out there. Kule se cool, the brains and worry word of the party said. Krahi nodded.
Yes, I know.
The other members looked at him with concern. Kutri Smayat, the ignorable, the party's foul-mouthed alchemist, leaned back in a chair, her legs crossed and a cigarette in her mouth.
Nothing wrong with running. You know, just qualifying for the Supreme Warrior Festival is a big deal. I don't see you getting your ass kicked or anything, but I don't want you getting battered. If you're gonna join, then I'm putting my bets on the other guy.
Chapter 5. The Supreme Warrior Festival. The day of destiny was upon us, and I had a stomachache the moment I woke up. Lucia dragged me out of bed, yelling,
Get a hold of yourself. Do you think you can fight like this? That's no ordinary hunter you're going to be pitted against.
I can't go. My relics aren't charged.
I charge them.
I hadn't gotten nearly enough sleep. It was all because of that accursed tournament bracket. I wasn't going out there. From start to finish, I had said I wouldn't participate, and I never once expressed a desire to. But I knew that even for me, it was unlikely that there was some guy running around with the same first and last name as mine. So what's the most likely cause of this? Maybe some screw-up by the Empire? I want to go home.
You don't look so good.
Liz commented. She had been sparring with Luke all morning.
You're usually calm no matter what.
I never feel good! I thought as I forced my body up.
Now, cry. If the cry on the bracket is a different cry than our cry.
She was broken. Maybe I had whacked her on the head too many times. Maybe she enjoyed seeing my reactions as she started lining up potions before me.
Here we have a recovery potion, an explosive, a poison, a paralyzer, a sleep inducer, a mana recovery.
She was broken, but some functions remained intact. I shook my head, telling myself not to jump to conclusions. It was possible that the me on the bracket was a different me. If a look-alike existed, it could mean a real one existed. No, I don't know what that means. I was nervous and panicking, so much that I was ready to throw up. Lucia sighed and said,
Why did you accept the ticket if you didn't want to participate?
"Because I wanted to spectate.
And haven't I been telling you that that's a participant's ticket?
I wanted to hit my past self for being so happy-go-lucky. And if I were going to participate, what did this mean for the princess? In fact, I didn't see her around. Had she made a break for it?
If you're looking for Princess Marina, she'll be watching from the VIP seats. She is of the Imperial family, as you're aware.
I told myself not to worry, that I absolutely would not participate and therefore had nothing to fear.
Just to be sure, can you surrender in the Supreme Warrior Festival?
Citri asked, a few of her screws still loose.
I'm pretty sure it's possible. Officially, at least.
What? No way am I gonna let anyone spoil the fun like that. They'll taste steel before they can get away with it.
Luke, your blade is wooden.
It probably didn't taste good either way. Listening to their exchange, Lucia sighed deeply. Unlike me, everyone else was in high spirits. Even Lucia and Ansem were both raring to go.
With yesterday's exercise, I've never been better. You'll give me a good show, right, Cry?
The princess started crying when she got bombarded with hoarders. I had fun, though.
I could barely believe I was the same species as these two. I told myself that I would be okay, that it was someone else on the tournament bracket. And if the unlikely, and I mean very unlikely, came true, and I did end up in the tournament, I'd be safe so long as my opponent wasn't Luke. I took a deep breath and smiled. Smiling is the only thing humans can do when they're helpless. I turned around and looked at my friends. Now, are you guys ready to make history? For a certain definition of history. They roared in the affirmative. The site of the tournament, Crate's famous arena, wasn't even open yet, but it was already the center of a storm of zealous cheers and bellows. It gave me goosebumps. Close to the arena were dozens of people, a plethora of different weapons among them. It almost felt like there was a war going on. But then again, the Supreme Warrior Festival was in its own way just that. This was a place to determine who was the strongest, but every year it also resulted in more than a few fatalities. Sometimes hunters put their pride above their own lives.
Oh, what's the matter, Cry? You look like you're gonna die.
I always look like this.
Are you for real? Sir, you're up first, aren't you?
We had met up with Obsidian Cross, Starlight, and the other members of First Steps that had come to cheer us on. Apparently, I looked bad enough that Chris and Sven could tell at just a glance that something was up. Everyone was under the impression that I would be fighting, but I didn't feel like trying to clear up that misunderstanding. Say something. If you think I'm involved in something, then tell me earlier. Except they had told me. This is my pre-battle complexion.
What, sir?
It wasn't just Citri, I was broken as well. Last night, I had too much to think about and couldn't sleep. That hadn't happened in a while. Being able to sleep well was supposed to be one of my strengths.
I get you, Cry. Last night, I was so excited I got up and did some practice swings.
Don't put us in the same boat.
You made me worry for nothing. Huh. Just don't make an idiot of yourself, sir.
You had too much on your mind to sleep, so you are picking this seriously. Don't see that every day.
Do your best, Master. I'm all ready. I've bet all my money on you.
It's fine. It's all fine. Citri will compensate Tino for her losses, so it's all fine. It wasn't going to be me entering. Deliverance comes to believers, and I believed I wouldn't be in the tournament. I absolutely would not be fighting. The worker at the gate looked at my ticket with wide eyes.
Mr. Crayandre Coronry, didn't I let you in earlier?
This took me by surprise.
Are you sure that wasn't Crayandre?
The gate worker looked at me suspiciously.
I'm certain I've made no mistake. I already let this man in.
Wait, could it be? Could it really be? Of course. I never said I would be fighting, and I didn't see how anyone could confuse being in the ring with being out of it. What a confusing mess. Who was this Crayandre fellow? I considered betting on him. Maybe it was crass of me, but I instantly felt leagues better. A smile formed on my face, which Lucia found suspect.
What are you so happy about?
By the way, is there a challenger named Marina Atom Zebrudia? I figured I may as well check.
No, there isn't. Wait, Zebrudia?
I hadn't seen her name on the bracket or anything, but hearing this was a relief.
Anyways, could he be allowed to re-enter?
You also lost your warrior's bracelet. I told you I couldn't issue another one here. Don't lose it this time. Now good luck out there.
Thanks to Citri's unrequested meddling, a bracelet was snapped onto my wrist. Warrior's bracelet. Ha ha! I don't need this. I'm not a warrior.
Cry, Andre. You'll be in the first bout, so right this way.
Give him hell. Cry, baby.
Don't worry. That's a different Cryandry they're talking about.
Here's the standby room.
Standby room. What's a spectator going to be on standby for? The only fight I'm waiting for is the fight to hold my drink. The door slammed shut. I returned to my senses. The standby room was simple. The only furniture was a chair, table, and a mini-fridge. I looked up and saw that the ceiling wasn't far above me. No good hiding spots. What am I doing here? Tell them no, Cry. My relative safety had hollowed out my brain. I looked around but didn't see anyone who could explain what was going on. But worse than that, the Cry, the real Cry, who was supposed to be on standby, wasn't here. Nowhere he could hide, for that matter. Clinging to my last thread of hope, I opened the mini-fridge. Kreia, are you here? Inside was nothing more than a few bottles of water. Crap. I hadn't really thought he would be in the fridge, but this sealed the deal. He wasn't in the room. No, I still didn't know that for sure. It was possible that Cryandry was a liquid life form. I didn't recall there being any limits on what races could enter. Still in denial, I removed the bottles one by one. Cray, is this you? Or is this you? Or could this be you? Once again, I returned to my senses. I need to go to the bathroom. This wasn't the time for being in denial, and it wasn't the time for auditory hallucinations. Real Cry, where are you? In the empty standby room, the mini-fridge silently opened. Without anyone touching it, one of the water bottles rolled onto the ground, and then Little Sister Fox returned to her original form. The first thing she did was breathe deeply. She needed to calm down. She was so startled her pointed ears had popped out. She twitched them as she listened for the presence of anyone else. Once she was sure nobody was around, she let out a sigh of relief. What a terrifying human! That had been her first time taking the form of an inanimate object, but she was so confident in her transformation skills that she could barely believe how quickly he had cornered her. But in the end, she won. Her guise had managed to fool Mr. Caution. She thought it might have been over when she accidentally cried out, but he hadn't caught on. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukakash, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
But this was where the real fight began. She was up against someone who had given both her mother and older brother a run for their money. She was certain her plan was sound, but there was no telling what might blow her cover. Just now, she hadn't expected that man to enter this room. Still, she had managed to make it work by turning into a bottle of water. When she really thought about it, he was slated to appear in this tournament, so it was natural that he had ended up in this room. Interesting. Peregrine Lodge had a rule that if you lost a battle of wits, you couldn't seek revenge. But she refused to simply accept defeat. Because of her previous defeat, Little Sister Fox had been labeled a glutton by her counterparts. It was a humiliating memory. She couldn't seek revenge, but she could prepare another duel. This time she would be on the attack. Would a dull who had never noticed the true nature of his smartphone really be able to see through her schemes? She wasn't going to spare any means at her disposal. She closed her eyes and held up her index finger, preparing a spell. With this, Mr. Kosh would be momentarily lost in the bathroom. Unable to leave while he was stumbling around in the lavatory, faith in him would crumble. And when he was found, he would be jeered and mocked. When he was found, he would be jeered and mocked.
Satisfied with her work, she did an agile flip and took the form of Cryandry. Beneath a cloudless sky, a fervent buzz overtook a stadium large enough to seat tens of thousands of people. At long last, the Supreme Warrior Festival was set to begin. The majority of the seats were filled, and everyone was waiting to witness the making of a champion. Tino and the Hunters of First Steps were given special seats for friends of the participants. These special seats were the closest to the fighting. In a tournament that attracted the best of all races and vocations, attacks could sometimes impact a wide area. These acquaintances were meant to serve as a sort of breakwater, should it be necessary. Looking around, Tino saw nothing but seasoned warriors. She naturally tensed up, which she tried to alleviate with deep breaths. This caught the attention of two fellow spectators, Sven Anger of Obsidian Cross and Chris of Starlight. Does Dipions Dadai.
Don't tell me something's bothering you. The show hasn't even started.
He's right. We're here on the Human Weakling's invitation. We should act like we deserved it.
However, Chris seemed about as nervous as Tino. Sven, though, was totally at ease.
I've got a lot of money riding on this, so there's gonna be hell to pay if he bungles this.
Her master was God, therefore, Tino hadn't hesitated to bet all her capital on him. Following her suggestion, Chris had done the same.
Chris, you're not, well,
What? No, I don't know. If you have something to say, then say it, sir.
Master is God. Master will definitely win. Everything will be fine.
He'll win, so it's no problem. He invited me here, so it was only natural that I bet on him.
But her eyes still showed uncertainty.
She was probably harboring a similar unease to Tino's. Either way, whether his chances were good or bad, Tino had no choice but to bet on her beloved master. To not bet would demonstrate a lack of faith.
But what's with this card? It's ridiculous.
Tino was of the same mind. Her master's first opponent would be Krahiandrii, the fake master. She had known of the fake master, except her master called him the real one, but never had she imagined the two would meet on this lauded stage. That someone would impersonate a hunter known far and wide like the Thousand Tricks was preposterous. But it had made Tino all the more confident in her wager. After all, no matter what, a fake couldn't possibly surpass the real thing.
But this guy's something special. He's a skilled magus with plenty of mana material.
Right, you said you met him, but if he really is talented, that just makes it all the weirder that he would use a fake name. This is a tournament that even noble spirits know well, sir.
I hear it's his real name.
And you believe him. I don't buy that this is a coincidence. Think about it. Similar names can happen, but that and similar titles, what are the chances?
Tino was troubled. Her master was God, but this was a tricky situation. He seemed quite fond of the fake him. Her master's magnanimity was one of his strengths, but it could work against him from time to time. Listening in on the nearby chatter, it seemed the other spectators didn't know which of the two was the real one. Cryandre and Cryandrehandreha, the thousand tricks and the thousandfold Theurgidus. Tino's master preferred to keep his face a secret, and though his title might have been known by many, his name and appearance were much more obscure. Of course, this was intentional on his part, but now it was acting as a detriment. If Krahi emerged victorious, it would be Cry who would be treated as the copycat. But that didn't change much for Tino. All she could do was give her master all the support she could muster. She slapped her cheeks. She couldn't let herself fall into a rut when nothing had even happened to her. Seeing her master fight up close would be a good opportunity for her. She couldn't just cheer him on, she had to make sure to learn from this.
And shortly after, the time came. The air in the arena changed. The fiery enthusiasm was amplified by the uncanny silence that now pervaded. A large man appeared in the spacious fighting ring. He was almost as large as Assem the Immutable. He was also the man who had used overwhelming force to dominate the previous Supreme Warrior Festival. Under his right arm, he carried a metal rod that was even bigger than he was. It was made of adamantium, the heaviest and most durable material in the world, barring that of some relics. Tino had learned what a capable warrior he was when last year, he used nothing but his muscles and a large rod to smash through any spell or technique that came his way. Just looking at his exposed muscles caused Tino to shiver. She could barely believe this man was the same species as her. Was it another miracle of mana material that had allowed him to become stronger than a monster or a mythical beast? In all likelihood, how one might overcome this man was a conundrum pondered by all participants. The previous Supreme Warrior took a quiet breath, then let loose a voice that boomed like thunder. The sound rattled Tino, and she covered her ears immediately. She suspected someone might faint if they stood close enough to him. When you stood at the top of the world, you could do things like this. A year's gone by. Overcoming all odds, more challengers have gathered to compete for the right to the Supreme Warrior. Let the tournament begin. What simple words they were, but Tino could see it. The man's eyes glinted like those of a predator before its prey, his voice yearning for bloodshed. He was waiting for whoever might challenge him.
Tino had a hunch that this man would be the biggest obstacle on her master's path to becoming the next Supreme Warrior. She would support him until the end, but even she couldn't have much confidence that her genial master could beat this freak.
At last, it was time for the first fight to begin.
Finally, he had been waiting for this. The passion of the crowd carried on the air that brushed his skin. Every bit of him was brimming with anticipation. Krayi Andrei the thousandfold Dirgix closed his eyes, flipping an internal switch. He was in peak condition. Until he had been invited to join Cooley's party, Krayi had been a solo hunter. When you don't have anyone to potentially come to your rescue, being able to instantly prepare for battle is a necessary skill. Though he was a magus, Krayi was used to fighting on his own, which was a valuable trait in his tournament. Generally speaking, those suited to close ranges had the upper hand in the Supreme Warrior Festival. Sure enough, the previous Supreme Warrior himself was an aberrant mass of muscle. Krayi might tremble at the sight of him, but that didn't mean he was going to accept defeat. He would claim yet another victory, just as he had many times before. You couldn't be a hunter without the drive to come out on top. But this time, Krayi wasn't fighting just for his own sake. He wanted to become the next Supreme Warrior so the name Bereaving Souls would become legend. This was for his friends who always stuck with him despite looking so uncertain of themselves. Give me your all, Krayi Andrei. Once you've done that, I'll shoulder your aspirations as well,
he muttered, then stepped out into the ring.
Here, they thought they could oppose the new boss. What dunces. Wait till they see what's in store for them.
Indeed, though that was a very close call.
From a corner of the stands in the arena, Galf and Sora affixed their gazes on the ring. Both were in a rough state. Galf had a broken arm in a cast and was supporting himself with crutches. Sora, meanwhile, had no wounds to speak of. But her hair was disheveled, and she looked absolutely exhausted. It had been Old Fox versus New Fox, and it had been a savage engagement. Just like Galf had predicted, the organization had tried to crush them with everything they had. They had been vastly outnumbered, but a series of coincidences had allowed them to escape. There was the fact that all of Galf's best members had already been gathered to his side for the operation in Crete. There was the fact that the organization's dedication to secrecy meant gathering information on Galf had taken time. There was the fact that they had the cooperation of Grieving Souls, Knights of the Torch, and other organizations Galf had formed an alliance with. Also, the opposing side was inclined to try and keep their losses to a minimum. When they pulled back, it must have been because they realized that containment was impossible when they saw the fierce resistance put up by Galf's forces. The organization was in the midst of a huge operation. Rather than risk losing personnel and reducing their chances of success, they instead opted to leave Galf for later. Thus, what he had obtained wasn't victory, just a temporary reprieve. This would be his last chance to go into hiding. His helpers had already been relieved of their duties. Many of the bandits who had allied with him and his subordinates had been killed or wounded, leaving his forces at less than half their original count. There would be no winning the next engagement. But Galf had to see his mission through to the end. This should let him understand why he had been deceived.
I was never suited to be someone else's underling. This is refreshing.
Boss, are you sure you aren't coping?
It turned out this maiden wasn't so bad after all.
Dozens of meters directly above Crate's arena, a silhouette floated in the air. He wore a robe of pure black, a white fox mask covering his face. He stepped across nothingness while looking down at a black object, a sounding stone. This was Calum Tail, a member of the top brass of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox.
He bit his lip, vexed by his lack of progress. He had expected Galf's forces to be smaller. Not only were his ranks vast, he had commanded them with all the ingenuity that had placed him in the seventh tail. Even with all the support he had mustered, Calum Tail had been forced to withdraw. The enemy was conspiring to drive Fox apart, though Calum hadn't realized it soon enough. Galf had lost some of his numbers, as had Calum. In the end, it was his enemies who stood to gain the most from this internal conflict.
Disrupting an organization long mired in secrecy in such a short time couldn't have been done without considerable preparation. This wasn't the work of the Explorers Association or the Empire, as Fox would have learned if such a large entity was planning something against them. Benevolent Hunter, the 1,000 Tricks, was the man who had crushed Serpent, an organization that had once rivaled Fox. With his track record of vanquishing foes through unparalleled information gathering and cunning, he could be considered Fox's biggest obstacle. Calum Tail wasn't yet convinced that the man he had heard on the Sound Stone really was the 1,000 Tricks, but it was possible, knowing that man's abilities. But he was young and naive. It would take much more than this to scare off Fox. After this, the 1,000 Tricks would no longer stand in his way. There was no end of powerful hunters out there, but none of them had the tactical skills to outmaneuver Fox. They might need some time to regroup after this, but that was a small price to pay for disposing of a threat early in the game. Today, Roderick Atom Zebrudia would witness the death of the man who had saved his life, and Fox's status would be cemented. What a ridiculous move. The first fight on the bracket was Cryandri versus Krahi-Andrihi, a card that felt like a joke. One people were referring to as the fake versus the real. Calum didn't know how the 1,000 Tricks had managed to interfere with the fight lineup, but it was too half-baked to fool Fox. Calum had never met the 1,000 Tricks face-to-face before, but even if he didn't know which one was the real one, that could be resolved easily. He would just kill both of them. Two dark-haired men stood in a large coliseum. The match would begin soon. Calum would strike the moment one of them fell. The barriers around the ring were only meant to block outgoing attacks, not incoming ones. Calum narrowed his eyes and watched. The two figures appeared no bigger than beans from this vantage point, but he could tell they were talking. He just had to wait. The battle between the fake and the real, the no-name and great name, wouldn't last long. He withdrew the focal relic, Key of the Land. It was time for despair to make its appearance. This time, Fox would show its might to the world. But then something happened down below. Calum couldn't hear it, but he could tell a sense of confusion had abruptly taken hold. What could have happened? He squinted and saw that one of the men was holding up a hand. Then, with a fierce rumble and a flash of light, Calum was slammed by an immense force.
What did you just say? His name was Krahi-Andrihi, also called the 1,000-fold Theurgix. He was Mr. Caution's opponent, and an imposter.
I said, I'm honored to meet the real one, but that changes today. I'll defeat you, and I'll become the true 1,000 Tricks. It was a perfect plan. Internally, she patted herself on the back. Her ability to devise this plan the moment she saw the tournament bracket must be a sign of terrifying genius. She didn't understand how it had happened, but Mr. Caution had a lot of name among his fellow humans, and this man's name was nearly identical. This plan hinged on both of those facts. Little Sister Fox's plot would establish Mr. Caution as the fake one. He could deny it later, but that wouldn't mean much when thousands of people had seen him say otherwise. His reputation wouldn't recover easily. All she had to do now was lose this bout before Mr. Caution recovered from the spell that had sent him wandering. He would lose without even getting the chance to step in the ring. Little Sister Fox pictured his shocked face.
What? What are you talking about?
Surprised? Never expected there to be a fake. Did you think it was a coincidence that we became acquainted? She just had to read his heart and connect the dots. With her powers, it wasn't hard at all. But this man, Cryandrihi, he was a strange one. His eyes were clear, his heart was devoid of ill intent, and his soul had a glimmering sheen to match. And he wielded a relic staff. His name came so close to Mr. Trady of Friends. His name came so close to Mr. Relic Snap Pods. Cautions, but everything about the two was different. Even though he was magnitude stronger than Mr. Caution, Krahi apparently occupied a lower station in life. But what mystified Little Sister Fox the most was that this young man didn't know of the 1,000 Tricks, despite Mr. Caution's supposed fame. What a strange world these humans occupied. However, this was to her advantage. If Krahi was intentionally mimicking the 1,000 Tricks, that might have made this hard, but that wasn't the case here. The heavens had told Little Sister Fox to deceive, and so she would. Krahi, the audience, Mr. Caution, all of them.
She spread her arms in a show of complacency. She felt the countless sets of eyes bearing down on her. They were looks of curiosity, puzzlement, disdain. She enjoyed the disorder. Chaos was what the spectral foxes of Peregrine Lodge yearned for.
There's no need to say that, Cry. There's no such thing as real and fake.
His voice was soft and trembling, yet carried oddly well. His black eyes, the same color as Mr. Caution's, shone.
Nobody can become another person. I can't become you, and you can't become me. But we don't need to. You're just fine being you. Cry Andre.
What was this human talking about? Little Sister Fox wasn't sure what to think of this man, who showed no signs of catching on to her ploy. The audience, meanwhile, was entranced by his commanding voice.
It doesn't bother me if you look up to me. It doesn't bother me if our titles are similar. But please, don't do something so disheartening as casting yourself aside in an effort to become me. You've already proven your greatness just by earning the right to be here. That wouldn't have happened if you were nothing more than a facsimile. You're Cray Andre, and you look up to me. Don't begrudge that fact. Accept yourself for who you are. And once you've done that, I'll be more than glad to face you. We'll meet again in this same arena.
They must have assumed this was a performance. Now, nobody was expecting anything of Mr. Caution. This was sort of what Little Sister Fox had wanted, but not quite. After some brief considerations, she raised her hand, causing the arena to grow quiet. She had planned for Mr. Caution to become an object of mockery, but all she was getting was pity.
What nonsense, my authentic counterpart. I'll defeat you here and now. This is a Supreme Warrior Festival. We're supposed to fight before we begin any overblown speeches. Or do you think you can't win?
For a brief moment, Krahi looked sad, but he quickly mustered a roaring response. The wind blew, fluttering his black coat. Little Sister Fox's eyes fell on his staff. It was metal, with a golden crystal at the top. And that was when it occurred to her.
I won't lose to a false you. You should pursue your own goals and ideals until you can identify your true self. This is for your benefit more than anyone else's, Cry Andre.
Krahi Andrihi was talented, he had experience, and he had a stalwart spirit. But his most powerful asset was that staff he held. Lightning crackled within that crystal affixed atop it. It was a relic, one specialized for enhancing one specific element. It could gather up the mana in its user's body and amplify it with tremendous results.
Little Sister Fox took a step back. This man, he was a lightning magus, and not only that, he was so hyper-focused, he disregarded the other elements.
In your own interests, I won't hold back. The power of the gods, tempered relentlessly. Stand and face me, the supreme voltaic, Cry Andrihe.
Little Sister Fox couldn't stop herself from looking up where she saw a single bolt of lightning flashing from the heavens.
He's still stupidly powerful. In fact, he's gone and gotten better.
His power's the real thing. He doesn't need us.
The members of Bereaving Souls tried to keep a low profile as they watched the fight. Krahi was strong. Though his name sounded like he was some sort of knockoff, his power was genuine, if absurd. Krahi was a simple man. Simple and easily fooled, which was why Isaby and the others had successfully tricked him. It was also why he couldn't use a wide variety of spells. But he was indeed powerful. Krahi Andrihi commanded lightning, which some regarded as the most difficult of the many forms of magic. These blinding thunderous spells were sometimes called the magic of champions, and Krahi was immensely fond of them. Krahi had once operated by himself. He had been a solo hunter. Even if he hadn't been given a name eerily similar to that of the Thousand's tricks, he would have found success. Just about all of his talents were dedicated to the use of lightning magic. The Thousandfold Theurgix was a title Bereaving Souls had come up with, but neither they nor Krahi had coined the sobriquet. If Krahi were to end up with a title, it would most likely be the latter one. Countless bolts of lightning flashed throughout the ring. The resilient barrier warped with each fierce blow it intercepted. This clearly wasn't the sort of magic one would normally use against a human opponent, but Krahi wasn't going to let that stop him.
This isn't good. He still doesn't know what the other guy is planning.
His pallor had been bad all day, and now he was clutching his stomach.
You can do it. Obliterate that faker.
Lucia cheered even while twitching from the lightning.
Krahi was no doubt capable, but Kool-Aid didn't think he could win against a level 8. Joining up with Bereaving Souls had forced Krahi to stick to lower-level vaults than he was used to, meaning he now never ventured past level 5. If they hadn't formed this party, Krahi would definitely have continued to work solo and become an even more powerful magus. For this reason, it was hard for Kool to not feel a pang of regret. Nobody can become another person. Funny how those words had landed a critical hit on Kool-Aid and the other bereavers. What would Krahi think if he knew the truth? Their use of names similar to those of grieving souls couldn't fool anyone smarter than a child. One day, Cry would catch on to what they were doing, but now that they had come this far, there wasn't anything they could do. The Supreme Voltaic waved his staff, increasing the rate of strikes and the impacts and blinding lights that came with them. This was Heaven's Thunder, the highest level lightning spell in existence, more advanced than Calamitous Thunderstorm. This cataclysmic spell was something that many hunters went their whole lives without seeing. It definitely wasn't something you'd cast at a person. The lightning showed no signs of abating. The ceaseless bolts made it impossible to spot Krahi, but he was sensible enough to stop attacking if his opponent was down. If the storm hadn't subsided, then it meant his foe was still standing. Kool-Aid didn't know why the real one might proclaim himself to be an imposter, but the Thousand Tricks was a strategist. He was no doubt intending for some nefarious result. Not even Kool-Aid could just cast Krahi aside after coming this far with him, and he knew the other Bereavers felt the same way. It was possible that the Thousand Tricks would forgive them if they proved they meant no harm. If he weren't interested in showing leniency, then he never would have done something like proclaim himself to be the imposter and would have immediately called them out. Kool-Aid shook as the bolts continued incessantly. He casually glanced in the direction of the real one's supporters. They were all from grieving souls and were cheering loudly, completely unaffected by the lightning.
Go! Get 'em! Give 'em hell!
At first, Kool-Aid thought they were cheering on the real one, but now he was second-guessing that assumption. One of them, Sven Anger the Stormstrike, was particularly energized. It seemed the allies of the Thousand Tricks didn't care much for the weird speech their clan leader had given. Kool-Aid gave up on trying to make sense of it. After all, Protean Swordy was just a half-baked attempt at aping Protean Sword. He couldn't live up to the title he had given himself.
Suddenly, the lightning stopped.
Dodging even one of those shouldn't be possible, but you managed to evade all of them. What are you, Cry-Andre?
Whoops! She hadn't meant to dodge them all. Whoops! She hadn't meant to dodge them all.
The large-scale spell had instantly seared the ground. Surrounded by clouds of dust floating through the air, Little Sister Fox wasn't sure what to do. She hadn't expected Krahi to be capable of such force. Human magic wasn't something she was terribly familiar with, but she was starting to understand how he had mustered a spell that so greatly exceeded normal human abilities. The mana in his body was inclined to be used for lightning, and the staff in his hands was made for amplifying those exact spells, letting him summon bolts capable of rending the welkin. His accuracy suffered to the point of being non-existent, but that was the price of casting low-cost high-damage spells in rapid succession. Krahi was probably incapable of any variety of magic besides lightning. He was ultimately just a lightning magus, nothing more or less.
Could my control be lacking? No. Perhaps my body is hesitant to strike you? But lighting spells will find their own way to a target so long as they're close enough. Though I guess there's no use thinking about it.
He opened and closed his hands, baffled by the lack of results from his onslaught. Normally, that should have been enough. Anyone could tell that Krahi's attacks had been more than sufficiently destructive.
Little Sister Fox had evaded the spells entirely on reflex. She didn't handle lightning well. It was an instinct from when she'd existed as a living being, and these weren't ideal circumstances for her. The mana material in the outside world was too sparse. If she had gotten hit, she would have really felt it.
If you evade 10, then I'll call 100. If you evade 100, I'll call 1,000. Don't be shy. Try and manage 1,000 strikes from the heavens.
I saw answering his beckons. The skies above flashed and rumbled. This man wasn't aiming for his foe. He was planning to scorch the entire ring. What a surprise to learn that a human could be so formidable. He was enough to be a threat to Mother Fox, an actual god.
Weren't humans supposed to be rational creatures? Weren't humans supposed to be rational creatures?
Despite all this, Little Sister Fox couldn't just counterattack. For one thing, she was here for the purpose of playing her tricks. But there was another issue. She had very few means by which to attack. The phantoms of Peregrine Lodge were driven by the desire to beguile, not to kill. If they were to take a life, they weren't to take a life. They were to do it directly or without provocation. She had to lose this fight. She had to find a way. She had to hurry before the spell cast on Mr. Caution wore off. Gazing into the excessive thunderstorm blinding her, she took a desperate step forward.
The puzzling and almost farcical exchange between the two challengers ended, instantly giving way to a breathtaking battle. The first bolt was a sight to behold, but when it turned to a volley, the scene resembled divine retribution rather than the casting of a single magus. At first, Tino had been confused by the fake master's confidence, and the real master declaring himself a fake, but the spectacle of their fight pushed out any unnecessary thoughts from her mind. This man, Krahai and Drihai, had a name like her master's, and extraordinary skills to match. The strength and swiftness of his attacks were both first-rate. In terms of lightning power, she was certain Krahai surpassed even Arnold. And yet, her master's response was nothing short of incredible. He advanced.
He dodged the bolts?
It sounded absurd. Lightning strikes might not have been faster than light, but they still were too fast for human reflexes. Yet her master had calmly woven between the bolts. From her perspective, it almost looked as if they had been avoiding him. This wasn't something that could be explained by any preterhuman artifice. This was the power of a level 8. Krahi's magic was more than she had expected, but Tino still believed her master had the advantage.
That's not really Cry. So this is why he made that copy I saw in the kitchen.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. Crybaby wouldn't run like that. He doesn't like moving his body too much.
Did he interfere with the spells? Did he deflect them? How did he do that? It didn't look like magic.
It's the result of training. What else? I'm sure I could take the hits, but dodging them, I gotta try it for myself.
So it wasn't just the smart sisters that doubted the Crybelow's identity. Tino looked towards the ring again. It was far away, but as far as she could tell, that was her master, godlike capabilities and all. But if his friends didn't think it was him, then that must be someone else in the ring. Her mind went blank for a moment. Ah, she said, her voice embodying resignation. So this is the current trial, Master. It's against the rules to have someone take your place. And where did you even find this look-alike? But now that she thought about it, her master had indeed said he wouldn't be participating, so he had really meant what he said.
When he saw his opponent dodging bolts while closing the gap, Krahi's reaction was to smile, of all things.
That's it! Come at me with everything you've got. Can you dodge this?
Without a millisecond's delay, a quiver's worth of electric arrows flew at the fake Krahi, who dodged them by leaping into the air. This was decidedly a bad move. No amount of skill would let him dodge follow-up attacks while he remained airborne. Seeming to have anticipated this move, Krahi pointed his staff at Krahi.
Just what I was waiting for. Krahi! Now face the might of the heavens, the voltaic lance.
No such spell exists. It must be an original he created.
There was a crackling sound, followed by a lance forming at the tip of Krahi's staff. It was encompassed by a web of violet. But this galvanic weapon wasn't made of energy. It glimmered as though it was metallic. It was wrought from condensed mana. He had conjured a weapon in a similar manner to the way relics were produced by mana material. On their own, lightning spells were already freakishly destructive. What would happen should that mana be condensed? Not hesitating for a moment, Krahi flung the projectile of certain death at the fake master, who blocked the attack with an identical spear of his own. Tino could hardly contain her surprise. The two shining spears collided, sending out waves of destructive force. Tino was certain she heard the faint sound of a portion of the protective barrier breaking. The audience began to cry out, but they were soon silenced by the waves of energy, the blinding lights, the intense heat. Ansi, the others in the front row, and the magi hired by the tournament management all used their skills to compensate for the hole in the barrier. Dust floated everywhere. The lightning had stopped, but a swirl of clouds remained overhead. Tino turned her eyes back to the ring.
Never would I have expected you to use the same spell as me at the exact same time and without a staff at that?
A battered Krahi and Drihi stood in the center of the charred ring. The fake master was crumpled against the wall.
Did you replicate my own spell in that fraction of a second? If not for this, I would have been defeated there. It's as though you are a reflection of me. Ah, apologies. That was poor word choice.
So I'm going to lose all my money after all. The blood drained from Tino's face. Next to her, thinking the same thing, Chris had the same reaction. The match was settled. Not even the fake master could get back up after an attack like that. Unlike the real master, this fake one hadn't yet learned how to transcend lightning. She had been certain she couldn't go wrong betting on her master. Though she was frustrated, she couldn't reveal that it was an impersonator in the ring. That would bring Cry greater dishonor than if he had gone in himself and lost it.
Ref, this man won't be getting back up. It appears you tried to cancel my attack with one of your own. That you're still in one piece is proof of your skills. You fought well, Cry. Let me call a doctor for you.
The referee began to move, as though they had finally remembered their job. Clerics hurried to the fake master so they could heal him.
Tino noticed something she wished she hadn't. Near the entrance, her master was poking his head out from behind a pillar. The other one was on his back, surrounded by clerics. It didn't take a genius to guess which one was the genuine Cry Andre. Her master was looking around like he was doing something he shouldn't. This wasn't common behavior for him. Was he panicking? Or could it be that he was searching for something? Maybe he hadn't expected his copy to lose.
Oh, it's Cry Baby.
She had been looking forward to seeing him fight, but she didn't sound at all bothered. Tino didn't share the sentiment. Master, just this once, I'd like you to think about what you've done. Lizzie might pummel her for it, but Tino felt she had to say something. She had really been eager to see him in action. Now that she could easily compare the two, the difference between the real and the imposter was clear as day. The fake one had shown an audacity that the real one never would. She hadn't disliked that bravado, but she felt like an idiot for not catching on earlier. How did he plan to get through this? If he was showing himself, then presumably there was still more to this stratagem of his. He wouldn't appear without reason, but what could that be? It probably wasn't to request a rematch.
And just as this thought crossed her mind, it fell from the sky. It landed in the ring, attracting the attention of everyone in the audience. Drifting like a leaf, it set down behind Krahi without making a sound. Bafflement rippled through the audience, who were still recovering from the intense bout they had just witnessed. It was a person, a man clad in a robe of pure black, his face hidden by a white fox mask. Krahi turned around, and, though he was taken aback by this sudden arrival, he approached the man anyway.
Who are you? Where did you fall from? My apologies, but the next match is to begin.
Let's spare the diatribes. There's no need for words. Prepare to die, thousand tricks.
The man in the robe then raised his arm. It felt like I had been in a strange dream, one where I spent a few dozen minutes in the bathroom pretending I was somewhere else. Eventually, I braved the outside, only to find Krahi and a man wearing a fox mask in the ring. To top off all this nonsense, I was on the ground off to the side. I see. So this is, simply put, it's basically what? I couldn't even manage a theory. It was an affront to my brain. The man in the black robe and white mask raised his right hand. The mask was the same design as mine, but I could tell by the outline that this man wasn't Gauth. He lowered his hand, and at the exact same moment, there was a loud boom. It was like an invisible bomb had gone off. Naturally, I was helpless to do anything about it. My safety rings protected me from the shockwave and the deafening sound, but I could hear the slight sound of cracks forming in the arena's barrier. The other me and the clerics surrounding him were thrown into the air. I couldn't see much through the clouds of dust everywhere, but I could hear Cry's voice.
What are you doing? Your match hasn't begun. And what power is this?
I could only stumble around in the dust, though you could say that about me at any point in time, past, present, and future. I kept on hearing explosions. A few times, I saw a barrier flash before me, suggesting that the shockwaves were enough to trigger a safety ring. It looked like I was going to die in a state of confusion, and unfortunately I didn't know what I could do about it. That was a frequent problem for me. I started by hiding behind a pillar and taking deep breaths. I told myself to stay calm, that this was supposed to be my battle. I just had to resolve one thing at a time, then maybe it would all clear up. I've got it! I'll grovel!
Urk! Get a hold of yourself! Firmino Maw!
A massive bolt fell from the heavens. Ansem wasn't close enough, so it naturally was drawn to me. Though my safety rings protected me, the archway above my head began to fall apart.
That wasn't Og!
Krahi cried, amid the screams of the audience.
I wanted to know what you might be capable of, but that's it. Lafo!
The masked man said, shoulders heaving. The blasts continued, though all I could see was swirling dust. I heard the heavens cry and Krahi's strained voice.
I won't let you win.
He was planning to use a big lightning spell. Krahi! Be sure to watch where you're aiming.
Ugh! Haven's thunder!
Light filled the sky, and the arena shook violently. What a terrifying spell! When I told Krahi to watch where he was aiming, it wasn't that I wanted him to hit the bad guy, so much as I just didn't want him to hit me. My safety rings ensured I didn't get zapped, though if not for my chain relics, the bolts probably wouldn't have been drawn to me in the first place. The only other defense I had against lightning was Ansem the lightning rod, but he wasn't close enough. Man, who in the world is this guy in the mask? One last blast hit me to no effect, and then they stopped.
I don't believe it. I was sure my spells found their mark. How do you still stand after being struck so many times?
It's futile. If it's the heavens you manipulate, then it's the firmament that my hands guide. Now learn what it means to incur my wrath.
My eyes flew open. I felt like the puzzle pieces had finally fallen into place. I had a moment of doubt, but I became certain this masked man was some bigwig from the Fox Mask fan club. I hadn't meant to impersonate him and issue a bunch of orders in his name, but I could see why he might be angry about it. I didn't know exactly why he was going after Krahi, but given the similarity of our titles, it was pretty likely the masked man had gotten some bad info. I knew what that was like. I dealt with miscommunications all the time. Darn it, Sora. This is why I told you to apologize and clear up any misunderstandings right away. To be fair, this guy must have been a little off if he thought showing up in the middle of the tournament was a good idea. Was the Fox Mask fan club nothing but weirdos? That was fine, but they should have learned not to cause trouble for others. Now that it had come to this, I didn't see any solutions but to give an honest-to-goodness apology. The issue was that doing that in the middle of a battle was easier said than done. There were shouts and screams, blasts and bolts, the ground trembled. The shockwaves alone were enough to send someone like me flying back, and I didn't think there were many people with safety rings, meaning that nobody was going to get between these two, even if their fight wasn't ordained by the tournament. But I knew I'd feel bad if I made Krahi take care of everything. I knew what it was like to get told off even when you hadn't done anything. Now's the time to use that. In other words, I didn't know what to do.
There's nothing you can do now?
I felt something prod my leg, where I looked down and saw little Sister Fox staring up at me. Her white robe was stained with dirt and tattered at places, but she didn't appear to be hurt. I was too baffled for words.
I made myself look like you!
Squirming, she said in a low voice. Ah, so the collapsed me had been this girl transformed to look like me. I had personally witnessed that power once before, so I should have realized it sooner. Though this didn't explain why.
I turned into you, then lost to damage your reputation.
Seeing that I still didn't entirely follow, she quickly added, "You what?" In part due to her mask, I couldn't read her expression, but her tale told me everything I needed to know. So she's a good kid after all? Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it. Little Sister Fox recoiled, her ears sprouting from her head reflexively. She had intuited that I didn't want to be part of the tournament when in my place, and even damaged my reputation by losing. I wasn't sure what I could say to her. I had taken her for a fried toe fiend, but she turned out to be an awfully smart cookie. Good thing I mean Sora, made all that tofu.
You're kidding!
No, I mean it. I was losing my mind over the Supreme Warrior Festival. I didn't know what I was going to do. But now that I've lost, I can just walk away. I can't tell you what a relief that is. That's to say nothing of the reputational damage. Now all that was left was for me to get that masked man to forgive me. Unless this little fox was willing to take care of that as well? Without thinking, I reached to touch her ears, but she batted my hand away.
I hate you, Mr. Caution.
She trembled with anger, but when she spoke, her voice was like ice. Huh.
Mr. Caution has no sense of caution.
Is that a catchphrase or something? Well, you can stop it. Even I can tell when I'm in danger. I'm just used to this.
Remember this!
The next moment, everything shifted. My legs wobbled and I only just barely managed to stay on my feet. I felt the hit of another cacophonous blast of lighting and another safety ring activating. If my count was correct, I had just one left. I looked up and saw the masked man standing within arm's reach of me. I thought my heart was going to stop, but it seemed I wasn't the only one taken by surprise. He fell back, moving as though he could slide across the ground. I looked around, trying to figure out what had happened as quickly as I could. From what I could tell, little Sister Fox had sent me right into the middle of the chaos. Those talents were wasted on her. Would you look at that? She is a good kid, after all. If only she had given me a moment to prepare myself. This unexpected development in an already shocking match caused a commotion among the crowd. Almost nobody seemed to understand what was going on. In the Supreme Warrior Festival, upsets occurred from time to time, as did attacks on a challenger, but nobody had ever broken into the ring.
So you've come, Fox. Awfully bold to show yourself in front of so many people.
From a luxury box placed far from and high above the ring, Roderick Aton-Zebrudia watched the incoherent fight.
I never thought they might interrupt the tournament.
He was grimacing now, but earlier he had been just a bit pleased to see the 1,000 tricks on the back foot.
Huh? That mask. That's the one the 1,000 Tricks was wearing earlier.
However, Marina had something very different on her mind.
She wasn't experiencing something like the brutal training she had endured recently, nor was she in a violent battle like she had been the day before yesterday, but she was nonetheless breaking out in a cold sweat. She knew her father had been struggling with a conflict involving some organization known as Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox, but she didn't know anything more than that. Actually, she had made an effort not to know. She thought that if she knew anything, her bad luck might invite a turn for the worse, so she kept to herself and watched the bout.
That man, his mask, is just like what that phantom in the treasure vault wore.
So it seems there's some truth to the rumors that they bear some connection to that treasure vault.
Marina thought back on recent events. There had been the harsh training. Then after leaving the Imperial capital, the 1,000 Tricks suddenly donned the mask he had obtained from the vault. Some strange group had been dispatched to fight alongside grieving souls and Knights of the Torch. And they all wore fox masks while they worked. It hadn't just been them, their enemies had also donned various Vulpine masks. Now that she had been relieved of her duties, questions began to pop up. What were those people? What in the world had she been fighting? She hadn't paid it any mind until now. Being abruptly forced to command 100 or so people hadn't left her with the luxury to consider what any of it was all for. Just to overcome the new trial had monopolized her brain. She had heard Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox was a capable and elusive organization. Surely, so many of them wouldn't come out at once like that. Still, Marina was racked with uncertainty.
Look how he's remained unharmed even after being hit with so many bolts of lightning. What skill?
I'd assume it's the result of some machination of his.
The onslaught of lightning was truly something to behold. Lightning magic was considered the magic of champions. It wasn't easy to learn, but the might it commanded was enough to make up for its difficulties. This Krahi fellow's name sounded like a bad joke, but his power was authentic. Even after her training, Marina wouldn't have lasted a minute in the face of such a thunderstorm. If the Supreme Warrior Festival was an event for people like this, Marina was all the more certain that the 1,000 Tricks was insane if he had wanted her to participate. Likewise, this man in the fox mask must be something of a freak if he was so unconcerned by the deadly bolts. His clothes were burned here and there, but the man himself showed no signs of damage. How could he have so easily taken a hit that it even knocked back the 1,000 Tricks, who was known for his absolute barrier? No, wait a minute. Didn't the 1,000 Trials have a reputation for pushing people to their very limits? And the 1,000 Tricks had initially wanted her in this tournament. But according to C-Tree, Marina's development had failed to meet expectations. Could it be that commanding those people wasn't the original trial? Was it supposed to be this gauntlet? But had they changed course partway? Changed course to this.
But the 1,000 Tricks is unharmed as well.
He was right. After being knocked down by that breathtaking golden lance, the 1,000 Tricks was now unhurt and standing before the masked man. He had put Marina through the ringer, but this was her first time seeing him in action. For a moment, it almost seemed as if Cry had lost to Cry had her training been changed, because he realized Marina could never beat the Lightning Magus. How much of this was according to plan? She couldn't begin to guess what was supposed to happen and what was improvised.
Without realizing it, Marina had gotten out of her seat, entranced by the battle below.
Your Imperial Highness, you might fall if you lean too far.
There's no need to worry, Sir Franz. Now I must see how this ends.
As you wish. I'll ensure nothing happens to you.
Down there, two figures of unfathomable superhuman capabilities were facing off. After quickly knocking down Cry, the masked man was now keeping a wary eye on Cry.
You might call it absolute defense versus hyper-recovery.
The masked man's attacks were invisible. He didn't strike with lightning or fire. They had been able to watch the flow of air and discern what sort of powers he had. But that was only thanks to the clouds of dust. Had the air been clean, they would have been left without a clue. Krahi lay collapsed behind Cry. He still gripped his staff, but his limbs were twisted in ways they shouldn't be. Krahi and Marina had been comrades in arms, so she hoped he might come out of this alive.
Your Imperial Majesty, we've requested permission to mobilize our forces, though forming up on such short notice won't be easy.
Just then, Franz relayed a message he had received from a guard.
Blast these Crechians. They balked at our request for more guards, even after we warned them something might happen.
The guards with us have been placed throughout the arena. The fox won't get away. Very well. However, if they choose to fly, then there's nothing we can do about it.
The people Marina had fought last night were most likely just grunts, but they had shown her the might of Fox. Zebrutia's soldiers were the best out there, but Fox had among many things a numerical advantage. She believed this duel was happening because 1,000 tricks had made it play out this way.
We've also requested the aid of the other challengers, though I don't know how many will be willing to cooperate.
Don't worry. This is likely how the 1,000 tricks planned it to go.
What do you mean, Your Imperial Highness?
You just have to watch closely. If I'm right, he tends to be a bit excessive. She still thought this was overboard if this really was supposed to have been her trial.
I see. I had a feeling something was off. That one wasn't quite how I pictured the man who decided to go to war with us. But you're the real one, aren't you? It doesn't matter. You're simply one more obstacle I have to rid myself of.
The 1,000 Tricks didn't say anything. He only grinned. Unconcerned, he brazenly looked the masked man straight in the eye, creating a striking contrast between the two. First, let me start by apologizing. I never thought something like this might happen. He was looking at the man in the mask, but the nature of those words led Narina to believe that they were directed at Krahi.
One or two of you won't make a difference. Regret your folly and die.
The man took a cautious step back. He spoke in a quiet, spiteful voice. Don't get so angry. I did something wrong. I shouldn't have been so silly. But hear me out. The way you run your organization is also part of the problem here.
What?
The heavens flashed. A brilliant crackle that outshone any previous bolt struck not the man in the mask, but the 1,000 Tricks. Marina gasped. Franz stared in shock. The masked man retreated a step. However, Cry remained unperturbed even after receiving what approached divine retribution. Raised in the air, Cry's arm fell limply. I'll apologize, so could you forgive me?
I see. You're quite different from the fake one. But can you stay calm after seeing this?
He said, and drew his sword.
How could he have key of the land? The 1,000 Tricks was supposed to be keeping it safe.
Franz, order the Magi to take defensive measures.
Wasn't the Protean sword swinging that around like a toy? But couldn't under any circumstances say it out loud?
If what we've read is true, evacuating now won't save us. Stop that man or this land could be destroyed.
It must have been something fairly dangerous, or her father wouldn't have risen from his chair and begun issuing orders. Marina was powerless. In spite of all her training, there was nothing she could do. Just as she began to clench her fist with frustration, one of the Imperial guards dashed into their box.
Captain, we're under attack. Assailants in fox masks and Princess Murina.
Franz immediately looked at Marina, who just blinked in surprise. Once the guard was breathing steadily, he gave a proper report.
The, fake Princess Marina is engaging the assailants.
Zabrudia was a grand nation, and the imperial family that ran it had produced extraordinary individuals for generations. The prosperity they brought made the Imperials immensely popular among their subjects, who took pride in their great leaders. But if there was one weak link in the imperial family, it was Princess Marina. There were other children in the imperial family, but Marina was clearly the odd one out. She was frail, rarely made public appearances, and kept contact with other people to a minimum. She lacked the martial prowess necessary to members of her family and was the only one of her siblings to not exhibit any particular talents. To top it all off, she received special treatment from the Emperor. He always assigned the best of the Imperial Guard to her and took her with him to conferences. In Zabrudia, weakness was a sin, but the Emperor made an exception for her. So it was only natural that Fox chose to target her. It was hard to dislodge a mighty country that built its prosperity on the golden age of treasure hunting. Emperor Roderick was an unshakable figure. He had some of the best guards available, and he himself was no slouch. Assassinating him wouldn't come without a high price. Even should those efforts succeed, a formidable heir would be ready to take his place. The new emperor could rally their subjects, angered by the loss of their leader, and obliterate the weakened fox. Hence the imperial princess, falling into the crosshairs. If she were to be killed, the people would direct their focus to her father, who had been protecting her. This would show the strength of Fox and form cracks in the foundation of Zerbrudia. They chose to attack when her protection would be at its thinnest, while the boss was carrying out the other plan. The security at the Supreme Warrior Festival was sparse, and the imperial family didn't have many of their guards with them. The spectators would normally hinder an attack like this, but they were all fixated on the boss. They would achieve maximum effect for minimal effort. Or so they had intended.
You kidding me?
Kill! Kill!
The fox had instantly closed the gap and swung at her with a short sword, but she had deflected it, an odd look on her face. In her pale hand was a sword she had retrieved from one of her collapsed guards. Looking back, this had seemed fishy. The number and quality of the guards weren't what you would expect to see around a VIP like the Imperial Princess.
No one told us she could swing a sword. I heard the 1,000 Tricks had given her lessons. Is this why they didn't give her more protection?
The guards were down. All they had to do was kill the Imperial Princess, and there were 3 of them, and 1 of her. Yet she still stood. The assassin had only deflected a single blow, yet his arm was numb. The Imperial Princess being capable of so much force despite having such slender arms could only have been the result of mana material. The assassins had mistaken their priorities. When they had the element of surprise, they should have used it to kill her, not her guards. They shouldn't have given her room to act, but it was too late for regrets. They should have been able to avoid this, but without Galf, their information network was lacking.
We can't tell the boss we couldn't even kill the Imperial Princess.
At the same moment, 2 of them simultaneously went in for a pincer attack. The princess twirled. A novice might trip over their feet if they tried such a maneuver, but she moved almost like she was dancing. The assassins swung with all their might, but she deflected both strikes. Twirling would normally do nothing but leave one exposed, yet what looked like a half-cocked move had fended off both attacks.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Nothing about her visual tracking skills, strength, or trained movements suggested she was someone used to being protected. Besides that, her attacks had none of the hesitation that marked those of an amateur, and her clear eyes showed no fear. If they gave her an opportunity, she would take it and end them. What was all that talk of her being timid and lacking talent?
Kill! Kill!
The princess lowered her stance, then dashed forward, a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. The assassin met her blade with his and managed to fend her off. A series of metallic clashes echoed about, each exchange a burden to bear. To make it all worse, each swing was stronger than the last. Was she still not giving this her all? Even when attacked from her blind spots, she evaded as though she had eyes in the back of her head or some other hidden talent. This couldn't be a human they were fighting. Then they heard someone snap their fingers. That was the signal. The assassin deflected a blow, then moved back. He briefly saw the princess's eyes widen before she was engulfed by black flames. Without so much as a scream, she was lit like a torch, the result of a spell cast by another assassin.
If even a mere princess of the Imperial family can do this. But we've done our job. Let's fall back.
Before the assassin could finish his sentence, the blazing princess staggered forward and tackled one of them.
Kill!
What? That was an advanced spell.
Kill! 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 Kill!
The princess sat atop the collapsed assassin and hit him over and over again before hopping off. It was like something out of a nightmare. The scent of burning flesh was powerful. Still ablaze, but no longer holding a blade, the princess attacked another one of the assassins. Her eyes shone through the umbral flames.
That can't be human.
Were the rumors of her mediocrity all a bluff? Was the Empire keeping this a secret?
Retreat! We're retreating.
There was no hope for the one on the ground. They couldn't carry him and save themselves. The assassins ran as fast as they could.
Kill! 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 Kill!
How could she still move? The mass of black flames roared as it chased after them. I was starting to think that maybe this time we really were screwed. I stood in the increasingly dangerous arena, determined to fulfill my obligation to apologize. I was out of safety rings. Krahi, the source of the bolt that drained my last ring, was passed out behind me. Had I done something to make him hate me? I might have been out of safety rings, but I couldn't fall back. I hadn't yet said I was sorry. I wasn't here to fight, I was here to grovel. I was here to offer a genuine apology straight from the heart. Being able to attack, even after seeing my pathetic groveling, was something very few people, actually, no, lots of people managed to do. Still, running wasn't an option because I was second to none when it came to getting stabbed in the back.
I see. You're quite different from the fake one. But can you stay calm after seeing this?
I hadn't yet groveled, but my apologetic aura caused the Fox Mask fan club president, Temp Name's voice to tremble. The club president drew his sword. That alone summoned a whirlwind in a mere second. I covered my eyes to protect them from the dust and biting gales. Holding it in a reverse grip, the club president raised it with the flat edge facing me, showing me a geometric pattern that I recognized. The relic that struck fear into the empire, Key of the Land.
This land will be brought to ruin. What an inane assumption. The notion that nobody could harness this relic's power.
I realized the sword had summoned a cyclone, and it was just the two of us inside it. The howling wind, rattling sand, and sheer force of it cordoned us off in a world of our own. Though after playing around with so many relics, swords among them, I could tell he wasn't using even the tiniest smidgen of its power.
I see you're not without a bit of knowledge. You'd be right if you guessed that I haven't even activated Key of the Land. This relic has brought more than a few past civilizations to their knees. Just a fraction of its devastating power is more than sufficient to obliterate this meager town.
Yeah, but what did this town ever do to you? Sure, Sora had messed up by mistaking me for her boss and all that, and sure I shared some responsibility for confusing things further, but Creed had nothing to do with all that. Quit it! There's no point to this! This was my bad. I admit I was wrong, so let's move on. I didn't mean anything. I'm sorry. No, I'm incredibly sorry.
Why do you insist?
I looked up and saw the club president was the same as ever. It looked like apologizing wasn't going to work, so I had to change my approach. I didn't know how the club president had obtained his Key of the Land, but I had one of my own. I didn't think I could intimidate him, but if his destructive impulses were rooted in his powerful relic, then seeing another instance might affect him. I drew my Key of the Land and thrust it out before him, causing him to freeze. What a coincidence. I've got one too. Needless to say, mine is charged.
What? Impossible. How?
Nothing impossible about it. I had one, and that was the reality. It wasn't rare for multiple instances of the same relic to exist. Though the likelihood was lower when it came to super powerful relics, it wasn't zero. For once it seemed I had made the right choice, but I couldn't take much solace in that. Perhaps it was my lack of safety rings, but if he was going to forgive me, I was hoping he would hurry up and relax. None of this whirlwind stuff was necessary. I just wanted him to see that we shared a common bond in relic ownership, then forgive me. I wasn't here to fight. The club president looked between my sword and his, eliminating any room for doubt. Same name, same relic. It occurred to me that when you counted the one in the museum, there were 3 of these things. You didn't see something like that every day.
What?
The relic he was supposed to be holding was no longer there. I can say with confidence that I never took my eyes off it. The next moment I caught a whiff of something pleasant, something I had smelled quite a bit lately. The club president opened his hand and a small, square, golden-brown object fell to the ground. He looked at it vacantly. I made sure I wasn't crazy. I furrowed my brow, questioned my eyes, doubted my own brain. It was a cut of fried tofu. A square of beautifully made, delicious-looking fried tofu. The heck is going on? What do I do? How do you react to something like this? You dropped something tasty looking. He didn't say anything. I'm sure that's just how the relic works. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm certain Key of the Land is just an item that turns into fried tofu. I'll bet mine does the same thing. With a short grunt, the club president slowly lifted his head. Though partially hidden by a mask, his face was the scariest I had ever seen. The back of my neck tingled and I unconsciously got ready to grovel. I had no powers and had made up for many mistakes by kowtowing. I couldn't think on my feet and apologizing was the only skill I had really refined. I began to bend my knees, holding my hands out before me, lowering my waist and lowering my head. I had done this tens, maybe hundreds of times, and had even practiced on occasion. This was looking to be the most splendid groveling I had ever done, if my knees hadn't buckled partway.
Ah.
I fell forward. I closed my eyes when I saw the ground approaching fast and held out my hands, except I was holding Key of the Land in my right hand. The blade was devoured by the ground, and a shockwave followed in the wake of its disappearance.